Hello, good morning. Is it working? No? No, it's not working. It's working now? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening. For some late evening and some very early morning, those who are joining from India and other countries. So I am Rajendra Pratap Gupta. I am the chairman of Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs at the Internet Governance Forum. And in this session, what we are going to do is talk to you about why do we need Internet for all and unveil you the biggest job maps project in history. And for that, I must say that as a dynamic coalition, we talk of the basics. We talk the things that we need. We cannot talk theoretical. We need to give real tangible outcomes. So this project create and the need for internet for all is very important. Just imagine for a while that if there was no internet with you today, how would you feel? I think not having internet is bigger than a physical and a mental handicap. But still, 3 out of 8 people do not have internet. That's 2.6 billion. Last year, when I was here at IGF in Ethiopia, it was 2.7 billion. This year, it's 2.6. That means by this rate, it will take 25 years to get internet for all. I don't think humanity can wait. And for today's session, I have with me Mr. Gunjan Sinha, who is joining online. He's one of the founders of the first search engine, Who'swhere is founded it in 1998. He's a legendary figure in this area. I have Dinu on my right, and he serves as the Chief Information Officer at the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund and leads the UN Digital Transformation Group. He's a revered leader in this space. I have Connie, and he's Sue. She was to be here on site, but she's unwell. She's going to join online. She is the United Nations ITU's Generation Connect Youth Envoy, and she works in this area and is a big influencer. I also have with me Shauna Hoffman, President of Guardrail Technologies on my extreme right. She's responsible AI, blockchain, and cybersecurity subject matter expert. Prior to her current role, she was the Chief Technology Leader of Legal Strategy at Dell and the leader of Watson AI for Law at IBM. So let's welcome them, and those are esteemed colleagues who are joined online. So what I'm going to do this in this session is give you a presentation about what's Project Create. That will give you a sense of why do we need internet for all. I mean, that's our biggest project that we have launched at IGF. We announced it last year. So I'm going to walk you through the presentation. So as you see from our theme is like internet for all to livelihood for all. That's our overarching theme in Project Create. And the journey that started, it was 13th IGF in Paris, where I made the plea that internet should be used to create jobs. I don't know if we can play this, but you can always go to the website and look up. It's a very short video. And I said we are looking at proliferation of profits, proliferation of technology, profits, but people are moving out of the center. People should be at the center of all we do. So this project was culmination of years of our work starting from 2018. 2019, again, in the IGF, I made this plea that as IGF, we shouldn't be just looking at big tech. I mean, any of the panels that you see or hear today, you'll find Metas of the world or the Googles. Nothing wrong. I mean, they all have to coexist. But let's make a choice, a subtle choice of small number of large companies versus large number of small companies. I think the internet should be governed by large number of small companies, not small number of large companies. They have an undue influence. In one of the reports we have done, and you can look up on our website, Sustainable Automation, that says that the market cap of these 5 corporations is equivalent to the GDP of 177 nation. You can imagine the amount of clout they control, command at their help. So then this finally we announced on 17th IGF at Ethiopia last year that we are now going to build Create as a project. So this is a very short video I'm going to play. As Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs, we were founded as a result of our efforts in 2018 at IGF Paris, where during the closing remarks, I said that proliferation of technology should not be just for productivity and profits. It should bring people at the core. And I must say that I do not know of any organization other than IGF that has 193 countries and thousands of people who attend. I'm given to understand there are 170 plus countries registered in this IGF with 4,000 people. So I think this makes it the most impactful platform on digital technologies and IoT. Now, given the work that we have done over the years, we produce our annual report called Internet and Jobs. 2020 we produced, 2021 and 2022 is in the works. Besides that, I want to draw attention to what we heard yesterday, that 2.7 billion people are still not connected to the internet. And one of the other things that we have seen in the last month or so is massive layoffs. I think driving back to what Paul Michel recently mentioned, we're going to have a process for tangible outcomes. So today, I'm going to announce a project here And I know that IGF was founded in Africa, and this project I'm announcing is about tangible outcomes. This project is called CREATE, which stands for Collaborate to Realize Employment and Entrepreneurship for All through a technology ecosystem. What we want to do is flip the model where we are looking at technology and automation leading to redundancies and job loss. We want to make sure that internet for all should lead to livelihood for all. I think this is where, as a dynamic coalition, we want to make sure that when we meet next year in Kyoto, we'll have a blueprint that we should take internet for all and create livelihoods for all so that there are no job losses. Rather, there should be job creation opportunities. And I'm immensely thankful to Marcus, with whom we have worked with the team. And we hope that our work and our reports will lead to achieving our goals. Thank you so much.
I was very struck by what was said by Dr. Gupta on this issue of jobs, the opportunity side. This is an issue that's often neglected in many other discussions. So the Dynamic Coalition have been able to put the spotlight on issues that have not been sufficiently explored and bring them to a level where they start to get noticed.
So you heard Amandeep, who is the tech envoy of the UN, who concluded. But we kept our promise. In 10 months, we are unveiling the Project Create Blueprint. And I thank my team for working on this. And the reason we had to get into it, it is shocking as humanity that we all had the birth lottery to be sitting in this room and talking about the future of the planet and the so-called internet for all, livelihood for all, but 2.6 billion people don't even have access to internet. So simply because we are lucky doesn't mean we forget those who are not. So I think it's our responsibility to address those issues and talk for them and bring them into this room even while they have no access to the internet. So 2.6 billion people do not have access to internet at all. There are mass layoffs across the tech industry, and 36% of the least developing countries, only 36% of the people use internet compared to 66% globally. And 71% of the people aged 15-24 use the internet compared to 57% for the rest of the population. So what's the need? We need to ensure internet for all to have livelihood for all. That's a clear thing. That's undebatable. We have to bridge the digital divide by connecting everyone to the internet. And lastly, we have to create a tech-enabled ecosystem to provide employment and entrepreneurship opportunities to everyone. That's the goal of Project Create. We are very lucky to be mentored by Windsurf, the founder of Internet and Email, who is also currently the chief internet evangelist at Google. Mr. Gunjan Sinha has joined us online. He's an internet pioneer, executive chairman of MetricStream, who founded one of the first search engines way back in late 90s. Of course, this are the people who actually have inspired the project, and this is the culmination of our discussions that happened with them. I would say Bernardo Mariano, who is the Chief Information Technology Officer and the Assistant Secretary General of United Nations. Michael J. Warren, Amandeep, Anish Chopra, one sitting to my right, Dinu, and of course Chengetai, who leads IGF. So been very lucky to be guided by them, inspired by them, and they all took time to discuss this project, gave their valuable insights. So you would have seen all this. I don't have to probably show it again, because if you have not seen, you will see them more in the times to come. There'll be more layoffs. That's a fact, and it is in thousands. So this project Create was born. Short video, no sound, I guess. Don't worry about that. The whole idea you see is that when you connect internet to anyone, what happens in transformation. This video encapsulates that journey in the lives of people, that it can transform your life. This was the plan of the working groups that we formed, and the consultations we had in August. Then we had the brainstorming with working group mentors, and then job map for sectors, create framework, which we are going to walk in. And then finally what we're going to do, first time in the world, mid next year, is to create a job summit. See, everyone talks of very high level things of the sustainable development goals. We had first millennium development goals, but no one comes to the Bottom line, where are the jobs? See, if there are no middle class people spending money, there are no economies. Let me tell you very clearly. At the end of the day, any GDP you talk about, any GDP per capita you talk about, it's about jobs. If you don't have the job, you are not in this room. So the fact is that end goal of everything we do is to have jobs. So we are proposing the first job summit. When you say the summit of the future, it cannot be summit of the future minus jobs. So then you make it parking lots. You need to create jobs for the future. So what are the create principles? A, access and affordable, which is about internet. Then B is about business. Anything that we create, if it is not business, we are just depending on charity or foundation, it's not going to last. C is about community engagement. C is about cooperative based, individual or consumption based. So anything that we create as businesses within Project Create will be consumption / transaction based, because at the end of the day, if the money is not changing hands, there is no value creation. So one of the beliefs, and over studying the economics writing policy, is that the value of money lies in how many time it changes hands. So the more time it changes hands, the more value it creates. So it is about business. D is about domains and decentralize. It cannot be 5 big tech. We have to decentralize technology. E is about equitable ecosystem and ethical. So even if you have internet, you can't start selling or doing unethical things. It has to be doing ethical things to create businesses. And then financially viable and financially empowering, both. It should be viable, it should be empowering. It should financially empower individuals and families. Finally, we should generate jobs. At the end, the goal of Create is generate jobs. So A to G, these are the principles. The enablers are, we need policies. You cannot do anything without that. You need platforms. We'll talk about what platforms that we are talking about. Then you need financial and digital literacy. Just having literacy is not enough today. Even if you do digital literacy, if you do not know financial planning, financial management, no one is going to leverage the internet. So finally, what we have realized in Project Create is we need to create financial and digital literacy both. And then ownership. It has to rest with individuals, communities, and cooperatives, not just 5 big tech. So we have created job maps for 9 sectors, which is retail, infrastructure, construction, agriculture, tourism, MSME, GovTech, public goods, health, education, and environment. So these are the 9 sectors for which we have created jobs. I'm just going to give you an overarching principle of the job maps and the philosophy of how we create this. And then finally, give you an example of one sector. I don't think that we have time to discuss all 9 sectors, but 12th afternoon from 2 to 3:30 we'll release the report, which is Project Create. It will be available on our website. This talks in detail about all those sectors. So what's the overarching vision? It's about internet. It's about artificial intelligence. It's about ESG. You cannot have the first two without the last. So we have to be careful about the vision should include these 3 if you're looking at creating jobs. It would be much more as we build this. It's going to be dynamic and ever evolving. So I'm going to look at the team. I mean, these are the coordinators, Ashish, Priya, Zan, who used to work with IGF in the past. We have the working groups. And we have questions before that. Let me see. Sorry, I'll have to, Priya, I need to change that presentation to give the roadmap. Just give me a second. Yes, sorry. See, technology always will tell you that we need human intervention. Sorry about that. So this is the Create framework. What has happened is a conventional model, which is centralized, which only looks at existing jobs, which is limited in geography, which is limited in consumer base, which is limited in market, and revenue growth is incremental. That's the conventional framework. What we have done through Create framework, we are creating process maps. So there are new jobs, there are decentralized, there are new business opportunities, more value creation, micro entrepreneurs. That's one of the core thirst areas for us. New marketplaces. From market, we move to marketplace. Then there is expansion of geographical area, increasing consumer base, and revenue generation is exponential, not incremental. So there is a decentralization and there is a multiplier effect. That is what this creates. And we have examples right now. You can see it, how these people have created. And let me show you the other slide. of how we have ended up creating the job maps for two sectors at least. So this is the conventional retail, which is a food industry. So if you look at that, the conventional business model, you have one what you call an entity. You have maybe 3 or 4 employees because that's what you can afford, and you have limited consumer base. So you have limited geography, you have limited consumer base, you have limited jobs, centralized revenue growth is incremental at max. I mean, you can be 1x, 2x, 3x, or 10x. What happens in this is very different. I mean, when you look at this model, you create more. So there is, I'll give an example. Like, it took a restaurant business. I have a restaurant. I will have clerk who will take the orders. I'll have cooks who will have chefs. We'll have delivery boys. That's all. And I'll serve a limited geography. The moment you move it to a platform, you instance under create model. So I do not have a restaurant. I just have a kitchen. I can log onto a platform and serve people much beyond my geography. So I end up creating micro entrepreneurs. I can have cloud kitchens. So we have done this for all sectors. I mean, we have done it for retail. So we also create a lot of new jobs because there you had only chefs, you only had delivery boys, you only had cooks. But here you would have web designers, you will have digital marketing people, you will have UX AI. So you will have people who are training. You will require skilling also. So I think upscaling and upskilling go all together, and you create a multiplier effect in terms of jobs and in terms of businesses. So finally, this brings me back to my last slide of two questions that we need to answer, because if you really want to leverage the full potential, you cannot do that without two things. Can internet for all become a reality? That's one question. And the second, what are the suggestions of my panelists to make it happen? So now I will move to Gunjan Sinha if he has joined. Gunjan, are you online?
I'm online.
Gunjan,
Thanks.
good evening. So
Thanks,
you have
Dr.
been a
Gupta.
pioneer. You have been a pioneer in this space. You know, you dreamt of an internet when I think websites were just showing up, and you created a phenomenal opportunity for the world to look at, which we have, I think, as a world looked at it. But do you think still, given that 2.6 billion people are not connected to the internet, is it a realistic dream to have that we can have internet for all, not in 25 years as the numbers and the growth show us, but maybe in the immediate future, maybe in the next 5 to 7 years? And what are the business models to make it happen?
No, thank you, Professor Gupta. Really appreciate the conversation here, and I really enjoyed kind of your introductory slides on the project Create. I think it lends a lot of topics puts it on the forefront for the kinds of things that we all should be discussing in this platform, given the fortune that we have of enjoying the internet, having the connectivity, and including those that don't. I think the staggering numbers of over 2.5 billion people who are not included into the internet revolution, even 25 years after its creation, is something that should be on all of our minds. And I think I appreciate you to kind of put that on the table. So I just wanted to put some remarks here that as I look at it, and internet is going through a revolution and an evolution, with the advent of AI. This year, last year, as you have seen the chat GPT come together, it's actually accelerating its potential, and it can work both ways if we are not being responsible how we think about it. And I talk about that, AI should not be creating billions for few, rather AI should generate jobs for billions of people. So I call it AI for billions, and this is the choice that we have to make as a civic society, as governments, and as think tanks and associations and organizations who care about ESG, who care about social responsibility, and who care about the future of work and jobs and digital literacy. These are important things, not just to put on the map or put on your vocabulary, but it's also important because this is how you build a society which reduces the digital divide and puts a framework that is absolutely going to build a sustainable value for all. So I have few recommendations and thoughts here. First and foremost, an organization like the coalition that we are part of here and discussing, we have to be action oriented. And Professor Gupta, I applaud you for taking the leadership and being action oriented. And I urge all of us to, think in exactly the same way. So we have to be action oriented. In particular, internet and the AI lends itself very well to spread what I call digital literacy. Digital literacy in a way that creates more upskilling and reskilling, especially as the job markets will evolve into the future. So I really appreciate the blueprints, the job maps, because it lays out a foundation of what by vertical is possible, where can jobs be created, and it gives a blueprint to individuals to reskill themselves, but also to small startups and small businesses and corporations to participate in the literacy and upskilling direction. So that's, I think, is a point of leverage and should be considered very seriously. The second topic, which I think is extremely important, is we need to learn from the large global big techs. There's a reason why they equal the GDP of 150 plus countries. I think that's a staggering number. And I have seen, why they have assembled such a mass is they have gotten into the psychology of the internet users, and much of that has been used to profit few corporations. And again, there's nothing wrong in that. Profit generation is absolutely okay motive. But if we want to counter that with creating large numbers of small companies, I think we have to take the profit discussion to saying where can we drive impact and job creation. And one of the tools that they have used is they have understood the psychology of the users. The users are getting addicted. And I'm going to use the word addiction. They're getting addicted to the internet, chasing things that, were not designed to be chased in a way that it's actually happening. So a good example of that is social media. All of us know how large populations of people care about the likes on Facebook or the latest posts. And each of them have implications in terms of its digital impact, the amount of time it takes away, and ultimately does not, besides some minor entertainment value, does not create significant job value. But if we took the same concept of how they have made internet addicted to your iPhone, to your social media, to your Instagram, to your TikTok, and everything else that is hitting our young generation, we should be thinking about how to make learning addictive. How do we make digital literacy addictive? So let's use what has worked for these large behemoth companies to our advantage. And there's nothing about, feeling that they did something wrong. To me, it's let's take the tool and make sure that we make learning and job creation addictive. Because what happens is this modern generation of our millennials, the younger generation, that's what they are tuned to. So as we make learning more instant, more mobile, one question at a time, one concept at a time, maybe they'll become a graphics designer, maybe they'll become workforce of the future, maybe they can freelance onto a digital platform that we are defining in our job map. So I come back at saying there's an immense opportunity at this inflection point where AI and internet are here today. Let's really focus our energy on digital literacy of all sorts, end to end, including financial literacy, because there's no literacy without financial literacy. You cover the entire gamut, and let's make learning addictive. And if you do that well, you would have shown your social responsibility, you've shown your ESG, you've shown your care for the 2.5 billion people who don't exist today, because many of those people will start to figure out ways in participating in reskilling and upskilling themselves and participating into the job maps across the industries that we are laying out here. So those are the two key points I wanted to emphasize. Professor Gupta, and I'm not sure if that resonates with your worldview, but I would love to kind of put that on the table.
Thanks, Gunjan. In fact, you have been a constant companion in this journey for Project Create, and I think had benefited immensely out of the discussions we had with you. So totally agree with you. In fact, I'll just relate to you. Today morning while I was coming to the conference center, I was telling my colleague, when you look at everyone in the train was on their mobile phones, almost everyone, barring maybe 2 or 3%. Not a great thing to do, but if you really look at what they're doing, they're playing games. Most of them, they're playing, they're watching videos, TikToks and others. So I was telling my colleague, which is reflective of one side the addiction, the other side of the frustrations people have in their mind from the routine they are in. Means that what they are doing, they are forced to be doing. So they find mobile as a vent to just do some things which kind of are stress busters. So, but if we can channelize that energies into what Gunjan, you are saying is make learning addictive, and if we can do that financial and digital literacy, I think we are game. We have actually hit people, and I still believe that these 2.6 billion people coming in the fold of internet, it's not that internet would benefit. Just, I mean, I think these people will add at least one third to the current existing economy of the world, which probably is around probably
Yeah.
100 of plus $1 trillion. So I think that would be a phenomenal opportunity for the world. I mean, it's not about internet for all, it's also economy for all. I mean,
Yeah.
I can see the impact of if Project Create, which I believe is one of the world's biggest project for jobs, it'll be one of the biggest projects for uplifting the economies, because we've still left out many people. Now this brings me to my colleague Dinu, who has also got UN Secretary General Award for his innovations. Phenomenal thinker and innovator and a doer. I think what Gunjan you brought out in the beginning, that we have to get into action. Dinu is one person who demonstrates through his work phenomenal action that he has over the years done to impact, and this is all about technology. So Dinu, what do you feel about the topic that we are on, and what are the ideas that you think that we should chase as our goals when we come back next year to IGF? I guess it is going to be Saudi Arabia. So what's your view?
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for inviting me and contributing to this very important initiative. So it's a privilege and honor for me to be part of this conversation. Thank you also for the kind introduction. And indeed, I really appreciate whenever someone makes reference to myself as to what I've done. I'm a very practical person. I'm a doer, so to speak, and I like to introduce myself in that way. So in this context, I definitely agree with the point and the observation, the distinction that Gunjan elaborated on before me. But I would like to take a step back. And I think that before we start thinking about the risk and the benefit that can derive from the use of these technologies, I think that we need to ask ourselves, as you critically identify in your project, the point of accessibility. Because if someone cannot access the internet, if someone cannot access the technologies and the applications that are built on top of the internet, they cannot even have the problem, even much less, of course, the benefit. So, and my perspective here, going back to my practical experience, is that we definitely have, for convenience purposes in our conversation, we talk about internet, we're talking about AI, we're talking about blockchain, but ultimately we're talking about a system that is ever changing. And the protocols and the technologies and the processes that are built on top of this infrastructure are enriching and creating these possibilities. So because of my personal experience, I would like to talk a little bit more about blockchain specifically, because blockchain was the technology that I've used to create a digital identity for the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund, and that in turn created that accessibility to digital services that before were not imaginable, were not available, in my specific case, to a very subset group of people, where the pensioners and retirees of the United Nations. We're talking about 84,000 people residing in 192 countries. So from the perspective of the blockchain as this piece, as this example of a ever-changing and growing platform and technologies, I think that blockchain demonstrated that this technology, first and foremost, can enable individual to have a digital identity and therefore be recognized. So as we talk about having access, in order to have access, you need to be recognized. You need to be acknowledged in a way that is secure, that is trustworthy. And so from my point of view, and definitely I'm biased because my product or my application, my solution was about digital identity. Immediately after that is about affordability. And here I think there are recently excellent example of how blockchain has been utilized to create wireless, decentralized wireless network. One example is the Helium.com initiative that basically enable individual that are in remote parts of the world where maybe, as we were talking, as you clearly alluded to before, maybe big corporation, a telecom, will not have that interest. They will not have that incentive to create profit. That technology can enable, by using advanced mechanisms such as the proof of coverage, new terminology that comes into the fore, to make the accessibility a reality for many people. We can talk about also the mesh network that can allow people to share access and therefore not having to incur the cost with getting access to the internet. We can talk about payments. And again, I'm speaking from my personal example. The United Nations cannot stop sending funds around the world in order to pursue its mission. But we also know that, especially in the recent past, we have cases where countries have been embargoed in the international payment system. The example of Afghanistan, the example of Sudan, the example of Ukraine. So how can you continue to operate worldwide and ensure that the payment reach the individual, that the innocent people that maybe are not part of the conflict, that do not have a direct stake on it, but still they are negatively impacted. And again, technology such as blockchain can enable traceability, can enable the transfer of funds in a secure manner across the globe. And then there is, of course, associated with all of this, the issue of security, the issue of privacy, and also the ability that once you put together all these component elements, you are able to create decentralized new marketplaces. Going back to your goals, the fact that people can and should be enabled to create new opportunities for job, new opportunities for work that were not available in the recent past. So if I may conclude, and I'm going to use the words of Scott Stornetta, the father of the blockchain, that me and Shwana had the honor and privilege to meet and discuss. We are part of the Government Blockchain Association, where Scott is often a speaker. He presented the blockchain not just as a technology advancement, but as a new form of social contract. How a technology, if used well, if used with the proper guardrails, with the proper control, can really create a new avenues for people to work and prosper. Thank you.
Thanks, Dinu. I have a follow-up question on that. So when we talk of artificial intelligence, should we now start talking AI and blockchain together? That makes more sense?
Absolutely, and thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't want to take too much of the time. It's a wonderful topic, and definitely we have a subject matter expert here with us, with Shrawana. I would just say this. I think, again, we should not look at this new emerging technology in isolation, but we should look at them as part of a system, of ecosystem, where they can complement each other. AI is a probabilistic technology. Blockchain is deterministic technology. If we put the two together, we can make sure, as it being discussed and continuously raise the risk of using AI, we can use blockchain, for example, to be a trustworthy source of data that then can be fed to AI model and be reliable on the result of the AI model. Because the concept of hallucination, the concept of misuse, the concept of misinformation and the deep fakes comes from the fact that this model are, if I may use the term, misused, because either intentionally or unintentionally, they utilize incorrect data. By putting the two things together, if we rely on the value proposition of blockchain, which is the producing immutable data that has been verified, validated through consensus mechanism, we can feed AI module the right information and therefore expect the right result and outcome.
Thanks, Dinu. As I get from the discussion, is on one side you have probabilistic AI, and then you have deterministic blockchain. So AI, unless denominated by blockchain, is not going to create trust. Rather, it's bound for misuse. Is it true?
It's a risk. It's definitely a risk,
Risk,
and
right.
therefore I think that we can use the two technologies together
Mhm.
to provide to mitigate that risk. Absolutely.
So I think it's clear that if you have to create jobs, it is AI plus blockchain, not alone. True.
Exactly. I totally
Fantastic.
agree with that statement.
Thanks. So now we have Connie Man Haisu. She is the United Nations International's Telecommunication Union's Youth Envoy. And if we talk of the internet we want, I think the best people to comment is the community of youth. So Connie would want your views on, is internet for all a realistic dream, and what are the models to take internet for all? Over to you.
Hi, thank you, Professor Gupta. Am I audible? Okay, perfect. So I think that regarding the question on whether internet for all is realistic or not, just from a view of like a very young person, um, I think it's very, very double-sided because there are obviously a lot of still many barriers. There's a lot of challenges. For example, one very glaring challenge is definitely the digital divide, because like in some parts of the world where I'm from, Hong Kong, there's high-speed internet. It's already readily accessible, while in other countries, it's still a very distant dream. So this divide definitely perpetuates disparities in many different aspects, like in education, job opportunities, and access to information. And in another sense is technological advancement. So if we think about it positively, technology has been advancing at a very incredible pace. Like a speaker has already mentioned, there are many new emerging technologies and all that. And these have the potential to bring connectivity to remote areas. So if we consider these, then yes, internet for all is definitely something that we could potentially reach, because with these breakthroughs, dream of this universal internet access becomes more achievable. And being a part of the United Nations ITU, we can see that many different international organizations and also some governments, they're also increasingly recognizing the importance of having connectivity for everyone. So there are many different initiatives, like the biggest one, like UN SDGs. They aim to provide universal and affordable access to the internet in least developed countries. And this further promotes other organizations, other governments to take action. And so, with this in mind, I think this creates some sort of ripple effect, and this would definitely help with achieving this goal of having internet for everyone. And uh, also from the perspective of young people, there are many young people definitely taking different solutions, different initiatives to take these community-driven initiatives. So there are many youth-led organizations, there are projects that are actively working to create local, regional networks and also provide low-cost devices. And so even these grassroots efforts, they make a very huge difference. So if we take this into consideration, then it's also a very nice step towards this goal. And uh, another aspect would be economical considerations. So the this could be a barrier. This could be like a boost, because the economic argument for universal internet access is pretty strong. So connectivity boosts productivity. It fosters entrepreneurship. It also drives economic growth. And this makes it not only like a more imperative, but it's also a very smart investment for governments and businesses. And there are also different challenges. Like I've mentioned that there are many opportunities, but there are also many different challenges. For example, there's infrastructure development, there's affordability and ensuring cybersecurity, data privacy. These are all very complex issues, and they require a lot of efforts, they require a lot of resources. So whether or not different stakeholders can come together and be willing to work with each other to solve these issues will be something that could potentially be a barrier towards achieving this goal. But then I believe that a lot of people, especially young people, we are very passionate about these issues, and we're definitely at the forefront of trying to make change, trying to voice our thoughts on these issues. And I believe that our energy, our passion, and also our like innovative ideas can definitely drive this sort of agenda towards universal internet access. So I think that's all from me now. Over to you.
Thanks, Connie. So let me move to Shauna. Shauna, you have been involved with what you will call pioneering technologies, and projects which were of global scale, IBM Watson and all. We are talking of a project of this scale, probably much bigger. We're talking of jobs, literally livelihood for all. Do you think internet for all is a realistic dream, and can we really have a situation where there is livelihood for all? Are there models that you would suggest that we should look at?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here, Dr. Gupta. And Dino, it's always a pleasure to share the stage with you and to speak with those who are here today who all have the same hearts as we do. And your question is, is the internet for all realistic? I actually believe it has to be. If we think about where we want the world to be in the next decade, we are all striving in the end for equality. And diversity and inclusion, I know, is top foremost as one of the most important SDGs, as it really does align with so many of them out there. So as we start to think about what is that world, what needs to change in the world to make that happen, it's interesting to me to really look at what happened during COVID-19. We saw a lot of job displacement during that time. Often changes occur when we are the most uncomfortable and sometimes forced to make that happen. And so I do think that we have a really good opportunity to look at the statistics during that time and see what we need to do as the world to bring the internet and other advanced technologies to individuals across the globe. Now, job displacement, due to economic downturns, of course, caused by COVID-19, can have a long-lasting negative consequence for individuals and society as a whole. And unfortunately, not everyone who is displaced is able to find a new job in a timely fashion, leading to long-term unemployment, reduced earnings, increased inequality. But there's great opportunities to actually what perspective that I've been seeing is there's a great report that came out by McKinsey and Company, and as many as 375 million people will be required to switch job categories entirely. And that is due to automation within the industries and, of course, more advanced technologies. This gives us a great opportunity because we have such a disruption, such a force for change to really bring out the internet to more people and help even the playing field for all. We saw this during COVID-19 with freelancing and the gig economy. Platforms like Upwork have allowed individuals to find freelance and work online, contributing to the gig economy. A McKinsey report stated that about 20 to 30% of the workforce in the in the United States and the European Union engaged in independent work at that time. I have been supporting an orphanage in Kenya for a while, and it was amazing to see the students that were orphans and now of course are at a high school locally in Kenya, and they were all using their phones and reaching out to many of us in the United States asking how they can create their online stores. Many of them have created online stores, are being able to not only trade and make financial gain locally, but also worldwide. There are many amazing opportunities and amazing things that we have purchased from others across the globe due to the advancements in technology and the internet being connected to everyone. I was surprised recently. I've been to some of the more challenged areas of the world, and everyone had cell phones that I saw. And I think that we are doing a great job to make sure that there is mobile access for many, but increasing that even further is going to be important. In the United States, I founded a homeless services program. We've helped over 100,000 people get from, homeless to homes. And part of that process is making sure that they have access to the internet and access to advanced technology. We provide centers for them, but then more importantly, because of a program we have at the U.S. government, it allows them to have free mobile phones. Many of them we've set up with remote work, which was something, even a decade or two ago that you didn't have an opportunity to have access to. So that remote work has been amazing and a great opportunity. In regards to the tech startups too, I have a tech startup myself, and like many companies, we have a headquarters, but it's a small office because we can work all over the globe. And it really allows us to put locations in some of the areas that we may not have been able to do in the past. And the online education too, I think I will kind of mention one last thing personally. I finished my degree at Harvard during during the pandemic, and it was because of the online education I was able to do that. So I'm very appreciative to be able to have my phone in my pocket when my computer wouldn't work, which happened unfortunately often. I was able to go on, write my papers, submit those, and and do things that I never could have before. So, do I believe that we need internet for all? Absolutely, and I think we need to figure out what we can do to help push nations to support their citizens in having the internet, access to the internet, and access to their requirements like mobile phones or computers that they would need to get access. Thank you.
Thanks, Shauna. Very interesting. So, as a session, as a dynamic coalition, all of us have a goal. I think in this particular session, what we want to do is try to get closer to finding an answer of how do we take internet for all a reality? How does the business of that work? So yesterday, I had a very interesting gentleman who walked to our booth and talked about having eyes was not able to see. I think there was also like having an idea not able to speak. So Dinesh, the mic is yours. You can share your ideas of what you come across. You have a mic out there. You can just give your points on the topic that we are discussing, internet for all. I think the point that Dinu and Shauna actually brought is one of our first principle called access. And I think what you talked about was access. So what, according to you, with the work you do, give a brief about your work and maybe 3 minutes about
Yeah,
what we need to do.
we are a small group. Mostly we call ourselves a rural research lab, and we live in a rural area and we work on the ground. But my background is computer science. I'm a PhD. I came from Palo Alto to India 20 years ago. And ever since, I've been looking at the problem of access in various kinds. But as years go by, we realize the idea of content access has not progressed. We just give up when it comes to, you're talking about 2.6 billion who don't have internet access. There are maybe 3.5 or more billion, including the 2.6, who cannot read and what comes on the web. Like a simple test is you ask them to search something on the web, see what kind of keywords they can use, and the results that come out, see what they can do with it. It's just not a space that it's available, it's accessible for many. So what do we do about content accessibility? Why are we giving up? We are all technical, we can do AI, we can do all kinds of things, but we don't want to see the people who are just walking all around us, but cannot read and write. So we call them, like I've been part of the W3C India Accessibility Working Group, but they only want to copy paste European accessibility guidelines. But in India, there are 1 billion people who are different than the Europe, right? So we need to look at what we can do to reach technologically, internet, extend the internet to the low literates. And we have a lot of ways to do it, but your mind has to kind of focus on them. So I can tell you more about what we are doing. One of the approaches is called web annotation. If you have a website, Government of India has a website on Minimum Wages Act, who is it relevant to if you're not getting minimum wage? Most of them can't read and write, right? So how do you share this act with somebody who cannot read and write? So web annotation is a simple process. When you share, you highlight something, just like they're sitting next to you, and say something about that paragraph that's relevant to them. So it's the same website, but it keeps on collecting more and more narratives by different people. And you can do many things with it. Okay, so that's one way, and that's called web annotation. The ground up we are doing is, like you're talking about, we have a mesh network called CowMesh, community owned network, Wi-Fi mesh network, Cow. So within this, we are looking at services, and what does services mean? First is a decentralized server. It collects all the stories anybody has. It doesn't ask you to read and write. All verbal, visual, photos, and all those things. And anybody, now you have the text internet, you have hyperlinks, hypertext. What is the equivalent for this collection of media repositories? Okay, this is the critical thing, right? Every listener can annotate a fragment when they're listening. What can these annotations be? Okay. It could be a photograph. It could be something that they want to say about it. They could tag somebody. And what it's doing is effectively creating hypermedia amongst this. Okay. Now this third problem is, how do you connect the textual web to these things? Okay. So, and that becomes the whole decentralized internet space. Okay. It can exist on the net, but most of the decentralized spaces are very specific. They have their own dialect, but they're made to talk and listen to people who are publishing for the anonymous somebody, not for their neighbors. And now we are bringing this together, and we need to see whether it's this way or another way. We need to focus on content accessibility for all. Okay, and it's possible. We just need to see that there are more than half the number of people on the earth who belong in this thing.
Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you for the wonderful work you're doing, and we'll do what we can do to support the work that you're doing and to spread it, because as of today, we are searching for solutions, but there are solutions that are existing in silos. I mean, these are islands of excellence. We need to make them centers of excellence. That's one of the biggest challenge, is that one keeps doing good work, but it doesn't, grow. I mean, people don't connect that. So one of the things we have to do is that. So even the roadmaps that we have created, the job maps that we have created, we have actually researched what's being done. Can we take that and apply to other sectors? Of course, then we had the legends talking to who had disrupted sectors. They think exponentially. So then we arrived at job map. So one of the things that I want to throw open to people, and this is what we want from you. I think we want to spend maximum time discussing with you. When we come out with the outcomes report of this session, we should have at least given few fundamentals out. Like first is absolutely clear that we need to work as an ecosystem. This is not about technology; it's about people. That's a fundamental thing. It's not about productivity and profits. It's again back to people. I mean, if you have people at the center, you still make things happen. Project Create is all about that. You cannot use technology to have floor efficiencies. You need to create more floors. You need to create more jobs. And that's exactly what we figured out we can do. So rather than a centralized system, it is decentralized. But everything is about internet. So that side we can't lose out. I mean, it is still too criminal as a humanity to not have 2.6 billion people on the net. I mean, they're still in dark age in real sense. That's the biggest handicap. One which is not counted, which is not reported as a handicap. Today we are talking, you could come here because you could register. If you don't register on IGF, you don't come here. It's internet. So let's take that challenge that by next year, how many people we will be able through policies, because see, at the end of the day, this is a wonderful platform. As IGF, this is the UN's body for internet related issues. If we can't make them a recommendation, we would be still talking esoteric things, that inclusiveness, equity. I mean, this has no definition. I mean, the real definition is job. That's about economy. So I have been thinking, and I want to bounce it off to you, and then make one of the recommendations if you all agree that today when you sit on a Starbucks or any coffee shop, you get free internet thanks to that business. You go to an airport, you log on, you get an internet, say for 40 minutes, for 1 hour, for 4 hours. Sponsored, you have to see an ad for 17 seconds. Pretty good. I mean, I get 4 hours of internet access. So if we have such business model, what stops us from providing those business models to those 2.6 billion people? At the end of the day, they are also consumers. They are consuming your fast-moving consumer goods. They are going to consume more. They're going to do more. So what stops us from using a wonderful model that India has called USOF? It's the Universal Service Obligation Fund. So when you apply for a telecom license, you pay a fees. A part of that goes to USOF, which is used for funding rural telephony. So can globally we not have through ISPs fund like USOF, so that part of your license fees is for funding those 2.6 billion? That's one recommendation. I mean, if you really look at the turnover of those large ISPs or telecom providers, it runs into tens of billions of dollars. I think what you need is a fraction of that to fund those 2.6 billion. Even with 2G, forget 4G and 5G, and just with 2G, start somewhere. And whatever networks we're talking about, that's one. Second is, there are companies like levers that operate all over the world. There are tech companies that want everyone to use Facebook. I mean, I see on high-level panel always people from Metas of the world to Googles to sitting with prime ministers giving speeches talking about AI. But here the basic intelligence is not there. I mean, we don't have 2G in the 1/3 of the world. So can't we not have a part of them giving ads? I'm not saying give charity. There's no charity we are talking here. So if people can spend on ads and subsidize the internet for those 2.6 billion, not subsidize, actually make money at the end of the day. They buy their product. So if we can have advertising as a means of providing internet, can that model not work to give internet to 2.6 billion people? I mean, I throw that open. I mean, are there views or better models for us to replicate? I mean, it's open to my panelists online. Dinesh, to you, I think you are on the line.
I want to say, like, when you work with Wi-Fi mesh networks, this is a problem of a different kind. Okay, the mesh network is for the locality. They have high-speed connection with each other, not 2G, 3G. What do they do on the internet is the question. Okay, but if it's a mesh network that's providing, let's say a local, you are part of the rural area and you want to give an ad. Imagine that, right? It's your community, people, micro entrepreneurs saying like, hey, I got a gig, can you guys come? Let's come together and solve a problem, okay? Or you have another maker something and you are announcing it. Okay? You have to think of proximality of the area and how Wi-Fi mesh works. And then a lot of your thinking and what you're watching and who you are reading about is your locals. One of the amazing examples we have is the women in the area. Patriarchal societies, they are hurt, but there is no trust networking for them. Where is the trust networking? It's very, very important for them to have a trust network. They can't go out to their neighbors because the men are watching. Neighbor women to talk about the issue. Where is the trust network? We have to think like that, right? And Wi-Fi mesh or local mesh is the first answer. They have lot less to do with something that's going on in Delhi. Like we did an experiment of draw your map of the country. Delhi will be like far away, right? One long line. We don't know what's happening there. Even if Bangalore is as far away, because they come for jobs and all those things, it's like one train, train ride away. This is how people think. So we need to kind of see what is the significance of community networks and services that go with them and enable everybody as first-class citizens on the internet, right? First-class citizens on the internet. I'll take one more minute. This is the first time in human evolution that we all have, including the low literates, a possibility to self-publish. You just press a button, forward it or save it. Forward it to somebody across in the world or save it for future. If you didn't have it, you can go through the history. Suppose we all believe in this amazing good book called Bible. What do? The king will say, let's spread this. And then comes the institution of churches, just to repeat this book. We have come from there to here. Everything is a power game after that, an institution or something, right? Now we can all publish our own Bibles. It's the first time we can talk about human equality, not just rights. Everybody's right is to be equal in terms of expressiveness, freedom of expression.
Thanks, Dinesh. This is what is the fundamental reason why we are championing this one line internet for all. Still, 1 out of 3 don't have it, and we still are. We are still talking about it. I mean, there is no such thing that I see as a plan. But if we come out with a business model, one is those mesh networks, fantastic. I mean, we will include the community because that's what we are saying. That our principles talk about community, cooperatives. And then there has to be a consumption. So it's about that. But what are the models that we can recommend? That if we go to someone, they say it's a win-win for all. At the end of the day, see, today we are living in a materialistic world. Yeah. Yeah. So if multiple things can ride, like I give an example because not India, because I come from, because it's a huge country, 1.4 billion. We have a 250,000 centers called panchayats, which is the local village communities. We have equal number of post offices. So if we can create a web network, why only private sector advertising? GovTech, we have common service centers where you get government services. Create that into a business model. People pay a small fees, take the service, they get a job, they create that business model. It's already existing in India. We have to create more such thing. Why should a government office be only open 9 to 5? Why can't you at your home become a government agent? The government gives a service, you add a surcharge. So if people get at the convenience, they don't have to go during office hours. They can go on a weekend, avail the service, pay a charge, so you become entrepreneur. So the possibilities are immense, but net is the overarching theme. If there is no internet, you are not there. So can there be a business model where, okay, governments which have got revenues coming from telecom, say, will definitely provide to those 1/3 of the people who don't have. Then you have, and then you have private sector which has got products in that area to say, okay, we will advertise a portion. I mean, if they take what we call self-regulation, in India we made a rule called corporate social responsibility. So if there is self-regulation, they say 20% of our advertisement revenues or budgets will actually go to rural areas, underserved areas for this which you have identified. Otherwise, sustainable development goals like Millennium Development Goals will be repeated into some more development goals after the time comes to an end. But we need to get into the yearly measurement of targets. I mean, I think those 2.7 to 2.6 billion is a shocker for me. In 1 year, this is all we have achieved. Last year, the number was 2.7 billion, not on the internet. This time is 2.6. So I think in our lifetime, not happen. We can't do that. Sitting in the room, we can't do that. So is this a model to look at? Are there other models? I mean, it is open. I think, Dinu, to you, Gunjan, to you online. You want to share something on the models because you looked at internet at a time when people didn't even own a website. You built probably the first website for Red Cross, if I'm right, Gunjan?
Yeah.
So share
Yes.
what is the new thing that we can build for people to have internet?
Yeah, and Professor Gupta, I think the part I think that you're highlighting, I kind of look at the world, think of it as X and Y axis. On one axis is accessibility, which is, the concept of, the USOF and how does that actually can be through a sustainable business model, extend the internet to the 2.5 billion people who don't have access. That's kind of, let's think of that as X axis. But on the y-axis, I want to bring up some of the points that Shauna brought up. 375 million people, the McKinsey report that talks about that they will have to find new skills, new categories. The freelance platforms, the marketplaces like Uber's, DoorDash, Swiggy's, everything, all of that is already underway. The new technologies like the AI and blockchain are here, and they will build, entrepreneurs will build what I call overall fair, trusted networks over time. The fundamental thing that we have to learn from of the last 25, 30 years of the internet history is how do we actually turn internet as a platform for what I would call making it addictive for good, for literacy, for reskilling. So Shana, when you said you went to Harvard, there is very few people in the world who can say that, and they don't need to go to Harvard, but if they can get bite-sized learning on the fly, on the train, that you were talking about, Professor Gupta, where people can actually learn bite-sized little things. We talked about digital literacy, we talked about content accessibility, the annotation. I think the learning needs to be disrupted. This not going to get disrupted by the Facebooks and the Metas and the Apples of the world, because they are harnessing the power of that addictability for advertising revenues, for their business models and so forth. But at scale, if we reinvent the university, the old school university, to the modern day learning, which becomes addictive at scale to billion plus people, suddenly you have now turned AI and blockchain and all the modern technology into an opportunity for the masses, as opposed to what I call for select few who know the power of it. So I think, to me, I come back, there is a need for what I would call, understanding what makes internet addictive, what makes it more engaging, so that common people get addicted to good causes like learning, not just having likes and show offs and photographs and things that are entertaining, which I love the entertainment part of the internet, but I think we need to move away from just that, but also layer in a educational component, but it has to be gamified, it has to be entertaining in that way, but where people become addicted to learning. And that is how you reskill them and prepare them for the next set of freelance jobs, next set of virtual employment. And I think then people in Kenya to United States to India to around the world will be in a very different place. And I think that's what I am right now thinking about. I'm trying to imagine, how do I make internet more addictive, more gamified, but for good, for learning, so that everybody can get their so-called Harvard degrees without even going to Harvard.
Shana, over to you. Sorry for putting on a spot.
Thank you so much. No, that is very, very well said. And I am such a proponent of education. I think daily I spend so much time even listening for myself to YouTube videos that are educational. And, I spend 10 to 15 minutes a day doing things that are not Harvard, they're not, Ivy League, but instead listening to real world stories. So I do think there's a great opportunity for us to use the advancements in artificial intelligence also, just to kind of add on to what you were saying here, to make people excited about education. And I also think that it can even the playing field for those who are, don't have an opportunity to learn the way that many of us did. The literacy is just hurts my heart.
No, but Shana, this is exactly what's on my mind here, that AI can start serving very personalized, engaging. So I would know exactly what needs to be served to you versus, somebody else at the moment in time where I know you're sitting on a train going from point A to point B. So the intelligence that would come about in this modern world of, I'm going to hook you up with education, with enlightenment about new spaces, and that, I think, becomes the paradigm, just like what Facebook did, just like what Apple did and Google did. Can you apply that at scale? So it's what I call mass literacy at scale, which is addictive, gamified, and you cannot get your eyes off that, because you want to hear that podcast from somebody who gave a beautiful TED talk, or somebody who, but that content accessibility, which we talked about, is still, part of privileges of few who are motivated, few who know how to access this. But AI can now start serving it in bite sizes to large scale population. I think that's a game changer in my mind. And that's what that's what I think we need to and think about, how can we make it actionable in some ways at a platform like this. So that's going to create millions, if not billions of jobs, because I think the reskilling has to happen. AI is going to be dislocating a lot of things over the next 10 years.
I would agree. And I think one of the most amazing opportunities for us is also video and audio. And I think, our guest speaker here, I'd love to hear from you. AI can automatically create videos and audio from anything. And so if someone cannot read and videos is a good connection for them, or even if there's a disability, they need audio in a very different way, AI can really transform into what that individual needs, and hopefully has learned how to serve it up to the individual. What are your thoughts on that?
So we work with traditional storytellers, nomadic storytellers of India, and the most amazing thing is they do exactly what you're saying. They know you, they create the story, they alter the narrative, either they sing for you, or do a painting, scroll for you, or they record your genealogy because your sister in the next village needs to know what's going on. And they go to your sister and tell her about her. What is about her? You, your children, who you dated, whatever it might be. But this is, I always used to think, how, and this is called the cultural economy. One of my friends who did a PhD said 30% of India was driven by cultural economy. Okay, do you know where I'm going? Exactly. And I didn't know how it would happen. And you said the same. Now I can see everybody in a village can create a story. Like from this trust network that I was talking about, the stories that come, it can be an AI generated story for the village. What's going on? I can see it. And we work with NLP, how to do, voice search amongst the stories, and we tag them, we extract, and what we are now trying to do, like most everybody, is to contextualize the generative models, right? Because it has to become from them, not from some worldwide model, right? So that has to be refined. So it's all going towards what you're saying, yeah.
Thanks, Dinesh. Dinu, what are your comments?
Thank you. Well, what I take away from this beautiful conversation, and thank you very much for your input and sharing, is that we can no longer keep talking with terms that are too high level. So when we're talking about accessibility, I think this example, and I can share with you my own example when I designed and implemented the digital identity for the UN, is that we need to start qualifying our terms. So accessibility for who? Accessibility for young people, accessibility for elder people, because each one of these categories, groups of people have a different needs and different problems. So going back to what Gunjan was saying, if we want to use the same approach that the Meta, the Google, the world are using, is really that we need to be specific. We need to be really at the individual level. We need to identify what are their needs. Again, my practical example, I designed the application. We were brainstorming on the utilization of sophisticated technology like a zero-knowledge proof, how to implement it, what are the implications, the fact that the devices in the hands of the user may not have the adequate technology to support that. But then we realized, as you were saying, there were also a lot of people in our demographic that have problems seeing. They're blind. So we had to start rethinking the design of the application and imagine the use of that application by people that need assistance. And how can a biometric profile can be captured by someone who cannot see and therefore needs help? How to move the device, how to interact with the device, how to enable that support. So if I may conclude, we need to, again, go at the lower level, be more granular, and really qualify our statement by being precise with a human-centric approach that take into consideration all these different type and categories of people.
Thank you, Dinu. I think the kind of discussions that we are having.
And one point, Professor Gupta, I want to just suggest here, just as a thought counter to your, kind of as in adjacent to what you said around the USOF, imagine if you did that and you made another recommendation of something like saying that whether it's universities or governments, they contributed to something, so let's say the top 5,000 universities committed X dollars that went into universal literacy at scale. So let's say if I'm Harvard and I have a 35 or $50 billion endowment, but there are other universities who may not have that privilege, maybe they have less, but there's literally 10,000 universities contributing X dollars per year as part of the commitment to turn the literacy at scale. And that is used to do some of the things that we are talking about, including things like annotations, including things like mass personalization and of education and learning at scale. Because AI is here, it's here to disrupt. And we wanted the disruption be for good. But we want to take the 2 million truck drivers who are going to lose their jobs because truck driving might become an autonomous vehicle model. How do we turn them and start to re-educate them so that they become the next Upwork freelancers who are doing digital artwork for us in the future? That's the question that's on my mind. And I think there's a civic responsibility that the universities and the governments and of course philanthropists have to figure out how that actually gets done.
Thanks, Gunjan. Important point. I think one of the agendas for Project Create team, which includes you as well, is to reach out to those people and say that we have to reach a stage of full digital and financial literacy for all, with an overarching theme of internet for all. In fact, I mean, given the fact that you brought out this important point of addiction, I'm just wondering, are the so-called celebrities actual digital drug lords? Because they're actually getting you addicted. This is a digital addiction, so they are digital drug lords of today. So, I mean, I don't think they are celebrities. But one of the things that I want to bring out, like last month we did, is we actually got, as one of the organizations I run is Health Parliament, we created co-labs. We got youngsters to start coding. We ran a workshop with one of the tech companies to help them understand the platforms, how they can start coding. Though we know that over a period of time it will be no code or low code system, but right now it is. So how many people we can get to be developers? And trust me, there's a huge opportunity. I mean, you don't need to do a formal degree to be a developer. And we need to create that. So as we go to build our project, create to the next level, I think what I always see in forums, and I'm mostly, in this UN meetings, sorry to say, but most of Africa or LMICs come as footnotes. Good to be put on the front page of the photograph of the books and reports, but they still continue to be aid seekers. I think what they need to be is growth centers. And the key lies in making them enabled with internet, giving them opportunities that Dinesh, Dinu, Shauna and Gunjan talked, is to get them see what they can do. Right now, they don't even know internet. Once they know, I can tell you that the kind of stuff we are talking, we would go back to be like people like Stone Age, and they will have no baggage and just look at the phenomenal opportunity of internet and grow this, I think, few more times than where we are growing. So the compelling reason for us is to take internet to them. It's not just say that we want high speed, 5G should become 6G. They have nothing. So the basic thing we have to do is to create models. I think I'll not wait for next year. Normally at IGF forum, we announce that next year we'll do that. The goal would be obviously the job summit mid of next year, much before the IGF happens. We need to get focused on how do we create jobs globally. But the point Gunjan raised is to reach out to those big corporations that you have an obligation to make sure that these 2.6 billion people before the end of the decade are on the internet with full financial and digital literacy of how to capitalize on it. That's what the opportunity is. So we are going to prepare a report and do this. And I would also encourage, I think one of the things that have been talked by everyone and which is a critical issue is the topic of mental health. And internet is actually a contributor to it in many ways. In as much as people are searching for a vent or a stress buster to use and play around with the mobile phones, but everyone has. Is I would request our team at Health Parliament to create internet etiquette as a report of like, what do you do? There are people like Shauna who use, every one of us use internet for our good. In fact, I use social media network. I know how to play with their algorithms. So what you see more will be shown more. So if I'm working on a project, I'll keep deliberately searching those projects and I'll spend more time, stop that, see it 6 times. So next time I'm shown those projects around. So, it helps me. So, but most of the people may not know how to play with their algorithms for your benefit. I think as Gunjan says, addiction for good. So maybe create an internet etiquette, like how much time only you need to spend. You don't have to be on it every time. It's for you. You're not for it. You don't have to become their creators. You you should consume them in a manner that grows you. So I think one of the things coming out of this session is that we need to create a model which makes internet for all a reality. I think maybe over the next quarter or so, Gunjan, you, Dinu, and others who are a part of our board, to help us articulate that in a very crisp manner, that on one side there should be those corporations, those universities who should contribute to a fund that helps those people rise up, connect to the internet. Other is what are the etiquette. If they get to connect it to internet, what they should do. You don't want them to get and start getting into entertainment part only, because that's very addictive. So we have to get that through. And let's discuss as we keep going. I mean, the session is not the end. I mean, it's just the start of a very interesting discussion that have come, a lot of things that have, bought in from the point that where we started. And any closing comments, Gunjan, from you on this?
Yeah, no, and Professor Gupta, I think you did a good job on summarization. I think we need to, as I said, we need to take some actions here. Let's discuss that, over the next months. But I think, creating some sort of an initiative that's we align people to saying, okay, how do we take, digital education literacy to the next level at scale in a way that is pragmatic, practical in the modern world of where the internet and AI is today, where we play the same games that were played by Facebook and Apple and Google, but this time around not to just merely entertain them, but to re-educate them, reskill them for the future of the internet and internet for all. I think there is something there. We can define that, and I think as we collectively engage on that, that's one of the axis. And the other axis is what you talked about: a couple of billion people and more who are not even on the internet. It's not about the 6G or the 7G. It's about even giving them some basics. How do we make that happen? That should be the second thread in my mind that we need to thread here, to figure out, can there be a business model that allows and supports those who are not even on the internet? That would be the second dimension to me, the y-axis. If we address both x and y axis, that's where you go to what I call the internet for all vision that we're laying out here.
Thanks, Gunjan. Very well summed. Connie, your last part in marks.
I love what everyone has said just now, and I think that just from like a youth perspective, we can definitely use different technologies to personalize education. And when we look in like how different social medias work, why are they so addictive? Because and we can kind of like push that into the learning field as well. For example, we can like gamify learning and create more interactive experiences. We could use VR, we could use AR to make learning more immersive. We can have more mobile apps to offer flexibility and also encourage peer-to-peer interaction and have some, for example, AI recommendations to enhance their learning journey. And also, it's also very important to invest in education technology infrastructure. It's important to support digital literacy and encourage inclusive and innovative educational approaches so that everyone, especially marginalized communities, will have access to these engaging learning opportunities online. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Dinu?
Yeah, from my point of view and taking input from all the excellent contribution and suggestion, I think that we can and we should adopt the approach that you have exemplified in your career model. And starting from a bottom-up approach, look at all these examples that have been shared today, identify the common denominators, identify the systemic mechanism that are present in those examples, and extract a model that then can be used as a terms of reference. And doing this both for the process as well as for the technologies. So we talked about AI, we talked about emerging technology, we talked about blockchain, and start interrelating and mapping how, where, and why each of these technology can be utilized to support the model in functioning as expected. Thank you.
Thanks, Dinu. Shauna?
It has been an absolute honor being here today, so thank you so much for having me. And, I think my parting words would be, it only takes one person. If each of us listening today and each of us in this room took one person who currently today did not have access to the internet, we could change this problem. And I think if we take it a one-to-one answer, we could holistically change things for the better.
Thanks, Shauna. So this, oh yes, please, Dinesh. It's people's platform.
Sorry. Now that you said about the how to kind of work on solutions, so we do an annual ant hill hacks. Every location is like an ant hill, but it's very complicated. So we bring urban and the local and the artist and the technical and all that to see what we can do for that location. It's every December. It's called ant hill hacks, and it's kind of on in line with all what you all said just now. So it reminded me of talking.
Thank you, Dinesh. So, as you see, we have some of the action points that have emerged. What we need to do is first, I mean, those who are interested to make sure that people used to get, jobs for tech, educate to, serve the tech industry, get jobs. Let's use tech for jobs. Let's create internet for all, jobs for all. It's possible. I mean, I think we have extensive research. The team is working. I would encourage you to look at our website, project create.tech. Join us. I think let's make a place a better world. And tech is here for good. I mean, let's not fear it. Work with it. I encourage you to join Project Create and let's grow this together. Let's make this world a better place with tech. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the all going. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session, How IS3C is Going to Save the Internet. And my name is Wouter Natris, and I'm the coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety, which runs under the IGF. And today we are going to present several tangible outcomes of our process, which hopefully will also be translated into actions in the near future. Who are with me on the table? On the left side is David Huberman from ICANN, and he is chair of Working Group 8, with Bastiaan, the vice chair, Bastiaan Gostings of RIPE NCC, sitting in the room. Next to David is Janice Richardson, and she's the chair of our Working Group number 2 on Education and Skills. And she's going to present a next phase to IS3C and a concept that we've developed that hopefully will help the world further to move from the theory of reports to practice. Next to me is Nicolas Fiumarelli. He's the chair of Working Group 1, Security by Design of the Internet of Things. And he's going to present his report that he wrote together with a few other people on a global comparison of policy on IoT. On my right is Maarten Botterman, and he is the vice chair of our new working group on emerging technologies, and he will present the plan that we have to proceed in 2024. And at the end of the table is Mark Arvell. He's our senior policy advisor and helping me with steering this little piece called IS3C through the future, basically, and helping me with a lot of good things in English because he's really perfect at that. Online we have Stephen Tan, and he is one of the people working in an advisory panel to make what we call the list, and that's going to be a tool for governments and industry to work on the deployment of internet standards so that they're updated in time and people become more secure by design because of the deployment of these standards. And that is the rationale of this DC, to make the world more secure and safer. Also online is Abraham Selby, and he is leading our work on the Sustainable Development Goals. So he's defined how IS3C can literally assist the Sustainable Development Goals with the work that we're doing and hopefully translate them into practice. There's also Mallory Nodal. She's not present because she's flying at this moment. She's the chair of Working Group 3 on procurement and supply chain management, and I will do her presentation for her. And we have a Working Group 6, but that report is not published yet by UNDESA, so we can't tell anything about it. So Louise Marie Morel, leading that work on behalf of IS3C, is not present because there's nothing to say at this point in time, unfortunately. So with that, I will stop and give the word to Nicolas first as chair of Working Group 3 on, sorry, 1 on IoT security. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Is the presentation? Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome for the Working Group 1 presentation on our report on IoT security. Well, some of you might remember from last year's presentation where we introduced our initial findings on IoT security. Today, I am excited to present the finalized report, finally, complete with our conclusions and recommendations. In a nutshell, we emphasize the importance of this comprehensive security by design approach, which is paramount in ensuring the resilience and integrity of our increasingly interconnected ecosystem. IS3C sheds light on best practices on bolster IoT security, and these findings have vast repercussions for numerous sectors. You know, IoT devices came from smart thermostats, wearable health devices, smart home security systems and connected appliances, refrigerators, smart lightings, connected cars, and so on. So here are some graphics about the evolution of the IoT for the following years, the quantity of devices worldwide, and then a regional distribution of policy documents that talk specifically about IoT security. Well, our research was focused on research questions. We have 5 research questions. I will just summarize some of them. This helped us to develop the recommendations and conclusions after. So we touched on questions about what are the responsibility of the stakeholders involved in defining the future of IoT security. Then what are the policy and regulatory measures related to crashes, power shortages, and outages. Then about user empowerment, like labeling schemes or different methods or best practices regarding how users can be informed or how users can have an active role in developing or using the devices. Then about IoT security standards out there, how to adapt these recommended best practices, and finally about the security updates with warranty policies and different things that are really important. So we have analyzed 30 documents from more than 400 best good practices found in these regulatory or policy documents, code of practices around the world. Here you have like the average picture of different documents per country, talking about different 4 policy areas that we identify in the research. We identified these 4 pillars of IoT security that are data privacy and confidentiality, secure updating, user empowerment, as I mentioned in some of the policy questions. So these areas came from the policy questions, and then operational resilience. This is just like, you know, they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is a picture where the countries are from our study. Not so much, and you can see a proliferation in the global north. That is the most important part. So here is the most important, and I think I am plenty with time here. So the main conclusions from the research are the importance of collaboration. Really, central defining is vital role of joint efforts in bolstering the IoT security. We have found these documents from prominent regions advocating for multi-stakeholder involvement, highlighting the need for precise delineation of roles across the spectrum, from the makers, you know, like the manufacturers, to the users. Then there are specific stakeholder policies, like discernible approach for crafting these policies targeting distinct stakeholder groups. They roll out and how to do the application. So a standout example is the Korean policy, for example, which bridges regulatory directives with practical guidelines for each developer. Intrinsic device security, for example, this anonymous push exists for developing these IoT devices that inherently prioritize security. This encompasses crafting devices resilient to common adversities and preempting cyber threats, notable denial of service attacks, with emphasis on this fault tolerance. Then the focus on the user involvement and threat management. You know, this sizable portion of the literature emphasizes the need for proactive vulnerability disclosure policies, and this systematic response to the IoT threats is central to promote user awareness here, transparency, and international cooperation, all converging to elevate the IoT security to the next level. And to ensure adherence to the IoT security norms, these strategies for standard compliance is a mix of regulatory directives, incentives, and labeling systems sometimes are utilized. Yet the success of this mechanism varies depending on the regional specificities. Another one is the warranty tied to security. You know, there is a clear trend links the duration of the device warranties with the commitment to ongoing security updates. Also, regions like the European Union led in this aspect, but a uniform global implementation is lacking. So finally, the need for global standard unification. Despite a plethora of best practices that are available, as we mentioned, there is a significant gap in aligning with universally recognized security standards, like, for example, the one suggested by the IETF. This accentuates the pressing need for a more coordinated strategy to tackle the IoT security at the global level. So what are our recommendations from the research? Regarding accountability and developer-centric regulatory language, there is a clear need to delineate responsibility across the different stakeholders, as I say, from the developer, the manufacturers, to the users. then to adopt an approach as seen in the Korean policy document, providing practical examples, protocol schemes, code snippets, and device illustrations for every stakeholder to know what are the implicances there. This will bridge the gap between the policy language and the actionable steps for the developers. Another recommendation is recognize the developer as vital stakeholders, translating these regulatory directives into practical guidelines for robust IoT security implementation. About unauthenticated vulnerabilities, denial of service attacks or brute force attacks, there is a need to prioritize countermeasures for these attacks, which exploit vulnerabilities without requiring authentication sometimes. The issue of embedded security measures within IoT devices, recognizing that there are some constraints there, and regulatory efforts should concentrate on tailoring defenses against these unauthenticated threats. This is a common thing in every device. About coordinated vulnerability disclosures, promote the CVD as a cooperating strategy involving researchers, manufacturers, and also the users. Also using this vulnerability disclosure to detect, verify, and remedy vulnerabilities in a more coordinated manner. Policymakers should incentivize this adoption of vulnerability disclosure mechanisms, enhancing the overall of the IoT security through collective efforts. On the open standards parts, it's important to emphasize on open standards, like those made by the IETF or other standardizing companies, in enhancing the IoT device security. Such standards are promoting transparency, collaboration, and sometimes interoperability. So it could be good to have those to a robust defense against the security pitfalls we are talking about. Policymakers should also leverage and actively participate in the standard setting forums. Sometimes we have found that there is no mention in these policy documents about the IOTF standards, so we will be great to encourage a global adoption of secure protocols and architectures. Finally, on the secure updates and warranty policies integration, we have found and recommend that integrating security updates directly with the warranty policies will ensure prolonged device security and functionality. Recognizing these potential risks of outdated or unpatched devices is really important. So advocating also for the manufacturers to maintain these regular updates, ensuring the products remain secure and efficient throughout all the lifespan of the device. And also encourage a proactive stance against potential security vulnerabilities. Embedding the notion of security within the device warranty framework is something that is desired. So this is in a nutshell or what we have to say about the Working Group 1 research on IoT security by design. Maybe at the end, if you have some questions, we could address it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Niklas. And one of the other authors is sitting here in the front, Joao Foucault. So also welcome in the room. As you heard, there are major challenges concerned IoT security, and a lot of them involved with not implementing existing standards and security measures that are out there sometimes for decades and have to be used more often. What is a way to actually could lead to deployment of these standards? And that is our other working group that was led by Mallory Nodal and Liz Orembo, who did the major research part. Both of them are on a plane at this moment towards Osaka, so they're not in this room. And I've been asked to give the presentation in their stead. The working group is called Procurement and Supply Chain Management and the Business Case. And why the business case? The business case for deployments does not seem to be there, for the simple reason that there's no level playing field. If I would be a company and would deploy all these standards, that would cost me effort, money, time, etc., and probably higher prices. If all my competitors do not deploy, it means that I'm too expensive. So there's no incentive to deploy because there's no demand, and so there's no supply for more secure ICT. What is a way to change that? And that is what we studied. We looked at procurement documents in the world, looking at the fact whether they took in security as a whole, and from there, if they look at cybersecurity. And next, whether they discuss internet standards or ICT best practices in that procurement documents. We make one caveat because for the simple reason we could only study what we could find online. So what is not there, you can't study. What we try to do is ask the communities, does your company have a procurement document? And if so, are you willing to share that with us? From the government side, we got several, and people even helping us with the translation. So that was very kind. But from the industry side, we didn't get anything. So does it mean it's secret? Does it mean it is not there? We simply do not know because we did not receive any response. So what from there, the plan 2 years ago that was made by Mallory is to 3 stages. First is to go through the objectives, to set the scoping, from there do the actual research, which was done by Liz, and then come up with this report. And hopefully in the next year, a second phase to this report so that the guidance actually reaches government and industry. So what they looked at first is terminology. They looked at what is procurement. That's the context of digital technologies. It refers to the process of acquiring goods, services, or solutions from external sources to meet the needs and requirements of an organization. And security standards are critical in the procurement of digital technologies due to the increasing importance of protecting sensitive information systems and networks from cyber threats. So the methodology already explained the 3 stages that they went through, and what they looked at is common elements of best practice. They looked at whether there are shared problem barriers, and they looked at the global north and the global south, because in the end it works the same for everybody, no matter where you live. So what did they find? They used a methodology used by the National Institute of Standards and Technology from the United States, and they have 5 core cybersecurity functions that they identified in there and promote. The first is to identify, then to protect, to detect, respond, and recover. And they looked at whether that fitted that mold. But the conclusions are a bit devastating, to be honest. In all the documents that we found, is that if there's something on security, it is hardly ever on cybersecurity, so let alone demanding internet standards that would make the products that you buy more secure and safer. So everybody buys sort of off the shelf or forced by industry to buy what they offer. And especially in the global south, that is the case that we often hear. It's either this or you don't get anything. So that's the choice that you are supposed to make. So what did they come up with? Best practices. Mallory decided to give best practice awards. And yes, I'm Dutch, so sorry to be looking a little bit like it. I'm biased here, but I did not write this, remember that. First is the GDPR and the European Union, the privacy regulation. So this is not an internet standard in itself, but what it is become a global standard that leads to the implementation of several of these standards because they have to adhere to privacy regulation. And the GDPR has become in the past years a standard for the rest of the world that's being copied. Then we get to the Dutch side of things. The Netherlands Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations has published, I think about 6 years ago, a mandatory list for governments, no matter what level of government. If you procure ICTs, you have to demand, I think it's 43 open standards. And that leads to the fact that these governments have to either comply or they have to literally explain why they do not adhere to this list. And that report is sent to the Dutch Parliament each year. So in other words, that is a driving force toward industry. And does this work? Yes, because even Microsoft is being slowly forced to deploy DNSSEC, for example. And now, next level, they have to deploy a standard called DANE. And I won't explain what it is. Maybe I can't even do it totally properly. But the fact is that even a big company like Microsoft is being pushed towards this mold. And the third award is going to an initiative called internet.nl. And if you go to that website, internet.nl, and you type in the domain name, the URL of any company that you think, I would like to check that if you score 100%, then there's a lady walking around here, and she gives t-shirts away if you get the 100%. So in other words, that is a tool that you can check, is the company I deal with secure? So check your bank, for example, and you will probably be very disappointed. This tool is open source and can be copied by anybody who likes, and making it up in your own language. So for example, Australia, Brazil, Denmark, Singapore, and Portugal have done so already. Well, in future work is how can we make use of these findings and then start translating them into a next phase. And that is something that we will be discussing here and with others in the near future, because we have to make sure that this is not just a digital piece of paper on a fairly obscure website called the Internet Governance Forum. This is a message that has to go out there, because governments and industry, when they start demanding these levels of security from their suppliers or from their devices or from their service provider, they can only change or be out of business. So that is an extremely strong force for more cybersecurity, and we should be starting to use that. So that ends my presentation on behalf of Mallory and Liz, and if there are any questions, we can go there at the end of the session. As Louise is not presenting, I think that Janice, you're up next, because we've been talking about this future, and we had a big session on day 0 on the Cybersecurity Hub led by Janice. And she will share with you the ideas that we have to go forward with this work, but first with education and skills, because I have to explain that Janice was the first to come with a report last year in Addis Ababa, and now we're going to hopefully take that to the next level. Janice.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Education and skills. Well, cybersecurity involves everyone, and we began with a few questions. When we began 3 years ago, I think it's best that I take you back there so you see why we're moving forward in the way we are. Question 1, is there a gap between supply and demand? That is to say, between the young graduates who come out and the skills they have looking for a job in the cybersecurity industry and the young people that the cybersecurity industry is looking for. And the conclusion in a report, in a survey done in 66 countries was, yes, there is definitely a gap. Whereas industry is looking for young people who understand how internet works, how the cloud works, and therefore can adapt with the emerging technology. Universities and the tertiary education system are putting out young people who know all about coding, who are good communicators, and also who understand the ethical challenges. On the other hand, according to industry, 67% of them simply don't have the soft transversal skills that enable them to adapt to the future. From there, now that we see that there is really something to do, we've decided, how do we go about it? And the future seems to be a cybersecurity hub, where we bring together industry, where we bring together universities, but also we cater to the cybersecurity challenges of firemen, for example, who would think that they have enormous cybersecurity challenges? Farmers, almost anyone. So what would this hub do? First of all, it would coordinate. It would implement, it would encourage more collaboration, but it would drive for diversity. Look around you, how many women are in this room? And how many women are here on the platform? This is pretty indicative of one of the big problems that the cybersecurity industry is suffering. This lack of diversity, lack of young people, lack of women, lack of the granular approach, the more granular approach that women can bring to the issue. Another area where the hub would, I think, be very instrumental would be providing authentic learning resources to universities so that universities in the tertiary sector are actually helping young people learn the way it's necessary for their future. Cybersecurity industry, as we all know, have decided that it's better to take young graduates out of school, secondary school, and to train them in their own way. And that way they have key in hand young people who are ready to do what they want. But these young people are blocked in a way. They don't have the underlying skills. And so one of our very big objectives is to ensure that we are educating for the future. We are educating to enable young people to adapt to the real needs. It's also to gather good practice. In Denmark, for example, something like the hub already exists. And it's really created a much faster moving industry. Europol has pointed out that cyber attacks are multiplying by 20% every year, yet the allocation of resources, be it human or financial, is only increasing at 10% per year. So we can see that we're losing the battle. The Cyber Hub aims to really put what we've learned into practice, bring the right people around the table, continue this collaboration so that education and skills are really responding to the challenge. But there is one thing further. You cannot suddenly understand internet, understand the cloud, if as a child you don't learn how things function. So there is a need for a fundamental change in education systems so that young people right from the beginning are not just using the tool, but they are understanding what they're using. And I think you can see how broad the impact of this could be. So we believe that if we have such a hub, we can also advise all of those education ministries who are very eager to know how do we help young people be safer and be more secure online. So I think the hub is the point where all of this will meet. Thanks, Wout.
Thank you, Janice. And this is a concept. It's not that the hub is there, but we're discussing how we're going to organize this, where we're going to organize this, and hopefully that will be within the IGF to produce more tangible outcomes in the future. It's time now for an official moment, because as you heard, we had the presentations on the reports, but at this moment they're going to come online. So I'm going to ask Abraham Selby, who is in London in the horrible time, middle of the night, to share his screen and to show the QR code. Hello, hello, Selby.
Yes, please, Ruth. Let me share the QR code to the general. Okay, let me cut.
So if you like to report, then all you have to do is put your cell phone on at the QR code and you can download the two reports immediately. So the first one on IoT and the second one on procurement.
Okay. So this is the, how do you call it? The main page you can be able to scan and get all our reports on our website. We have all the resource reports that they all talked about. So all the reports are there on our website. But like after our presentation, we'll be able to come and also share the link to our report in the chat as well. I think Nicholas has shared some website link to in the chat. So we are ready to go on that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Selby, for the effort of getting all this together. They're greatly appreciated by us all. Thank you. And we'll come back to you later with the SDG report.
Okay, all right.
So this is a little less official than last year when we could hand over a printed report to Paul Mitchell, but this I think is a very more modern way to do it, and it will be on the IGF website as well pretty soon, so that everybody can read it. So that is where we are today, but what we want to do in the near future? So there are 3 working groups that are, 2 of them are up and running, but working towards a new result. And the third one is hoping to start in 2024. So the first that I would like to give the word is online. That is Stephen Tan, and he's working for the Cybersecurity Agency in Singapore. And he's one of the experts in the advisory panel of Working Group 8, working on a tool of internet standards. So Stephen, please come online and show us what it is exactly that Working Group 5 is striving to do.
Right, hi. Good morning, esteemed colleagues and attendees at the IGF in Kyoto. Yeah, so I'm Stephen, and glad to join you virtually today as a representative of Working Group 5, in short, WG5. So WG5 involves navigating the complexity of internet standards and best practices with a dedicated focus on facilitating governments and organizations in making secure and informed ICT procurement decisions. So basically, at the heart of our efforts lies the list, as mentioned by Walt earlier. It's not a mere checklist, but we see it as a guiding compass, a result of collective expertise and foresight. The conception of the list came from a pressing need. Basically, how can we assist decision makers and procurement officers to effectively navigate through a myriad of standards without being overwhelmed? And importantly, ensure that security is deeply embedded in their decisions. Our answer to this itself is articulated across 4 foundational principles that we have came up with. First, interoperability. Second, robust security. Third, it must be open and publicly available for use. And last but not least, a proven ecosystem-wide readiness and implementation. This would allow entities out there to build digital ecosystems that are not only robust and secure, but also transparently and efficaciously deployable. These principles have allowed us to discern 4 core domains, namely data protection and privacy, network and infrastructure security, website and web application security, and of course, communication security. Deriving from these standards include standards such as DNSSEC, which Walt has mentioned earlier on as well, that helps to safeguard against unauthorized DNS alterations, and of course, DMARC, which we are still seeing a very low adoption at this point in time, that actually helps to prevent email spoofing, phishing, as well as scams by verifying sender authenticity. Meanwhile, it's worth noting that while cloud computing permeates numerous aspects of the digital sphere, it has not been singled out as a standalone domain in our framework. Our intention herein is to imbue an adaptive and an all-encompassing perspective towards standards, ensuring that they are all equally applicable and resilient in cloud environments and beyond. Now, you may be wondering, why is this list so crucial then? I think at this point in time, in this era where we have noticed that first mover disadvantages are evident and essential standards often remain shrouded or under the hood, there's an inherent need for transparency and collective action between countries globally. Products and services without the right guidance can inevitably leave users vulnerable. Through this list, WG5 seeks to catalyze a global shift towards security by design. It is our conviction that such a guiding framework can empower decision makers, especially during procurement, to advocate for and ensure foundational security. Last but not least, acknowledging the merit of collective intelligence, we warmly invite cyber and ICT experts worldwide to critique, reflect upon, and propose enhancement to our framework. Your insights, aligned with our guiding principles, will be instrumental in refining the list, ensuring it remains dynamic, relevant, and globally applicable. We would also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge several global initiatives vital in putting the standards we advocate into operation. I think Bob have mentioned them, but I'll just name them again. This includes some of the notable endeavors such as Internet.nl by the Dutch government, the Internet Hygiene Portal spearheaded by the Singapore government, and WebCheck PT developed by the Portugal government in collaboration with its registry. These initiatives not only validate but also help to amplify the applicability and impact of these standards in tangible real-world scenarios, underscoring their crucial role in augmenting cybersecurity and compliance. In wrapping up this portion, we proffer the list not as an end, but really as a starting point. And together, let's navigate through the complexities of the digital realm, ensuring a secure, reliable, and inclusive internet for all. The consultation will run from today until 5th November, 12 p.m. UTC. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I think that it's quite clear that what the goal of the working group is, but also an invitation to work with us in this consultation. As a dynamic coalition, we can't produce a report or a tool without consulting the broader IGF community and beyond. And that is something that we've done on all our reports so far, and we will do on this tool as well. So as of now, the consultation is open. You can go to our website, is3coalition.org. And if you go there, you find the link to the Google Doc where you can share your thoughts on this list, whether you agree with the scope that we made, whether you agree with the content, and agree with the standards themselves. So if you got arguments to change it, then we will take that into consideration. We expect to be working on it in the second half of November and hopefully produce the final tool somewhere in December or very early in January. So that is the time scale that we're operating on. And as Stephen said, we see it as a start because it may well be possible that we do this for health or for agriculture in the future as well, but we will see whether that is feasible or not. You can see the QR code. I think there's also a QR code for the consultation. The second working group that is up and running since spring and is now in the process of starting an advisory panel of experts on this topic is the Working Group 8 on DNSSEC and RPKI deployment. Why these two? Well, our sponsors are ICANN and RIPE NCC, so that makes it more logical to look at the domain name system and at the routing system, but also that what we're going to do is provide a blueprint that will, in the end, work for all internet standards and all organizations. But I won't say anything more because otherwise David doesn't have anything left to say. So I'll give the hand to the microphone to David Huberman to please explain to us what Working Group 8 is going to do in this year and early next year.
Thank you very much, Wow. So the internet's kind of cool. The internet's kind of cool because it works no matter how you access it. A lot of you are holding iPhones right now. A lot of you are holding Android devices. The internet works the same way on both of those devices. It works on your Mac laptops and your PC laptops and your desktop computers and your smart devices. Whatever you have, it works. But if you look in the scope of human history, that's different. It doesn't normally work like that. We're here in Kyoto, and if you go walk outside, you'll see vehicles on the road, and you know what? They're driving on the left side of the road, and those vehicles have their steering wheels on the right side of the cars. But if we just go across the sea to South Korea to our west, they're driving on the right side of the road with the steering wheels on the left side of the car. And that means we've set two different sets of standards for safety, for operation, and for the manufacture of vehicles. For those of us who are visiting this beautiful country, you know what we all have in common right now? We've all brought these little travel adapters because when we want to charge our phones, we want to charge our devices. It's a different standard here than it is in a different country or where we're from There are about 5 different standards for the shape of plugs and for the voltage of plugs. And yet the purpose of a plug is the same thing. It's to provide power. If you open up my wallet right now, you'll find Japanese yen, euros, and American dollars. And that's kind of silly because the purpose of money in 2023, the purpose of currency, it's the same thing everywhere in the world you go. It's so I can go buy something. I can give you countless examples of the way we've standardized many different ways all around the world. But the internet is the exception. Starting in 1969, when 4 engineers built the first internet standard, it was some software on how the earliest internet router would work. Through today, in 2023, we're about to publish the 10,000th internet standard. We've developed a system of standards that all engineers who work on internet-connected networks have adopted. We haven't adopted all of those 10,000 standards, but we've chosen the ones that work the best to build a network that works for everybody in the world. And of those standards, there are 2 that serve as the building block for all internet in the world. All the services you use, TikTok, YouTube, an application to do your banking, to make your plane reservations, they all rely on 2 protocols. BGP, which is used for routing, so that all the networks in the world can talk to each other in a common language, and DNS. DNS allows us to scale the internet beyond the ability of just IP addresses. It's the IP addresses that computers use to talk to one another, but there aren't enough IP addresses for the computers to use. So we're able to communicate via domain names. We're able to give host names to devices. BGP and DNS are old. BGP was standardized now in 1995. That was almost 30 years ago. And DNS is older than that. DNS next month is going to celebrate its 40th birthday. And when we built these standards, we built them to work. What we didn't do is we didn't build them to give security. So over the years, we've seen security is actually is just as important as reachability and interoperability. So the IETF has bolted on security standards to run in DNS and to run in BGP. And the 2 most important standards are DNSSEC and RPKI for routing. DNSSEC is 23 years old, and our deployment level is, Andrew, you can quibble with me on the numbers here, but globally it's about 15 to 20% at the max. That's not very good for a security standard that everybody in the world needs to adopt to make the internet safer. RPKI is doing a little bit better. RPKI in some nations is 50, 60, 70, 80%, but in some nations it's 25%. In Africa, it's right around 25%. So Working Group 8 is trying to develop a new narrative to convince policymakers and to convince decision makers that you have to adopt DNSSEC and you have to adopt RPKI as a basic standard in everything you do. And that's what Working Group 8 is working on today. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, David. I think this message comes across quite clearly that for some reason these standards are around for a long, long time and they are not being used. And that exposes everybody to vulnerabilities. That allows the dark side to attack the internet 24 hours a day. And they do, as we all know, with all the incidents that we read about almost on a daily basis. So the adoption of these standards would actually make us all more secure and safer. And that's, you can see how all these working groups tie into each other because they all come up with the same message. Why are governments and industries not deploying these standards? And try and change the narrative from a technical point of view that may not convince a CEO or a director general at a ministry to a narrative that he can understand and actually get a positive decision from. So that is also a sort of tool that we are going to develop that will also be consulted as soon as the text is ready, and you can share your ideas with us, and then somewhere early in the next year we will probably be able to produce the tool and share it with you. The final working group that we have at this point in time, and I have to say that if anybody has an idea to start a new working group within IS3C, you can always contact either Mark or me to discuss that. But at this moment, the last person that approached us was Elif Cortez Gizo, who is not here in Kyoto, but maybe online. But we agreed that the vice chair, Maarten Bottelman, of our Emerging Technologies Working Group, would give the presentation. So I'll hand over the microphone to you if you have your own mic. Yes.
I know people online can hear me as well. So thank you, Wout, for that, and thanks, Elif, for asking me to speak. Actually, I'm assisting Elif because I believe governance of emerging technologies is key, and thinking ahead of what's coming towards us is something we should try to do today rather than wait until it's too late. Now, the two emerging technologies that are mentioned explicitly is quantum technologies and AI. For AI, we're already almost running behind the wagon because it's all over the place, it's discussed everywhere. Quantum is still particularly in the more technical circles, I would say, today. Nevertheless, both subjects do deserve our attention and deserve to have that now. So the working group of IS3C, Working Group 9, aims to develop a roadmap for governance strategies for these emerging technologies. And the roadmap will set out the roles of the different players, stakeholders, governance, private sector, civil society stakeholders, and if I may add, technical community. And for getting there, the aim is to learn from what's happening there and look ahead. So the particular goals of the working group are to raise awareness of the security and safety issues, as IS3C's focus is, on these relevant technologies and policy decisions related to it. Next to it, it's also to investigate the emergent issues and make sure we're up to date on what keeps stakeholders busy or should keep stakeholders busy with inputs from public and private sector, technical community and civil society. And certainly then ultimately to come to develop policy recommendations as we've done in the previously presented reports and guidelines as IGF outcomes, so really also subject to consultation with the people at the IGF, in the IGF circles. So right now, the aim is to really get the project organized. And once we have it up and running, I'm sure it will be announced on the website. And the current thinking is that we would first focus on mapping the current risks and opportunities. That balance needs to be there. We're not just focusing on the risks, because it's also about the need to deploy these new technologies and how to benefit best from them. And aimed at quantum and AI. The second is publication of a comparative report of existing frameworks around the world. And some of us may be aware of the European Union's AI Act discussions, the proposed Algorithmic Accountability Act in the United States, and no doubt there's others. So I've been privy to the IoT security report and the comparison of over 40 countries with so many reports is something that is truly helpful to understand where policymaking stands in the world. And I look forward to have a similar inventory for quantum and AI as well that makes us real. Now, one of the things that Nicholas was sharing is that a lot is happening and it's not coordinated that well yet. So I think IS3C and the working group specifically would be able to fulfill a specific role in helping to make people more aware, and in that way also help towards standardization and global collaboration on subjects that are truly global from nature, even if it's also in the specific interest of national governments and stakeholders. But they cannot develop any standards effectively within isolation. Something is breaking down. Something was breaking down. I hope it wasn't me. At least the people in the room, I think, understood me well. If there's questions online, please use the chat, because our online moderator is keeping an eye on that. And with that, back to you, Wout.
Yes, thank you, Martin. And there's also a new working group that hopefully will start working in 2024, and we're having our first discussions with potential funders pretty soon. That before I open the floor to you, there's one more person who's going to present, because as I said when we started, that IS3C does not want to do this work in isolation. So how have we contributed to the Global Digital Compact, had presentations in the deep dives, but also how are we holding up with the Sustainable Development Goals. So Selby, you are in London, and again, I ask you to come online and present to us what you have found and where you think what we can actually completely match. And if you'd like to share your presentation, share your screen, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Wood. So basically, looking at IS3C, what all the working groups are presenting. We have been working in so deeply to address the processes in terms of the sustainable development goals. So to present the IS3C, our contribution to sustainable development goals, because all these things that we are doing, we are looking at how sustainable is it, how does it align with the UN SDG goals. When we look at the 17 SDG goals, as we all know, we are working towards this, and this is our guidelines in terms of the work IS3C is doing. As you see, we all know about IS3C, which we are working collaboratively to make the internet more safer, and also put the best practices around the internet. We have this objective that we are working on under the SDG goals, which includes the promoting a secure and resilient internet infrastructure, which also supports sustainable development. And also, we also want to create a greater awareness of the importance of deploying existing global internet standards, which enhances online security and data and privacy protection as well. We also want to support international cooperation and also collaborate to address the internet challenges that's hindering the achievement of SDG goals. Now, we will look at some of the relevance work that we are doing, as Janice, Nicholas, Woot, and Sam, and other people are presenting, and also our future work and how it can contribute to SDG goals. We are looking at some 3 thematic areas whereby we are working towards good health and well-being. Like this has been another goal for some of the working groups, and we'll be highlighting more because of time. And we have a full document to share on our website that you can have the details for our work. This also includes the descent of work and economic growth, because IS3C believes that our work should be very decent, and it also have to promote the growth of the economy. Internet standard also help in terms of, as we are all moving digital aspect of the world, we are trying to create employment opportunities. So when we have all these working policies, working standards within our section, it can also help to create a decent working economy, which are also aligned to the SDG goal 8 as well. We also have industry innovation and infrastructure, because as we know, ICANN has partnered with the DNS securities and other IoT, then other quantum technologies. We know that the emerging technology, AIs, these are all industry innovations, which is helping work to become easier. So UN also admits that we must able to make sure that the SDG goals, we must create an innovation and infrastructure and industry experience that will help us all to live within the globe as well. Now, let's see some of the working areas and the working groups. We can see that the working group 1, security by design, which focuses on the good health, well-being, SDG 9, industry innovation, SDG 11, that's the sustainable cities and communities. When we get all the reports basically on security by design, we'll be able to understand and get a concept based on what working group 1 is trying to achieve and what they have done and what in the future, how it all contributes to the SDG goals. We have working group 2, the education and skills by Janice group, which they are contributing to so many aspects of the SDG goals, meaning that they are focused on the SDG 1, SDG 4, SDG 5, SDG 10, the quality education, and also creating an impact within the industry innovation and other good health as well. When we also look at the working group 3, that's the procurement supply chain where Wood was talking about, we are focusing our work to relevant the SDG 3 and SDG 9, which indirectly we are also contributing as part of the SDG 16 because it's a work focus that we want to partner institutions to work towards to make sure that the internet standard are sustainable. And we also have working group 5, which they are prioritizing the listing and security related of internet standard and ICT best practices. And their outcome is achieving to contribute to the SDG 3, SDG 9, and which is also our main focus goal for the sustainable development goals. And there we have the working group 6, which is data governance. They have more work focus in terms of the SDG 3, that is the creating more secure and safer, trustworthy global online environment. So they want to support in terms of the governance aspect, how can we sustain it? And this all align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we have working group 8, the DNSSEC and RPKI deployment, which also works in terms with them, making sure that we align our focus based on the SDG 3, we align on SDG 8 and SDG 9 regarding sustainable development group and economic group. We also concern about sustainable, innovative, and industrialization as we were discussing sooner. And we also look at the working group 9, which will be starting in the coming year, where we have that our working policies should be able to target to the UN Sustainable Goals, which focuses on the SDG 3, SDG 8, SDG 9, ensuring that the global infrastructure for this transformative technologies is secured, and it's supposed to be something that which is sustainable. And at the end of the day, all the work that we are doing are combined as an IS3C group, and we hope to get more input about other areas that we can collaborative work to make sure that our work is very focused to the UN Agenda 2030. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the short while for giving me the time to speak about our work and that. And we have also contributed to the Global Digital Compact as well with Dr. Alison Wild, where these are all processes that align in terms of working to the sustainable development goals. And I really appreciate the all test people who help us to work together. All the working group leaders helped us, and we also appreciate Olivier Woods and Mark as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and you can scan these QR codes to visit our website, view our report, and also contact us through this medium as we present this to you. Thank you very much for this kind of opportunity today. Woods.
Yes, thank you very much, Selby, for this excellent work. And thank you for your presentation and getting up in the middle of the night. So thank you for that. I'm going to open the floor for questions or comments, but first I'm going to look if there's anything online. No, nothing. Then who has a question to one of the people who wrote the reports or have a comment or would like to know something more? So there's a microphone, so please step up. And it was all very, very clear. Bastiaan, I'm going to perhaps ask you a question. Why is it so important? David had to leave because of another session, but why is it so important for ICANN and the RIPE NCC to support an initiative like DNSSEC and RPKI deployment?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Wout, and thanks everyone, for the updates and the reports that I look forward to read. My name is Bastiaan Goslings. I'm Dutch. I work for the RIPE NCC. I'm part of their policy team. The RIPE NCC being the regional internet registry for Europe, the Middle East, and certain parts of Central Asia. And what we basically do at the core is allocate and register certain number resources, IP addresses, used to be IPv4, and now it's IPv6 addresses, as well as autonomous systems numbers. Those resources are used by networks. They become a member of us in order to get those resources. They are used in order to configure their networks and to interconnect with other networks for the routing to happen. And I think, as David very eloquently summarized, and also using some nice day-to-day examples, both when it comes to the DNS and on the other hand, the routing part, these are building blocks when it comes to the internet, right? Everything else at the end of the day, all digital services, applications, everything depends on the workings of those functionalities and the protocols that are associated with those. As he also said, the protocols underlying those, and if I focus on routing, BGP, that's from the previous century, right? So that's 30 years old, and security has not been built into that. It was at the time, created. I think also like the technicalities, the equipment, the computers, etc. Of course, was not capable of what modern day equipment can do. So it was basically meant to work, and everyone that worked in this community and used this type of equipment and wanted to interconnect with each other, they knew each other. People trusted each other. So it had to be like an easy to work with protocol, no overhead, and it would just have to work. Well, seeing where we are now, everything depends on it. For work, leisure, business, even public services, right? It just works, the internet. And you communicate with you think you communicate with, you reach out to content and consume that, when you think you want to do so. But at the end of the day, it depends on these protocols without security being built in. The problem that we have now, basically it boils down to the fact that the tools are available, have been available for quite a long time. Adoption is happening, but it's not going fast enough. We need to secure these fundamentals that underpin the workings of the internet. For all of us, like we as a regional internet registry, part of our mission is also to facilitate and to enable others to use the internet, right? And to enable the further development and innovation of it. But before we make the next steps, we need to fix the fundamentals. And I think we can use this opportunity in a multi-stakeholder context with a different narrative to hopefully attempt in another way to convince people why this is important. It's not quite as technically complex as people think it is. It's not as expensive as people actually think it is. And it's not only, oh, I'm doing it and I'm helping someone else. No, it's beneficial for yourself, right? If you are an online business providing services, you depend on the continuity of service, right? You don't want it to break. You don't want something to go wrong and that affecting your reputation, right? And then, well, whatever comes from that. And the same from a public interest perspective. I think we need to get our act together here. We are willing to contribute here. We think we can do this together, right? With the private sector, with governments, with other stakeholders, right, that have an interest here, whether it's end users, civil society, others, academia. If we don't do it, then there certainly from the region I come from, I wouldn't be surprised if at a certain point legislators are going to say, hey, this doesn't work. We just wait for another big incident and they're going to regulate it. And that might have unintended consequences. So I think we can do it ourselves. Everything is available. The knowledge is there. The experiences are there. We just need to change the narrative. And that's what we look forward to use this working group for. I hope that answers your question, Wout.
Yes, thank you, Bastiaan. I think I've like to respond or?
No, it's a different question.
A different question.
I have a different question. I have a different question. Thanks for that. By the way, you have a session shortly, right, on RPKI focused as well? At what time? 3:15. Nicholas, thanks for and Joao, thanks for the work done with the research on IoT security. My interest for that was also because I'm also chairman of the Dynamic Coalition for IoT. Having seen this report, what are the plans for next steps? We haven't talked about that, but I think that work is not done, right?
May I respond first, and then Joao, you will have an opportunity. Yes, there are several new policy mentioning on IoT security. So the idea is to continue the report, analyzing the new documents that emerged in 2022 and 2023, and incorporate the new conclusions and recommendations in the same basis. I think that is the next steps. And we also have the idea of promoting more awareness campaigns, also tutorials more directed maybe to policymakers to make sure that they are aware on what to do regarding adopting these standards. So that are some of the next steps we have concluded in our research. Maybe Joao, you want to add some of the next.
Hello, thank you. Well, the straight through next step is to try to create a framework to provide governments and organizations that want to create their best practices, their policy documents related to IoT security, because now that we have like a broad understanding of the what is good and what not in IoT security, we can go further and try to improve to create new policy documents related to the same subject.
Thank you, Joao. And I'm going to ask you another question, because you actually was one of the 3 researchers doing the work and then helped with writing the report. What was the most surprising thing that came up in the research you've done? How is it possible?
Okay, thank you. Well, when we looked up all the documents, one thing that came into our mind is how difficult it is to tackle this issue, because we have a compliance requirement very clear in the documents, but we also need to approach the same requirements to the engineering teams. And we saw several documents trying to tackle this issue, try to communicate to both audiences. And well, this is definitely a great difficulty and a great challenge for this kind of regulation.
And an extra comment about that is that there are several practices. Just to put some examples, like you need to use strong passwords in your devices. You need to have a software update that is more continuous. But these things cannot the user cannot take the responsibility of doing this. This need to be by design. That is the main idea. From the manufacturer, from the services core, this need to be assured. You cannot have the possibility of creating a weak password for your device. This need to be assured by the manufacturer, right? And the same with all the several areas we have identified. So in that case, this will be like granted by design, right? And I think that this is the main key issue we have found. Also, in terms of engaging more with the standardizing company, we are repeating and repeating about this. Like we haven't found mentioning on the IETF. There are several working groups right now at the IETF. Software update on the Internet of Things, trusted security environment protocols. These kind of protocols that are again by design in the core of the technology, in the core of the device, are not being seen in the policy documents. So that are some of the main conclusions as well.
Thank you, Joao. Thank you, Nicholas. I think that Martin, you want to respond?
Yeah,
please?
one additional question. How can new initiatives reach you and flow into your understanding of this? Because IoT isn't standing still, nor is the regulation around it. Will there be an explicit inventory, or will there at least be an openness to receive suggestions or whatever? What is the plan?
Yes, I think we will analyze it. We'll see how this goes over the next years. I think there will be some kind of pressure for doing the things better, and yes, this is how the policymakers need to be more involved in the processes for having these things emerge in the future. I think that is the response from that. Sorry? Yes, yes, or in case that they are interested in know more about what are the things that they can do, they can also put in contact with the IS3C and see how we can organize some training or several activities we can do for more awareness, right, about these issues. And I think that could be definitely important, maybe to have more global view of these subjects for everyone.
Well, now I changed mic because I have a question. So, Janice, when you talked about the responsibility and the ethics in the work on cybersecurity, this touched one part of me that is really worried, because when I see, well, I work with cybersecurity, and when I see the day-to-day work, what we do resembles a lot with like the right use of force, because we use tools, we use really like dangerous pieces of software to test systems, and I think the professionals aren't actually prepared to handle this and to contribute and to understand their pieces in society. Because when you keep like I can see some resemblance with like undercover officers that have to use tools, have to like do things that resemble breaking laws, and at the end they just go home and expect not to use any of their knowledge to do harm. And how this challenge is seen in the education space.
Thank you, Yo. If I understand the question correctly, the greatest danger on internet is actually the user himself. And many times, I work a lot with young people, also with university students. Many times they know the right thing to do, but in fact, they don't do it. One of the concerns that I have, security by design, there are always going to be products that don't adopt the security by design. So finally, it goes back to the user himself. We've talked a lot about awareness, but awareness means absolutely nothing if it's not education. You can be aware of something, but if you don't incorporate it, advocate it to other people, then it's not actually a part of you and you're not practicing it. And I think this is what you're saying. You know, but you go home and do something different. And why is it? It's because we don't understand the impact of what we're doing, because it's a little bit like when you drive a car. My father always insisted, if you get your driver's license, you cannot drive until you know how to change a spark plug, I don't know if they exist anymore, and how to change a tire. Unfortunately, this is just not happening now. We don't understand it. We may, I was surprised that organizations, cybersecurity organizations, say the young graduates who come to them have a good ethical understanding. An ethical understanding is no good if you don't understand how things work and where you can apply those ethics. I'd also like to add another point. It's not as gloomy as what I say, because a lot of cybersecurity experts who are working in industry are actually also university lecturers. They're also the ones who 1 day a week or a few hours a week are actually giving these courses, but then they're blocked because they're forced to follow a curriculum. They don't have the resources. The resources are too expensive for them to get their hands on, and therefore, although they have good intentions, they're also blocked. So I think the question you asked was very large. I've tried to touch on many areas of it, but it's a very vast thing. We keep hearing about awareness. Awareness is absolutely nothing if it doesn't become firmly ingrained and if it is not education. So thanks for your question.
Okay, can I go further in one of the aspects that I touched in my question? Great. Well, Janice, one of the things that burdens me is that we are training the next generation of cybersecurity professionals. And these people will have a very specific knowledge, and actually you can consider also a very dangerous knowledge, because as I worked in the past years, we learned and executed several security testings. So I literally hacked systems to check if they were vulnerable or not. And to me, this is actually an also learning challenge, because these people need to understand their role in this this security space, because what I learned, what people that work with me learned, is actually quite dangerous if you use in the wrong way. So how can we tackle this issue?
So what you're saying is knowledge is power, and this is never more true than in the cybersecurity sector. But this knowledge has to come with the value. At the Council of Europe, we say that there are 4 areas of competences, and they must all be taught together. There are values, attitudes, skills, and knowledge and critical understanding. I suppose, seeing what you're doing now, that you got these values at the same time as you got the knowledge. And this is what we as educators have to strive to do. Yes, there is always this bad apple who is going to use it and going to turn the things around. And this is where your standards come in. This is where the products must be must be less vulnerable to hackers, but also turn the thing around the other way. No one is more powerful in cybersecurity than a converted hacker, or as we call them, ethical hackers. So the knowledge has to come with the values and has to be a full area of knowledge, and not just knowing how to do something, but not understanding all the repercussions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janice, and Joao for the question. I think we're going slowly to the wrapping up of this session. That I think the message that shines out from all the research is that whether it's on IoT, whether it's on procurement, or having to make a list with the most important and urgent internet standards and education and skills, it all shows that we are not working on cybersecurity in a correct way. We're working on mitigation. And in mitigation, there are billions to make money on, which is happening on maybe even a daily basis. But why not move to prevention? And in prevention, that makes sure that some mistakes can't happen anymore. The threats will disappear. Not all of them, but a lot of them, because the opportunity closes. And the technical community has made all these solutions to make that actually happen. So what does it take for industry to actually deploy these measures and these opportunities and these solutions? What everybody is telling us, and also today we heard from Bastiaan, it may not be a good idea to regulate, because regulate may lead to, as we saw in the policy comparisons, lead to completely different explanations even of a certain word. So how can industry deploy 93 standards of the same topic, perhaps, but what may happen if every country starts inventing the rules themselves? So if they do, it will take a global coordination so that there's an understanding of what we're doing. Also, that innovation may not be hampered, although that is something that I sincerely doubt, because all other industries that are regulated do have innovation. But that is a discussion that we're not having today. But we're trying to prevent regulation. By the simple act, if we can convince our decision makers and decision takers and our procurement officers to start demanding security, just like they demand security when they buy a car. Nobody goes buy a car and drive away and find that the lights are not in there, that the brakes are not working, that there's not even engine in the car, that you have to push it yourself. So in other words, that is something that comes for granted. But why does it come for granted? Because governments did act at some point, saying you need a safety belt, you need a brake, you need a driver's license, etc. So that is something that in internet, in fact, the technical community is doing for us. So now it's about making sure that the people who lead this world and lead organizations start acting upon it. And then we start moving towards prevention and not only mitigation. This work, this dynamic coalition is now running for 3 years. So we announced ourselves at the virtual IGF in 2020. In 2021, in Katowice in Poland, we were able to present our research plans. And in 2022 in Addis, we had our first report and the serious announcement of work going to happen in this year. Now we are in Kyoto. And as you saw, we have delivered a lot of reports, upcoming tools, new ideas for work. As I said at the beginning, if you have an idea that fits under this dynamic coalition and you think they should start a new working group on, then you can approach us. One of the things that are in the open at this moment, we've tried to start a working group last year on consumer advocacy. That the funding did not come through, so that's where the person who was leading it stepped out. But what if consumer organizations start testing products with the digital component included? That if that all shows up red, it would mean that consumers get alerted. It will probably make the news if these smart devices are shown as not secure. What about consumer regulators? What is in the laws already today that they can use to say to organizations and to industry, you're not taking care of your customers? So is there an option there to do? So what could we do to convince these regulators to actually step in and step up their game? What about the vulnerability disclosure? As Nicholas said, as a recommendation, what if we could align the world to test everything on the internet 24/7, just like the bad guys are doing, and make sure that there are protocols around that so that it's all on the white side, and that what comes out is sent to the manufacturer or the developer or the service provider saying your product is not secure. Can we have a discussion on that some sort of a global alignment is agreed upon and then disseminated so that governments can adopt that policy? We started with emerging technologies, also an idea that came up. So are there other ideas? I don't know. I'm just saying what is sort of floating at this moment as potential working groups, but it could be something totally different. and that can come from any of you. I have 5 minutes left. Mark, I'm going to ask you, you've been on this trip with me from the very beginning. What are your thoughts on how we developed, and what have you seen changed over the past 3 years?
Well, thank you, Wout, and hello, everybody. Yes, I've been working with Wout from pretty much the concept stage before we launched the coalition. It seems a long time ago, and there have been many challenges, but we've moved forward incredibly, especially in the last year, with all the research, the incredibly valuable research that's been undertaken by the working groups, as you've heard today, with all our chairs of the working groups' presentations on their outcomes. And these are tangible outcomes. They are providing us really with a resilient platform to go forward. But we need your help, and please follow up with us and spread the word about our objectives, our particular areas of focus, and also, as Wout described, our open invitation for you to contribute your ideas on what we do next, particularly in the areas of security by design and launching the hub, which Janice described in her presentation. There's a lot of good thinking going on in terms of making that a real, impactful, practical proposition, a hub that brings together key experts in industry, in education, with outreach to policymakers worldwide, on addressing what is our overall objective, is the gaps in deployment of key security standards, and also routing, and also with the work we're undertaking on emerging technologies. Thanks very much. Back to you, Wout.
Yes, thank you, Mark. A final question, yes.
Thank you. My name is Carlos Vera from IGF Ecuador. Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. I would like to remark that not all the time this is only a technical issue. Most of the time, this is a political or economical issue. Maybe the technicians are not understanding that this really is political and economic. Technical barrier for political or economical reasons. It's simple technically to do very nice things. Also, there is a problem who says what is white or what is black or what is right or what is wrong. In some countries, the legal issues, the good things they think is bad. Nicaragua, Cuba has opposite vision that USA, Europe. So if the technician doesn't understand how we work for the people that make politics and have the money, we lost the fight, definitively. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head here, because what we've been trying to say here in IS3C, that this is not technical. If the decision is made, it's as soon as a boss said, I want this standard to be there, it's there in 5 minutes probably. Or maybe somebody has to go to a course and then a week later he can deploy it. This is indeed a political, social, economic, and perhaps even I don't know, human rights sort of thing in a way. So that is why we have Working Group 8 that is going to work on that narrative to move it away from the technical side, so that the decision maker gets a different choice, and not just on a technical basis, but based on political or economic or social, etc. reasons. So thank you for that question, and that's what we will try to do. We are at the final minute. I see it moving to the last minute. I think that you've heard that we've moved a long way, as we said, from an idea to actually putting out reports and showing that the IGF is able to come up with reports that are quite tangible. That's not the reason why we're doing it. They're doing it for the security and to make the world safer and more secure for everyone. Mark already said that you can join us. You can join us by signing up through the IGF website. If you go to the Dynamic Coalitions and there click on Internet Safety and Security Coalition, you can join the mailing list. We won't bombard you with all sort of spam. We'll just announce meetings that we organize or announce new working groups. So please join there. We're also always looking for funding. So as you're in a situation that could help one of the research that we're doing, that would be most welcome as well, because that's the only way that we can make sure that we have professional reports, because we can't depend on volunteers only. But volunteer work is definitely welcome, and that's why I want to thank all the chairs here present for their work, because it's not Mark and me that are pushing this work, but it's the people who lead the working groups that actually make sure that things happen. And we hope to be able to share the tools with you, that next year we're sitting here, that we can hear what Maarten and Elif will come up with the emerging technologies, that we hear what the hub is doing, that is being lifted and going forward, and that we can actually find ways. And that's, I think, the most important point where I'm going to end with. It must not remain a digital piece of paper on the IGF website. We have to make sure that it translates into actions, and that these actions is going to be what makes the world more secure and safer. So with that, I thank everybody who here behind the table presented. Also Stephen in Singapore, but especially Selby in London, where it's, I don't know at this moment, it's 4 o'clock or something, or 3 o'clock. So I thank you all. Thank you all for being present, and I hope that you've learned what we do, but also that you appreciate what we do. And if you like, join us. And thank you very much for being present.
もちろん会場にもいらっしゃるんですよね。うんうん。あ、はい。あ、なるほど。うんうん。おお。うんうん。じゃあ会場の方と、うん、うん。はい。そうですね。うんうん。ええ、すごい。うん、55分。うん、うん、わかりました。うんうん。 I'm really nervous. Hi, hello. A little bit, I speak English. I'm operating this robot from my home in Tokyo. Arigato. I'm really nervous because I don't speak English. Oh, sorry. Kawaii. Thank you.
So hi. Thank you everyone for coming to this session, Resilient and Responsible AI. I am your moderator, Arisa Emma from the University of Tokyo, and I'm really happy to be here with the brilliant panelists here. However, in this session, I would like to be more interactive. So what I would like to present is just like 50 minutes or so, and there's another colleagues or the panelists here. Here it's called Orihime robot, and there will be two Orihime operator. We call them pilots to kind of share their experiences, and maybe that will kind of broaden our discussions today. And we also have 3-4 panelists here today, and I asked them to make some of the comments regarding this topic. But I think what we wanted to discuss is more open to the public or open to the audience. So I welcome your comments, your suggestions, or your opinions towards this topic. So let me start with some of the key concept that I would like to raise here. So, yeah. So the resilient and responsible artificial intelligence. Actually, this topic came out with the discussion from the international colleagues here, but also mainly today's slides was made with me, myself, and Kaji-san. He is from Toyota Motor Corporation, but he's today wearing his academic hat. And also Kuribayashi-san there, he's a student of the University of Tokyo. And here today, what I would like to raise is how we can extend the AI governance to more broader way. So I think in these days, Internet Governance Forum, lots of discussion has been done regarding the AI governance. Yesterday, I was as the moderator of the Hiroshima AI process discussion, and that was also the discussion about how to make the international collaboration or the interdisciplinary collaboration regarding the AI governance. Of course, that kind of governance discussion includes the topic actually we wanted to discuss today as a resilient and a responsible AI. Somehow, I think we can maybe distinguish these two to become more high resolution or more kind of concrete discussion about the resilient and responsible AI. So here, this is kind of tentative division of what we consider as a responsible AI and a resilient and responsible AI. So as a responsible AI, we can consider the environment for each AI system can be assumed as fixed or as given. So we know what kind of AI systems we are talking about. And also we can expect the behavior and the value of each AI systems. And that kind of behavior is relatively obvious. So we use we can name the AI system for the AI system for the agriculture, AI system for the facial recognition system, so that kind of thing. And the third issue is that basically a fixed number of actors are expected to take responsibility for each AI system. So we can identify who will be the responsible person. And the Hiroshima AI process is actually discussing like the code of conduct or the principles, and then the developers or the deployer, the users. So we can actually locate who will be the actors and we can discuss the potential risks and also maybe the responsibility each actor can take. And also, actors are expected to establish and comply with appropriate rules regarding the principles such as like privacy, fairness, accountability, and so on. So that kind of thing is definitely important. We need to have this kind of discussion. However, with the responsible and the resilient and responsible AI, I wanted to kind of look into more background or maybe the connection between the environment or the society as a whole. So these days, for example, we still faces lots of crises. We all know from looking for the news, there's a huge earthquakes in Afghanistan, and also there's a big battle or it's still ongoing all over the world. And we need to think about how AI can support the people who are actually faces that kind of difficulties. And also, we also need to consider how those AI systems can be really vulnerable to those crises. And we can consider that those technology to restore or recover from that kind of disaster. However, at the exact moment when the batteries are gone or when the electricities are gone, we cannot use all those things. So the AI blackout may occur. So here, I am not discussing like the existential risk or far future risks, like the humans are taken over by the robots. It's not that future. We are actually facing that kind of crisis. Well, we may have faced, we could have faced that kind of things tomorrow or even today. So that kind of thing, I think we wanted to talk today. So here, the crisis and social environmental changes with unpredictable or unforeseeable outcomes may occur. And also, we need to think that the AI systems are used not only by its own system, but each AI systems are connected or maybe somehow dominated or monopolized by one AI, the huge system. And we call somehow, it's called like a systems of systems. If that kind of thing occurs, that will become a more convenient, more beneficial society. However, it also needs some kind of measures not to becoming vulnerable, and we need to be more to build a resilient society as a whole. And with that kind of situation, we need more wider ranges of actors to expect to collaborate, to take responsibility. And actors are expected to be more flexible and adaptable while adhering to the principle and the rules. So sometimes in the crisis situation, we cannot obey all the rules or all the principles. We need some kind of flexibility. And in that sense, human has the most flexibility than the machines. We all know that. So here is somehow the model to consider resilient and responsible AI. So we are actually considering these 3 layers. So the layers with the human being or the individual, organization, society, and the another layer is the systems, like the systems of systems, and the blue layer is the physical systems. So here, even though these layers are divided, we wanted to discuss with these 3 layers interacting between or within, and also the values enjoyed by humans through the systems can be manipulated and improved as much as possible and responsible to various events and changes occurring inside and outside the system. So this is actually the model, but with all these models, I think it's not enough to consider. So I would like to kind of show some of the cases that we are actually considering. So for example, in the case of crisis, people with disabilities or people who need special supports may need some kind of different systems of the support, actually. Or if we become too reliant onto the technology, and as I said, if the AI goes blackout or the electricity are gone, then we don't know. We actually do not have any means to continue our communication or maybe our society. Or, as I told you, if the systems are dominated or monopolized by 1 or 2 organizations, it may become very convenient society, but it also has the risks of becoming systems of AI being connected to all. And we actually faces exact incident actually coming up from this kind of systems connected and with the multiple AI systems. And needless to say, there's a disaster, the natural disaster or maybe the national security incident can occur at any time. So with that kind of situation, we need to consider not only the normal procedures of the AI governance that we can expect what comes next or what may be the potential risks, but with this kind of crisis environment. So before opening up to this panel discussion, I would like to introduce one of the operators, pilots. His name is Kari, Kari-san. So hello, say hello. And
Hello.
hello. Yeah, so this is the robot called Orihime, developed by the engineers called Yoshifuji Kentaro, Mr. Yoshifuji. And he has also when he was a child, he stayed in the hospital but he also wanted to need the connection with the other people. So the main concept is Orihime is another self. So not AI. So he's not AI. So not AI replacing human beings' job or work, but with this robot, he can expand his ability or maybe his work options. And now he is at the IGF. Forum, IGF. So Kari-san, could you share your experience regarding this topic? So Kari-san, お話をお願いできますか? So he will speak in Japanese, but there will be the translator, so you can hear his voice and you can understand by hearing the translators. じゃあ、カリさん、お願いします。
Hi, hello. My name is Kari. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm now operating this robot from my home in far away in Tokyo. So I'm happy to meet all of you today. Thank you for your time today. But I can't speak English. Uh, okay, so what I want to tell you is about the evolution of technology. English is that's all. I would like to have an interpreter. はい。こんにちは。私は首の脊髄を損傷してしまい、手足に麻痺があるので、約5年前から車椅子を使って生活をしています。
I have been living in a wheelchair for about 5 years now because I have a spinal cord injury in my neck and I'm paralyzed in my limbs.
現在は自宅からこの分身ロボット、織姫を操作して、リモートでカフェのスタッフとして働いています。
Currently, I operate an avatar robot named Orihime from my home, working as a cafe staff member.
このリモートワークは物理的に移動する通勤時間がありません。なので限られた時間を有効に使えるので、日常生活やリハビリとの両立を果たすことができました。
So remote work eliminates the need for the physical commute, so allowing me to use my limited time effectively and have been able to balance my daily life and rehab.
はい、障害を負ってしまい、再びこの社会参加できるかどうか不安でしたけれども、このテクノロジーが進化している今の世の中には本当に感謝をしています。
I had concerns about being able to reintegrate into society after my disability, but I am truly grateful for the evolving technology in today's world.
はい、そんな中、テクノロジーに頼ることが当たり前になっている今の生活の中で、私が一人で対処できないことが起こりました。
However, in this era where relying on technology has become commonplace, I actually encountered a situation that I couldn't handle on my own.
はい、それは落雷による停電です。このリモートで仕事中、落雷による停電が発生しました。それと同時に1階にある分電盤のブレーカーが落ちてしまいました。
It was a power outage due to the lightning. While I was working remotely, a lightning strike caused a power outage. And at the same time, the breaker on the distribution board on the first floor tripped.
私は階段昇降機を使って2階に上がり、自分の部屋で仕事をしているので、停電になってしまうと1階に降りることができず、分電盤のブレーカーを復帰させることもできませんでした。
I used the stair lift to go upstairs to work in my room. My workroom is on the second floor. So when the power went out, I could not go downstairs and turn the breaker on the distribution board back on.
職場である分身ロボットカフェでは、リモート接続していた僕が急に姿を消してしまったことで、体調の急変など多くの心配をしていたとの話を停電復帰後に聞きました。
And after the power was restored, I later heard that at my workplace, the Avatar Robot Cafe, my sudden disappearance caused a lot of worry, including concerns about my health.
そして自宅では家全体が真っ暗のまま夜まで家族の帰りを待つこととなり、とても不安な時間を過ごすことになりました。
And in total darkness, I spent my very anxious time at home, having had to wait until night for my family to return home.
便利な世の中になり、テクノロジーが進化していくことはとても素晴らしいことであり、これからも限りなく進化してほしいと僕は思っています。
The convenience of the modern world and the evolution of technology are truly remarkable, and I hope that it will continue to evolve endlessly.
その反面、障害を抱えている私がですね、テクノロジーに頼りすぎることで、何かイレギュラーなことが起こったときに、スムーズな対応ができないケースがあるということを念頭に置いて生活する必要があります。
But on the other hand, I need to keep in mind that there are cases in which I, as a person with a disability, cannot respond smoothly to unexpected situations if I rely too much on technology.
はい、そこには人の力や寄り添う気持ちというものが必要になり、アナログな思考とテクノロジーがうまく共存できる世の中になってほしいと私は思っています。
And this is where the power of people and empathy becomes necessary. And I hope that the world will become a place where analog thinking and technology can coexist in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari-san, for a very impressive speech. And Kari-san will leave here, but another pilot will come soon. So, Kari-san, ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。Goodbye. See you.
Okay, so while waiting, another pilot came out. I would like to continue three more pages to discuss this concept of the resilient AI. And one of the key concept that we can tackle on this is the agile governance, I guess. So this is the concept that the Japanese government raised, and also I think the World Economic Forum also has the similar discussion as well. So in the concept of agile governance discussion, there's a lots of ways to implement this governance way. And in one sentence, there actually mentions about when we face the crisis. So here it says the difficulty of predicting and controlling results. So I'll just read the sentence. Because the behavior of AI and other elements that make up cyber-physical system is difficult to predict, and these elements interoperate in a complex manner, it is often extremely difficult to predict and control the results predicted by the cyber-physical system. For this reason, we must build governance mechanisms that are based on the premise that these systems are difficult to predict and control. So that is important, and that I think we all agree. But how? So that's the question we would like to talk today. So maybe the countermeasures, we can take a lot of things. So as a technology, I want to read all the things, but I think when we face this kind of crisis, there's a lot of measures we can take. From the technology side, we can have some kind of like the backup system, or maybe we can make this kind of system into the feedback loop and make the kind of more environment that interact with users, or like I mentioned in the agile governance. So the governance can take all the roles to make to improve like the general literacy, the general public's literacy, or we can make monitor the market so that it wouldn't be dominated by one big organization, and that will prevent all the things going to blackout. And so that kind of thing can be one measurement. And as an individual, over reliance to the technology may increase the risk. So we can take each one of us can take some of the measurement. And so here, today's discussion, I raised the three initial questions, but not limited to this. So everyone in this room are very welcome to raise some of the discussion questions or maybe some case studies that you wanted to share with us. So the question one is that, are there anything else to consider and define in terms of the issue of thinking about the resilient society? So the interaction between people and AI systems. And the other, the second one is that if you have some kind of specific examples you wanted to share regarding this topic, we also would really wanted to hear that. And the third is that what needs to be addressed by each stakeholder and what needs to be discussed by the multi-stakeholder in order to become a resilient society and to address the crisis. So with that discussion point, I would like to consider in your, while you're thinking about your comments, your opinions, I would like to invite another pilot. Yui-san, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So maybe camera-san, so here's Yui-san. Yui-san, カメラはあっちです。
はい。
はい。はい。手触れますか？大丈夫ですか？
はい、大丈夫です。
Okay, so Yui-san, we would like to hear your stories. So the floor is yours. お願いします。自己紹介を少ししてください。はい。
Hello, my name is Yui Higashikawa. Nice to meet you.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, I will speak Japanese. Nice to meet you again. And yeah. 私の名前は東川由衣と言います。未熟児で生まれて、脳性麻痺による四肢麻痺で、幼少期から車椅子生活を送っております。現在では織姫パイロットとしてリモートワークで働きながらより良い自立と一人暮らしのために試行錯誤を重ねています。
Again, my name is Yui Higashikawa, living in Fukuoka, and I was born prematurely and living with quadriplegia due to cerebral palsy. And I've been using a wheelchair since childhood. Currently, I work remotely as an Orihime pilot, and while I continuously trying and experimenting to achieve greater independence and live on my own.
はい、テクノロジーによって便利になることをお話ししたいと思います。テクノロジーによって便利になることは、フルリモートとかオンラインとか、遠隔操作が可能になったことで、場所や時間、天候、さらには境遇に縛られることなくお仕事したりすることが可能になったということです。
So first, I would like to talk about the things that became convenient by technology. So the ability to go fully remote, online, and engage in a remote control has enabled people to interact and work with others without being bound by location, time, weather, and even physical circumstances.
電動車椅子を使うことで少しの凹凸であれば乗り越えることができます。移動距離が格段に長くなり、行動範囲が広がったことも嬉しいことの一つです。
One of the good things is that using a powered wheelchair allows me to overcome even the small bumps or irregularities. So this has significantly increased my range of movement and extended my distance that I can travel.
ありがとうございます。ウォーターサーバーなど誰もが手軽に操作しやすく使いやすいものもありますよね。あったらとても便利です。
And like water dispensers and similar devices, they are so easy to operate and user-friendly for everyone, and they are very convenient to have for me as well.
テクノロジーに頼りすぎると 見えてくるものもあります。今の世の中は、それに関するマニュアルとか、あとは Q&A が溢れていますが、さまざまなことを想定しての実演とか編集とかは追いついていないように思えるので、いざとなった時にどうしたらいいのかわからなくなってしまう、困ってしまいます。
When you rely too much on technology, the technology or devices, there are plenty of manuals and FAQs available, but actually the practical demonstrations and the training covering various scenarios are not kept up. So those leave us in a trouble when the sudden needs arises.
ありがとうございます。テクノロジーが発展し続けている今では、ネット環境があって当たり前、車椅子ユーザーは車椅子があって、それらは動いていって当たり前というように、テクノロジーありきでさまざまなことを想定されることが多いように感じます。
In today's evolving technological landscape, having internet access is taken for granted, and for wheelchair users, wheelchairs are expected to move with no doubt. So I feel that so many things and a way of thinking are design technology centric.
そして、そういう、困りごとを痛感する出来事が最近あったのでシェアしたいと思います。ある時、私は東京で非接触対応のホテルに泊まったんですけれども、その時に非接触対応のホテルなので人がフロントにほとんどいませんでした。何かあれば電話をかけてフロントまでスタッフさんを呼ばなければなりませんでした。よっぽどのことがない限り、そういう人があまりいないホテルなんだなと私は理解をしています。
So today I would like to share my my story experience. And one time during a long stay at the contactless hotel, the essence of the anxiety became clear. Due to its focus on contactless service hotel, there were rarely any staff members at the front desk. So if anything happens and you had to call, there's a phone and you had to call, and a staff member would come out to the front desk. But unless it was something significant, and it seemed like they wouldn't handle it just over the phone. So that's how I stood the system at the hotel.
このようなコンセプトのホテルとか場所では、緊急ではないが個人が必要とするサポートを求めることはイレギュラーになってしまって、その業務のシステム上、スタッフさんたちに負担になってしまうのではないかと申し訳ない気持ちになりました。
So, and under this concept of the hotel or the system, the first source of my anxiety was that requesting the support that is not urgent but needed by individuals like me might be considered irregular and might affect additional working shift for the hotel staff. And when that came up to my mind, I couldn't help feeling sorry for making them trouble.
そして本当に緊急で一刻を争うような時はどうするのだろうかという不安が募りました。最先端のテクノロジーがあるから、 人件費を削減したりという利点もあると思うのですが、それだけでは対応しきれない場面がまだまだたくさん出てくるように思います。
And at the same time, I was concerned that when what we should do or I should do when there is a truly urgent situation that requires immediate attention, and just having cutting edge technology is not enough, but they should cover the situation that could arise unexpectedly. So I think there will still be more scenarios where it falls short.
災害などの緊急時にはもっとテクノロジーありきの想定は崩れるし、テクノロジーがあるからこそアナログな選択肢も充実させておくべきなのかもしれないと痛感しています。
So under this, like disasters or the emergencies, technology would be play a good part, but also you should be more aware of the many scenarios, and that we all have to respond to that and be ready for those situations. And I want everyone to understand these kind of real situations.
ありがとうございます。これを踏まえて、こういう社会になってほしいなというものを個人的に述べようと思います。テクノロジーか人の手か、どちらか一方に頼るのではなく、バランスよく共存活用できたらいいなと私は思っております。今が豊かで便利な世の中であるからこそ、その便利さが機能しない場合のことも考えることが重要で、可能であればマニュアルの見える化だけではなく、実際に試行錯誤できる場がもっと増えると嬉しいなと思っております。
So to close my speech, I would like to share my hope, how I want the society to be. So technology or human touch. Instead of leaning too heavily towards one or the other, I hope for the balanced coexistence and utilization. And in a world that is currently rich and convenient, it's essential to consider what happens when that convenience doesn't work. If possible, it would be great to not only visualize manuals, but also have more opportunities for hands-on experimentation. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. ありがとうございます、ゆいさん。So,
ありがとうございます。
So the pilots, thanks to the pilots, and we will now open up to the panel. And also, I am inviting one panelist, Kitano-san, online, but I think he needs some of the preparation. So maybe we can start with the panels on the floors, and maybe one or two comments. So like people from like within like maybe just a starting statement. So that's just 2 minutes each, and then we will go to the Kitano-san. And sorry, Kitano-san is only available until like 2, so maybe we will give him the first shot, and then after that we can continue this talk. So first I would like to invite Emma Martinez from maybe I would say GPI, or maybe she can self-introduce herself. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. My name is Inma Martinez. And I have spent my life building products and services with technology and with AI. And I come from the school of human-centric service design. And that means that when I think of what tech or AI can do for a person, I put the person at the center. And I build everything around what this person needs. And this is truly the value of the 21st century. So technology, architecture, engineering have built our entire civilization. based on the Maslow pyramid of needs. First, we need food and shelter. Then we need support from others. Then we need to feel we're part of a community. Then we need to express our hopes and dreams. And then we need to feel that we know who we are and we're happy with ourselves. Yeah, that's the value pyramid of a human being. And if you look at when human-centric began to be the value that we needed to attain, it's only as of 21st century. In design, sometimes in the 20th century, when we designed furniture or we designed tools for cooking or repairing, we started to build them putting humans at the center by making them safe to use. So one of the examples I use to reflect this is when the tin opener was invented by the Victorians in England in the 19th century. It was beautiful. It had like a dragon head. It was amazing, but it was so dangerous to use. Many fingers flew off, as well as tins were open, yeah? Not human-centric. The automotive industry spent 70 years without safety belts, yeah? And when we look at what AI can do for people now, very recently, the concept of let's make AI be created around the human needs, this is very new, as well as how can AI help us make life better and think better, but allow us to continue developing our cognition, yeah? So this is where we need to put the emphasis. Not taking the human out of the equation, but putting the human at the center of everything that AI can do.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rebecca Finley. I'm the CEO of the Partnership on AI. We are a global nonprofit organization with about 120 partners in 16 countries. And we focus on developing and deploying AI that centers people and society first. And it's a pleasure to be here. And I think these two stories bring together for me three themes that we often approach in very different ways in the responsible AI community, but really are at the heart of thinking about this both as a human-centered design, but also as a socio-technical system, systems that are interacting with the social and political and economic environments in which we find ourselves. So one theme that I hear is really around how do we design these systems to be inclusive of all of the different perspectives of the communities that are both going to be deploying the systems, but also, most importantly, impacted by the systems. And so this notion of inclusive research and design is a key theme in the responsible AI community, and one that I think is we're only really just coming to understand. And we can talk about all sorts of examples when we've seen AI systems deployed that are not done in this way and therefore do negatively and significantly impact communities, particularly vulnerable communities. So I think that's one theme that I hear in this. The second theme is really around AI and economic inclusion. And I was thinking about the perspectives from a worker that we heard in the first story and how an AI system was able to therefore provide for an economic opportunity, but how fragile and non-resilient that capacity was. And so when we think about augmentation, some people like to say some people's augmentations are other people's automations. And so understanding that delicate balance and what that means to workers and how we center their voices. And then the third piece, of course, is safety. And that comes to this whole consensus about what does it mean to be resilient? How do we handle and ensure that these systems that, as Arisa noted, are interacting with all sorts of other systems of infrastructure are in fact safe. And for those of you in this community who are actively engaged in this, you'll know that the whole question of AI safety has taken on a lot of profile as we see the emergence of these very large-scale foundation and now potentially frontier models as well.
Thanks so much. David Leslie. I'm Director of Ethics and Responsible Innovation Research at the Alan Turing Institute and a Professor of Ethics, Technology and Society at Queen Mary University of London. I think my comments will be a nice complement to those that have just been given. I think first of all, listening to those two examples, we need to think of resilient and responsible assistive technologies as technologies that have to be human-centered and that have to prioritize the enhancement and empowerment of human agency, autonomy, the integrity of social relationships, the integrity of interpersonal solidarity. And I mean, those are nice words to come out of the mouth, but the real question is what type of governance mechanisms do we need to make sure that that happens? And on that front, I would say we need to prioritize the democratic governance of the technologies. So Orihime is a good example of how the values-driven, values-led technology can secure a direction that we would all want. But unless we have codified requirements for impact assessment that start right at the very beginning of a path of innovation, if we don't have that, then we can't ensure that we'll have the kind of foresight into the requirements for empowering humans through technology. And those impact assessment processes have to be stakeholder involving and include the voices of impacted communities. Second point that I wanted to make is a more general observation about what we are thinking about when we think about resilience. So resilience is a social phenomenon. It involves a robust social capital infrastructure. So a resilient society isn't just a society that's technologically advanced per se. It's a society in which science and technology is embedded in a strong and communicatively rich societal infrastructure where there's public trust, there's social buy-in, there's democratic participation in the technology. It's also, a resilient society is also one where there's multidimensional readiness. So we have cultures of readiness where there's a sufficiently upskilled, both ethically upskilled and technically upskilled citizenry so that the transformative effects of technology can be properly managed. And I'll just say that in that sort of resilience as a society-centered concept, then we can think about AI not in a kind of tech-centered way, as one of the examples spoke, but more in a way that sees AI as a set of tools that are utilized by societal stakeholders, and that provides that builds off of a social foundation that lowers the dependency relationship between the technology and people. And so three quick statements about that. First, public interest technology is technology without technocracy. So if we're going to build public interest technology, it needs to be technology that doesn't kind of revert to a bureaucratic kind of structure. Second, supportive AI solutions are solutions without technological solutionism, so they don't recur to sort of technology as the ultimate solution. And finally, and this was mentioned in the last example, we need to think of a coevolution of society and technological affordances without technological determinism, right? So we need to remain in the driver's seat in passive innovation. And the only way that happens is if, as I was saying before, we have democratic governance first and foremost in the production of technologies.
Thank you, panelists. And I would like to invite Mr. Kitano, Professor Kitano, to make some of the comments on this topic.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I wish I be in Kyoto, but I have to fly out to the Washington, D.C. tomorrow morning. That prevent me from being there physically. The reason I think this is a really important topic, and AI is getting even more powerful, and more influential. So the responsible AI, responsible deployment of AI is very important. And then last week, I was actually in Stockholm, is attending the AI for Scientific Discovery workshop funded by the Wallenberg Foundation, which is a major Swedish foundations. And then the reason why I'm flying into the Washington, D.C. tomorrow morning is the National Academy of Science workshop on the AI for Scientific Discovery as well. So like, one of the big thing coming is like AI will promote the science. Well, AI scientists will be one of the major thing to come. And then of course, the science is the one of the major things that driving a civilization. So I think like, we can see like the next 5-10 years, major lab without AI is not going to be competitive. So AI, not just being a tool, but the AI will have like a high level autonomy to make a discovery of the quality equivalent to the Nobel Prize level discovery, or probably even beyond. So we are discussing in the workshop that we should have like a very specific grand challenge, like the control of aging or black matters, like dark matters, and or kind of like a grand challenge. Or like a nitrogen fixations at the very low energy consumption. So those things which we won't be able to solve by ourselves could be the by the use of AI, we might actually fast track making a solution for that. So that's extremely important on the positive side, but at the same time, any maluse of such technology might have a catastrophic implications. So I think that is very important part. Okay, second part, which is actually, particularly that the Japanese community is facing, is we're going to have like a major catastrophic earthquake coming within a decade or so. There will be Nankai Trough, and then there's like a periodically, every 100 years or so, we have a catastrophic earthquake hitting the southern coastline of Japan, and then that will be 10 times more damage than in one off of the Fukushima, which is like a East Japan earthquake which took place 2011. So that we are bracing for that. And then Professor Kamata at the Kyoto University, who's a seismologist, talking about the most likely 2035 plus minus few years. So we only have like a few more years to prepare for that. Okay, so if we have like an increased reliance on AI, what happens if like those earthquakes took place and then power goes down, servers goes down? I think we're gonna be complete blackout, and we won't be able to rely on the AI for the survival of the earthquake, or like in the following volcano erupts. Potentially Mount Fuji, so like Tokyo will be unusable at that time. So I think like we need to be prepared for the major catastrophic event, and then AI requires the telecommunication line, the stable power supply, and also like PC or mobile phone to be fully usable. And those assumptions will be gone right away if we get the major hit in the earthquake. So so we should really consider very powerful. So like a proper use in terms of scientific discovery and other thing, and also like how we're gonna hedge the over reliance on AI in case like AI cannot be used, in a major earthquake or total disaster. So that can be one message. I think we hope like a community to pay attention. Well, thank you very much, and then I fly into the Washington D.C. tomorrow. We'll see you there.
Thank you,
I don't know if
Kitano-san,
I'm
and
flying there.
have a safe trip. And we will
Yeah.
definitely would like to meet in person in the next time. So thank you.
Yeah.
Uh,
Thank
so
you, man. Okay, I out.
So this goes the first round of the panelists, and I think we kind of share we come up some of the keywords, like not only resilience but also like a human centric or like automation, and how to think about this disaster issue and with the case studies. So like what Kitano-san raised is like the disaster issues, but I think the stories came from the pilots are somehow similar. So even without the disastrous issue, we can face that kind of difficulties, and depending on the situation where we actually are. So I would like to right now we have more 30 minutes, and I think that's not enough, but I would like to open to the audience and also to the panelists. So if you have some questions or the comments, suggestions, there's a microphone, so you can make the line and make the comments. And while I don't see anyone in the microphone, maybe I can go up with this panel discussion continues. So I think I cut up for like 2 minutes, so I think all of you has more wanted to say more. So if you have some other comments, suggestions, I would like to go another round. But you wanted to say something? Oh yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I think that it would help if we defined what is resilient, and I think is a cultural value. So in certain cultures, your family, your school teaches you things that allow you to be a more empowered individual. So I have lived in Scandinavia many years, and we all know how to go in the forest and make a fire and make a tent, and that bears are dangerous, and etc., etc. Yeah. But a Spanish person or an Italian person will go to the forest and eat the wrong foods and try to feed the bears and do all kinds of crazy things. Yeah. So if we want to secure our future, technology can be a tool, but the power has to be in our common sense and the values that we have learned from our families, from our school, from the culture of the country. And in that way, empowerment creates resilience. Nothing can bend you. Every challenge you shall overcome is a mind and an attitude set of skills. So technology and AI will build comfort around us and conveniency, but when something really huge hits, only your values, self-empowerment, your mindset will get you out of trouble. And we have seen it across every century.
I'll pick up on the notion that I ended with around safety, because I want to get at the point that it's just critical that we continue to monitor these systems once they are deployed. I think so much of what happens when we think about the acceleration and advancement of AI as a new technology is what is sort of the latest emerging technology and what are the new applications. And we don't attend enough to, once those systems are deployed in the wild, what is the impact that they are having, and how could that differentially be affecting different communities in that way. And I think this comes back to your point a little bit about governance and oversight, both in terms of, is the product safe before it is launched, which there is much discussion about right now, but also once it is launched, what systems are in place to manage and monitor it moving forward. And so we've been doing some work over the last 12 months, bringing a community together around what does safety and responsibility look like, specifically related to foundation models, and now starting to touch on frontier models as well. And having convened that community, so brought together industry, many of the AI research labs, together with civil society, together with academics in the space, we decided that the best way to approach an understanding of ongoing management and resilience of these new systems was really to go across the life cycle. So what needs to happen in research, what needs to happen in pre-deployment, what needs to happen post-deployment, and then what needs to happen in an ongoing and monitoring way, and what needs to happen when there is a major upgrade to the system as well, and how do you define that, and what does that look like? So that's thinking about all of those things, like making sure that it is red teamed and secure, and that that's an inclusive and diverse set of perspectives, as well as what are the social impacts. How do we better understand, for example, the impact on the labor market, but also how do we better understand the impact on the environment as well. And so trying to really think about sort of the life cycle of a system and what are the different ways in which it touches different communities, and how do we understand and monitor that in terms of making it safe and resilient, I think is just a core question in terms of how we move now forward.
So I think I just want to make a kind of high-level comment about one of the components of resilience that often doesn't sort of get brought to the forefront or center stage, and that's this idea that if we think specifically about AI and machine learning, because a lot of the technologies that we're recognizing as making most progress the past few years are machine learning technologies, it's often not recognized that these systems are data-driven, right? I say that's an important phrase, data-driven, because if you think of the Latin word for data, datum, that simply just means the given, right? That's in the Latin, data means the given, datum is the given. And so if we have a society that is driven by AI technologies, it's driven by the given, right? It's driven by the sort of past patterns that have been ossified in underlying data distributions that then become the basis of the kind of predictive capacities of these systems. And that's a really important point, because first of all, a system that's data-driven can become brittle amidst a dynamic and changing environment. And Arissa mentioned this in the talk. If you have a world in which constantly things are changing, so think about our cultures and how our cultures are constantly changing with new ideas, new beliefs, new language, new vocabularies. If you have systems operating in those type of dynamic environments, they can become brittle and lack performance very soon after they're built. And so we need to make sure that we keep aware that these systems can be brittle and that we have a very dynamic and changing society. And machine learning has a limitation, a boundary in some sense, where it will always be trying to catch up because it's driven by the given. Second point that's relevant there is data-driven systems will just reproduce discriminatory patterns, past patterns of prejudice that are baked into the data sets, right? So that is, if you will, a hard problem of machine learning, especially when you're processing social and demographic data, that biases discrimination and prejudice in a data-driven system, if not mitigated, will always be replicated, augmented, and entrenched by the use of the system, right? And so we need to understand that a resilient society uses AI and machine learning as a tool, but in a bias mitigating and discrimination aware way. And then the final, and I think this is the most big picture salient point, is data-driven systems are not systems that make worlds. Human beings in general have the type of agency that we have because we create and make new worlds, right, through our communication and through our innovation, right? The world that, Copernicus and Kepler navigated is a different world from the world that Einstein and Heisenberg and others in the 20th century navigated, which was a different world from that which Aristotle and Ptolemy navigated, right? We remake our worlds in virtue of our capacity to symbolically create. And that distinctive part of human agency is not data-driven. It is driven by our creative capacity. It's driven by our capacity to imagine things that didn't exist before. And so when we think about our relationship to future technologies, we need to preserve some of that world-making agency that we have. Because if we simply over-rely on data-driven systems, we will come to, in a sense, stagnate creatively. And so thinking of that component of resilience is very important, because if we lose that agency of change, then we will stagnate as a species in many ways that we wouldn't have even noticed if we weren't aware of it.
Thank you very much. And I think the points that you raised, like how to consider the situation of the resilience, and also the ongoing discussion on the safety and the foundation model, the generative AI, and also how to kind of think not only from the tech side but also the society side, how our recognition and also how we see the society actually changes. So those evolving thing, I think we should be incorporated into this kind of discussion. And if someone would like to comment or suggestion, yeah, please use the microphone.
Hi, and thank you so much for all these different perspectives. My name is Irene Kitsara, and I'm from IEEE. So some of the thoughts, starting from the use cases we heard about, which are close to assistive technologies and the ways that emerging tech can have very useful applications for inclusion and accessibility, I think something to consider is not just what happens in case there is no person available or there is an emergency, but it's about also the option that we provide to this part of the society to have a plan to opt out of this solution, so that we consider this in our urban planning, that we consider this, that we have a more holistic approach to resilience, and we don't just consider it, we have one single solution as a plan B, and then we have the plan B technologies, but we have a more resilience consideration in a more holistic way, giving more the choice and the agency of everyone. A second point I was thinking about was the impact assessments, and we often have these impact assessments that are either technical impact assessment, ethical impact assessment, human rights impact assessment, and typically that happens with organizations which deal with each of these areas. And I think when we talk about resilience and about future societies, we have to have a more holistic impact assessments where we consider all these approaches so that we have more viable and sustainable solutions. And a third point, when we talk about dependency on technologies, I think we should not forget our skill sets. So if we consider it a given, the support we get from AI systems and other technologies, I think we run the risk of forgetting our core skill sets, and this is something that we should consider designing our future societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those 3 points are really important, and even though you kind of like raise a good points that even though we focus on like a special situation or maybe in like a disaster situation, there's a lot of thing or the measurement or the risk assessment thing that we still need to go on. And yeah, so if someone you wanted to add to the comments, or maybe I saw someone's kind of yeah.
Hi, thank you all to the panel. Really, really insightful comments so far. My name is Jack Minty. I'm from the British Embassy in Tokyo. I had a question around how we talk about the resilience of AI in terms of critical infrastructure. Is it helpful to talk about AI as critical infrastructure? Is that a helpful lens to look at it through?
Somebody did. So AI runs on infrastructure, yeah? Because it's a layer of service. And when you have complexity and challenges that sometimes can be predicted, but sometimes cannot, because they create a sphere of unknown unknowns, any service running in society right now has an SLA, a service level agreement, of going down to the core basis of the system. So, for example, in telecoms, where I used to work, if the whole network falls, you always have certain bandwidths that are still running. So don't throw away your 2002 mobile phones that ran on 2G, because 2G is the best signal for a catastrophe, because it is strong enough to go through cement and walls. But 3, 4, and 5 are terrible. That's why when you go into an elevator, you lose the signal. But if you're on 2G, that goes through concrete. So because AI is a service layer above the hardcore, the real bones of the infrastructure, we need to create an AI that is what we call in telecoms self-healing. So if this node falls, everything moves to the other node. And if that one falls, everything moves to the other node. And that is the way to create plan A, B, and C within a network, within a system. And in human systems, when you have a disaster recovery, I was part of the Fukushima disaster help that came from the UK. And we came with loads of personal Geigers that we gave to families, because the only Geigers to measure radioactivity was the ones used by industry and the city, but families were worried about their children and themselves. And we put them at the level of pets and children, because radioactivity is heavy. And that was the best way to measure it. So let's create layers and layers of plans and self-healing mechanisms so that something falls, the next one is up. And that's how we can build resilience in the systems, but also in the people, knowing what to do.
I'll just jump in on this question, and all those points are well taken. I think the challenge with saying, is AI a critical system, is that AI has come to mean so many different things, and there could be many different types of technologies or systems deployed in different ways. And so, you know, just like we need layers of resilience within the system, I think the best way to best understand how AI may be interacting within a system is to map the system and understand what the implications are. So for example, the work that I mentioned that we've been doing on foundation models, we did that to try to determine, because there's some who think regulation should focus on the outcomes and the applications, others who are questioning whether there should be some regulation of some of these large models themselves. And so in mapping the ecosystem and deciding where there were different points of intervention and potential, we decided, in terms of the work that we happened to be doing, that we were going to focus on those model providers, because we felt that they did in fact have an outsized impact on the entire ecosystem. So in our particular case, we decided that this was important work to happen in terms of standing up a voluntary set of measures around responsibility and safety, appreciating that regulation needs to come into force and needs to happen, but we need to do something in the meantime. So, so I really do think it's more complicated than just asking, do we, you know, AI more generally. We need to understand what, in fact, the interactions are.
If I could come in on this, but maybe from a slightly different angle, which is to say, okay, the question is AI critical infrastructure? And I would say AI is fast becoming critical infrastructure. So one thing to remember about AI technologies is that these are general purpose technologies. In a sense, these function in the world as cognitive surrogates, right, for thinking and acting people. And one component of this means that it cuts across domains, it cuts across sectors, right? AI applications can arise in variably any domain of human experience. And as we become more connected, as we have the Internet of Things transforming into the Internet of the body, transforming into the Internet of everything, and you have smart cities, you have, you know, smart biodetection, you have, you know, smart other forms of infrastructure, we will increasingly rely on AI as critical infrastructure. We are already doing so in managing energy systems across the board. And so what that means, I would claim, is that AI is not simply a kind of general purpose technology. AI is fast becoming a kind of public utility, right? And not just a public utility in the national public utility sense. It's coming a global public utility, right? Because technology itself is global, right? The impacts of technology is universal. I think that one component that raises, which is especially of concern, is if AI is becoming critical infrastructure, who controls the infrastructure on which AI runs, right? Who controls the data infrastructures? Who controls the compute or information processing infrastructures? Who controls the skills infrastructures that are needed to build frontier models, right? Who's in the driver's seat there? And right now, you've got very large tech companies, right, that control data infrastructure, that control compute infrastructure, that control skills infrastructure. And we need to be really aware of that, right? Because on the one side, you've got private interests controlling what will essentially become critical infrastructure. On the other side, you have the technology itself functioning as a public utility, right? That disconnect there is something which is I think the central problem of our generation in this technology. How do we claw back control over this very consequential set of critical technologies so that it does serve the social good and the public interest in ways that it probably doesn't right now? We're fighting over this.
Yeah, thank you for the raising the various very good comments. And I also would like to add or maybe ask another round of question about what you've discussed. So I think having these multiple layers to make the society resilient is really important. But on the other side, it's very. I actually throw away the 2G smartphone, so I actually don't have the network. However, it's really has a lot of cost to create this multiple layer. And if as David mentioned that if the AI system is becoming the public to the infrastructure, and it's somehow becoming very difficult to take the responsibility. And actually, this was actually starting point of the discussion of, even though the big platform or the big tech company currently, like the foundation who provides the foundation model, talking about the code of conduct or the responsibility, but when the systems going very becoming the infrastructure, and also go beyond one company or the one organizations. I was talking with the people from the company, and they said they can't take the responsibility. They it's beyond their responsibility, and somehow the governmental discussion should be needed, or maybe the global discussion should be needed. And I think so. Considering about the responsibility and the cost, and what the individual can do as like you said about to be aware of to cope with these issues is really important. But so this might be the question from my side is that what should be the government or maybe the individual should take for the next step, or maybe what kind of systems or maybe structures should be discussed. And for example, this is IGF forum, so a lot of multi-stakeholder discussion, and not only the company but also the government and also the academic people are coming. So I think this is the place to discuss this kind of system of systems, the AI becoming the network or the infrastructure. So I think some of the answers are kind of fragmentary, came out from your discussion, but I would like to maybe ask you again that what should what kind of stakeholders should take to cope with this situation and to make the society more resilient from today? So maybe you
wow.
to get out the smartphone back.
So the first thing is we need to demystify the internet and AI. I'll give you an example. If you buy a Tesla, every time you do a software upgrade, which the company actually does it for you. You sit in the car and oops, that's a new OS. The company can take features that you actually paid for when you bought the car. Apple used to have radio on iTunes, and then a new OS came and radio was gone. And there were thousands of people that were like, we want radio back in iTunes. Ah, sorry, Apple has taken it. This does not exist when you go to a department store and you buy a pair of trousers. Levi's doesn't come to your house and steals the trousers and leaves. So why do we allow it? And it's because the tech industry has hypnotized governments to believe that, the internet and software is something else. But it's not. And AI is exactly the same. AI should come to us safe, because she should be trained, developed, tested, and commercialized safe for humans to use. But unfortunately, some rogue companies have put AI in the world in unsafe ways. And this is the action that we need to take right now. It requires to be brave. It requires to have a solid foundation in what you think should be done for the goodness of society. And sometimes that is really hard to negotiate. But we the people using products need to get smart and need to demand what we believe we deserve. Because the collective has more power than any government trying to create regulation. The people move faster. When the internet was a baby and we were in Europe trying to access American websites, we all lied and pretended we had US addresses so that we could use Pandora music. And then technology advanced and they all found out our IP address. And that was the end of that. The people always find a way, like water always finds a way. And what we're trying to do today is, for the first time, governments are listening to what people are really requesting and their needs. And this is the perfect moment in which governments and the people can together create what is it that we need. This regulation, these principles, this code of conduct, do we need to train people to be savvy and AI literate and empower them with this is what you should be careful with or not? And this is a first for all of us. I sleep better at night now than in 2001 when I first went to Brussels, because the EU was asking us, the scientists, what is Web 2.0? And I had to explain the internet as if I was coming from a new galaxy. So it's a precious moment in which academics, researchers, my colleagues here, governments, companies that really want to create AI for good, we are all on the same page. And we have a blank page to create that new society, that new regulation, that new future in which finally things are going to be focusing on the people. Sorry, I sound like I'm running for elections, but that is what human-centric means, caring for people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I do think that there is a moment right now when civil society, that is particularly in this place where we talk about multi-stakeholder efforts coming together to say what good looks like, and appreciating there can be very different context within which that might be defined, and creating mechanisms whereby we can better understand how accountable the technology is to that definition and how we can measure and monitor and support the protection of our societies, the resilience of our societies. I've been thinking about our conversation, and I do want to say one thing, and that is the reason why I took on the role as CEO of Partnership on AI is because I do fundamentally believe in the power of this technology. And we are already seeing the ways in which even generative AI is, in fact, supporting and driving greater inclusion in some workplaces and in some environments. And so I think there are all sorts of wonderful opportunities across sectors for this technology. And I think this is a moment for us to make sure that the technology is accountable, yes, to us as humans.
Maybe I'm not going to be politician-like in what I say, but it's so fine. Oh, and you can switch your smartphone from 4.3 to 2G, by the way. So you don't need your old ones. Yeah, there's a pro tip. Okay, so in terms of the question of how we how we can sort of treat this governance moment, I think we need to think globally and we need to think inclusive. The past 6 months, I mean, I think we were all sleeping less, right, with ChatGPT and the kind of generative AI so-called revolution. And it's this kind of frenetic activity that's going on now, right, that everybody's kind of rushing to thinking, how do we govern these technologies? Well, I think it's good because it's bringing out the importance of this conversation, which should have been happening, I think, maybe a couple of years ago. But one thing to remember here is the generative AI moment, the ChatGPT revolution, whatever you want to call it, is a commercialization revolution, right? This is a moment of rapid commercialization that has raised a set of issues now that we're all kind of dealing with on a global international level. The problem with that is we're not thinking of this as a science and technology moment per se. We're thinking about it as a commercialization moment. And the difference is when we think of, for instance, the global potential global impacts of nuclear energy or nuclear weapons, or we think about the potential global impacts of climate change or the way that we're affecting the environment through our technologies, we're thinking of that in terms of governing the science and the innovation. And so you've got kind of international bodies that are in charge of regulating nuclear energy or now increasingly trying to address climate change. We need to think of that, we need to think that way for AI, right? This shouldn't be about a bunch of tech companies coming together and forming a voluntary agreement with one another. We should be thinking about forming a real international, multilateral international body that can think about the future of this technology and the governance of the technology through the lens of global public interest. And I think we aren't necessarily there yet, but I think we're taking steps in that direction. We're already in the Hiroshima process, we're talking about interoperability and alignment of standards. There are talks now of a CERN for responsible AI, so thinking about forming a more international multilateral research body that looks into how to sort of build the right types of technologies and govern them and oversee them. And so I think that we're incrementally and slowly moving towards that perspective that actually this is science, innovation, and technology that we need to treat as such, rather than thinking, oh, well, you've got all of this commercial activity from these large language models, so how do we regulate big tech? This isn't a question about regulating tech companies. This is a question about governing consequential science and innovation for the future of humanity in the biosphere.
Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time. However, what David actually raised up is really important. So we need to tackle on this not only by the governmental level, but also the international level. And I'm happy to say that all the panelists are kind of engaged in this kind of international discussion. And for example, the Global Partnership on AI, the Partnership on AI, and also the David is actually, not the David, but the UK is actually organizing the AI Safety Summit next month. And here, the IGF, and also here in Japan, we actually have the Hiroshima AI process. And the important thing is that to discuss all these kind of issues, not separately, but all together. And I think we can, tackle onto these issues within this AI governance framework. But on the other side, to be more inclusive. So this is a multi-stakeholder discussion. So I'm really happy to, invite the Orihime pilots here today. And also, thank you for all the comments here. And we'll still, continue this discussion. And well, I would like to thank you all the panelists and the audiences. So thank you for coming to this session.
Nice to see you again. Welcome to Japan again. Very good presentation. Yeah. So nice. How are you?
Hello, everybody who is here in the room with us, and to those who joined online. Especially thank you to all the people who have a very inconvenient time. I know it's 4 a.m. in Europe, and my colleagues are there online, and also we have a speaker online, Lutz Moller, Dr. Lutz Moller, who is with us at such an early hour. So thank you so much. So my name is Tatevi Grigorian, and I work for UNESCO, for those of you who just joined us. And I work on UNESCO's Internet Universality ROMEX indicators. And I'm really honored to be sitting next to people who were at the cornerstone of developing the indicators and then supporting the launch and progress of the indicators, who will be sharing their thoughts on the process and then on the progress, and as well as further updates. So I would like to start by a video message from the UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Communication and Information, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us, but he sent a video message which I would now like to request the technical team to play. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, esteemed colleagues, and honorable guests, I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to all of you at the Dynamic Coalition on Rome X Indicators session, which takes place during the Internet Governance Forum 2023 in Kyoto. As we gather today, we are surrounded by passionate individuals who share a common vision: an Internet ecosystem that upholds rights, embraces openness, fosters accessibility, and evolves through the collective efforts of its stakeholders. Personally, I regret not being able to join you physically in Kyoto due to a schedule conflict with the UNESCO Executive Board meeting in Paris, which I need to participate in. As the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Communication and Information, I had the privilege of attending the previous editions of IGF, including the last two ones held in Poland and in Ethiopia. This platform has consistently proven invaluable for fostering meaningful discussions about the Internet's pivotal role in our digital age. Today, our focus is on the ever-evolving landscape of Internet governance and the ongoing refinement of the Internet Universality ROMEX indicators. Our gathering represents more than just a dialogue. It's a call for collective action. 5 years have passed since the endorsement of the Internet Universality Indicators by UNESCO's Intergovernmental Council of the International Programme for the Development of Communication. During this time, we have witnessed the transformative power of these indicators in shaping national digital policies. Yet, the lessons learned and the challenges faced over these years underscore the need for continuous evolution and adaptation. As we mark this 5-year milestone, we are actively engaged in refining the framework to ensure its continued relevance in our ever-evolving digital world. I urge each one of you to draw upon the collective wisdom of this forum. Share your insights, your strategies for success, and also the obstacles you have faced. I further encourage you to highlight the framework strengths and identify areas that need enhancement. Let's ensure that our deliberations here translate into tangible benefits for all stakeholders of the ROMEX framework. I thank you all for your unwavering commitment and active participation in this pivotal session at IGF 2023. Let's work together in shaping an internet that genuinely serves the interests of all. Thank you for your kind attention.
So I thank our Assistant Director General for Communication and Information for sending this message, and for the leadership in this process. And without any delay, I would like to present our first speaker. David Suter, who is referred to as the architect of the of the AI Vromex framework. Well, personally, I call people who have been in the cornerstone co-parents of the of the framework. So I would like David to request you to please talk about the process of developing the indicators and then progress, and then as we are approaching this 5-year mark and planning to revise to ensure the continued relevance of the indicators, to speak about what direction we should move towards. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And I should say, firstly, I should apologize for the fact that I have to leave for another session, which begins at 3:15. So when I get up and walk out, it's not a gesture of protest or anything like that. It's just I need to move to something else. But I thought I'd give you a kind of origin story of the IUIs, Internet Universality Indicators. And they stem from a concept of Internet universality that was devised by Guy Berger when he was working for UNESCO back in 2013, before the 10-year review of the World Summit. In fact, I remember him walking up to me at a UNESCO conference at that time and presenting me with this and saying, what do you think of this proposal for a universality approach based around the 4 tenets or 4 principles of rights, openness, accessibility for all, and multi-stakeholder engagement? The idea emerged eventually from that concept when it was taken up by UNESCO formally, of having an indicator framework which was modeled along the lines of one of the existing UNESCO indicator frameworks, the media development indicators, on which I'd also worked in the past. So the indicator framework should be one that would include quantitative and qualitative assessment. So it wouldn't just be about numbers. It would be one that would support national researchers to assess their national performance, but it wouldn't be intended to compare one country against another. It would be about looking at the country itself internally. And it would aim to identify practical interventions that could improve internet performance in relation to those principles of rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder engagement. Principles, practical interventions developed through dialogue amongst national stakeholders, so bringing together the diverse communities which are engaged within the internet. I ended up leading the development of this indicator framework in association with APC and with my colleague Henri van der Spey, who's in the room at the back. So the aim was always to build a large data set, and it is a very large data set that presented within the indicators. The aim was always to build a large data set for analysis for a couple of reasons. First is because the availability of data is very variable between countries. And so in some countries there are really very few data sets that would be available, and qualitative sources would be particularly important. In others there were many more. Our aim was to try and build a collage from the evidence that was available that would enable the best possible analysis within the country itself. And the second point was to include indicators which would enable the researchers to look at issues that were particularly important in their countries but might not be important in other countries. So to take up those specific themes. We went through a couple of really extensive consultation processes about what should be in these indicators, and that did tend to grow the number even more. And we also decided to round out the Rome framework with the X category, which would bring in a number of important other issues into the analysis of the national internet environment. So this made for a lot of indicators, and we decided to offer 2 approaches to that. First, a comprehensive set, which is in this rather thick book here. And secondly, a smaller core set that would be more manageable.
Apologies, they can't hear you online. Can you maybe?
Yeah, okay. A core set of indicators which would be more manageable for particularly in countries with relatively limited resources, so in the hope that that would encourage more diverse research. And practice, this is a disappointment to me actually, in practice almost every country has chosen to concentrate solely on the core indicators and hasn't really looked in the wider range for other indicators that are particularly important in their own country. And I think that's one of the issues that the review should look at, how to encourage, how to avoid missing the opportunity that presents. So we put a lot of emphasis as well on the need for a multi-stakeholder approach with a multi-stakeholder advisory board to oversee processes, but also a multi-stakeholder research team, bringing different types of expertise into a group that could look at things together and then discuss their findings from their different perspectives. A couple of countries trail the indicators, including Brazil, and in order to validate them, and the whole scheme was then signed off by the IFAP committee in UNESCO, which gave it a kind of crucial status and authorization by UNESCO's member states. So the outcome, as I suspect you know, is that there have been really rather a large number of implementations of these indicators. There have been a lot more implementations of them than I had expected there to be in the early stages, and in fact a lot more implementations than of the media development indicators. I think that probably indicates that there was a very substantial demand for something along these lines, which would enable national research teams to work on a national assessment. But I'd also give a good deal of credit to Tatovik's predecessor, Shanhong Hu, who was immensely enthusiastic in promoting the indicators and supporting countries over the last few years in putting them together. Having read a number of the reports, not all of them, I think I'd emphasize 3 or 4 things which seem to me to be important in making a successful research project using them. The first is the importance of diversity within the research team and the advisory board, but I think the research team is particularly important. That is expertise across the different areas of rights, openness, access, multi-stakeholder participation, and issues such as gender and sustainable development, which are in the X category. If you bring together people with different expertise, you get more than the sum of the parts. The importance of avoiding political pressure to come to positive conclusions when those might not be justified, and avoiding the pressure that comes from vested interests. Again, it's valuable here to have diversity within the research team and the advisory board. I'd stress the need to pay as much attention to qualitative assessments as to quantitative indicators, and as I've mentioned, to look at the non-core indicators to see which are particularly relevant to a country's national context. I think I'd stress the importance of the research team discussing and analyzing findings as a group rather than just reporting on their own area of expertise, and on building that discussion as that collective analysis as the way of reporting rather than a box-ticking exercise, which any indicator framework is vulnerable to. And I think I'd stress the desirability of making recommendations that are practically achievable in the national context, which includes the political context. So to identify those things which can move things forward in the categories that are covered by the indicators. So the practical rather than the ideal. Now, it was always intended to revise these indicators after a period of time. In fact, it's long. They've been used unrevised for rather longer than we'd originally expected. It's important to bring them up to date in terms of what evidence can now be gathered and in terms of the issues on which evidence should now be gathered if we're to have a comprehensive picture of a national internet environment. So I hope that this revision will be able to do that, to bring them up to date without making it too difficult to, within a particular country, to look back at an assessment that's already been done. So building on what is there, developing it and evolving it for future needs, retaining consistency where appropriate. I think it will be necessary to reduce the overall number. and I hope it will be possible to encourage a more holistic assessment approach than has always been the case. There are media development indicators assessments that I think will be quite a good model there to look at. I would resist the temptation to omit things for the sake of omitting them. I think not least because of the differences between different countries and the fact that different countries need different points of reference. But there may be better ways of doing that than dividing simply between a comprehensive and a core indicator set. And I would encourage more inclusion of non-core indicators where these are relevant. But that's, I think, what I'd say about the revision process, which I know is at an early stage, and I'm not directly personally involved in it. You look at me. It's not my responsibility. But I am looking forward to continuing to work with these indicators and the Rome principles in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you again for your work in putting the indicators together, and for continuing the support to us, and for your valuable recommendations as we move forward with the recommendations. And we do very much hope, as a member of the steering committee for the revision of IUI, you will still be very actively involved in the revision process. Thank you very much. I would be happy to provide actually updates on the process and on our progress of implementing the IUIs globally. But I am aware that our next speaker as well has to leave to attend other engagements. Our next speaker online, Dr. Lutz Moller, the Deputy Secretary General at German Commission for UNESCO. So, Dr. Moller, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well.
Very well, thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon in Japan, and good morning here from Europe. I'm also in Paris at the UNESCO Executive Board, like the ADG. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's not really necessary to say that we have observed a really enormous and very rapid involvement of internet ecosystems over the last few months. As a key example, the fundamental changes that several social media platforms that span the globe are much more than technical alterations or simple moderations of one arbitrary product. They have fundamentally altered societal discourses in countries around the globe and have had enormous reverberations in terms of visibility of certain political convictions instead of others, and the ability of disinformation to spread. I, of course, speak about X.com, but also could speak about TikTok, Meta, Telegram, and more nationally successful platforms such as Parler, Korean Naver, or Vietnamese Salo. In Germany, the more non-profit Fediverse with Mastodon has had some successes over the last year, but even here, we do not at all see a shift away from the private sector organized social media platforms. It is really not a news item in this year 2023, but the way public discourse, public conversation about the future of society and the planet is shaped and influenced by private business interests. And this has been never more acute than in the last 12 months. As you know all very well, the challenges posed by artificial intelligence come on top, as Freedom House has warned us last week in their Freedom of the Net report. More specifically, the use of artificial intelligence to hinder and interrupt public discourse, to repress and to manipulate. Therefore, we really need to strengthen internet ecosystems that are freer, more democratic, more non-profit, more in the public service. We need to strengthen and safeguard human rights, openness, justice, diversity, inclusion, participation, empowerment, and well-being in these internet ecosystems. And this is exactly, as you all know, basically, where the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators of the Rome IUIs come into play. As you know, Germany has been the 5th UNESCO member state globally and the first from the global north to utilize the this instrument to appropriately measure whether national internet policymaking and the implementation of these policies into practice, whether they really live up to this ambition of human rights openness, access, and multi-stakeholder participation. The big advantage from our perspective, from our experience, is that the ROMX IUI deliver that they focus not only on one or few indicators, they provide a more panoramic view, which also, I have said that previously, is some brutally honest evidence. Actually, we all know that governments can easily claim that their policies and practices are human rights based, but are they really? Are they really open? Do they really allow access to all? And are they really governed through a true multi-stakeholder participation, or is this word just used as a euphemism for industry lobbying? The application of the ROMX IUI in Germany was a joint endeavor by the German Commission for UNESCO as coordinator, the German Federal Foreign Office as political and financial supporter, and the Leibniz Institute, Hans Bredow Institute as implementer. Today, I will not repeat previously reported results from Germany that we have had, such as the insufficient balance in our country we found between the right to privacy and freedom of expression, or the insufficient internet access of jobless persons or the elderly. The key question of today is, what can we suggest from our experience for the upcoming revision? As I said, the huge advantage is this panoramic view which they generate. We have clearly benefited from this approach. However, my main point is that while providing this panoramic view, we found that the number of indicators, currently 303, including 109 core indicators, is probably too high. I said it with what David Sauter has said before about the general approach to the ROMX IUI, which we perfectly understand and share. Still, we recommend a stronger focus on key areas and topics with the greatest relevance. In particular, we should note data availability. Even if an indicator is excellent in theory, it is of little use if there is no data available, or if the indicator cannot possibly be operationalized appropriately. Several of these IUI indicators are not as practical as they appear in theory. I heard with great interest that David also spoke about the need to reduce the number of indicators, and I agree with him that we have to be very careful in that regard. And I also have to share with you that this is a common experience. We have also worked with several of the SDG indicators in Germany over the last couple of years and have found out that also some of them sound fantastic in theory, but are very, very difficult to operationalize. So we really recommend to use this opportunity also for a general up-to-date check to make sure that the IUI really capture also more modern, more up-to-date trends such as AI. On another item, we strongly recommend from our experience in Germany that member states use a multi-stakeholder advisory board. In Germany, this board has proven enormously useful, specifically when it comes to selling and communicating the results to the political stakeholders later on. And in particular, as current debates tend to weaken multi-stakeholder participation, it's more necessary than ever, not just in the application of the IUI. In closing, we at the German Commission for UNESCO and also the Hans Bredow Institute joined the dynamic coalition on the IUI from the start to share our experiences and good practices. We offer our support to other parties and other member states to enable them to apply the IUI in their own countries. And we look forward to working together on the revision as well in the years to come to keep them up to date with ongoing developments. And I thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulder. Thank you for your support to the IUI project and also to the support to the Dynamic Coalition for IUI and for encouraging more stakeholders to join. Okay, yeah, David needs to leave to attend another important session. So thank you so very much, David. Again, thank you for your continued support. Let's give him an applaud, a round of applause. So, and yes, Dr. Moller is also, yes, leaving soon. Thank you as well, Dr. Moller. Well, we can give Dr. Moller as well a round of applause. as I didn't mention his name with the first round. Thank you so very much, and let's carry on with our discussion. Actually, I know that there are people here who I talked with about the IUI Realmix project, and who would actually be interested to know about the project. So I will just give a very brief overview for them, for those who are new to this initiative. So I'm sure you grasped a lot from David's input, but just to give you an idea, so Internet universality is the official position of UNESCO on the Internet. So UNESCO believes that Internet should be universal based on principles, on these principles of rights, openness, accessibility to all, and nurtured by multi-stakeholder participation. And so this was the in the heart of the Internet universality framework, which we then added an X to, ROM-X, X standing for cross-cutting issues such as gender equality, safety and security, sustainable development, and environment. We have in total, they've talked already about the number of indicators. We have a lot of them, 303 indicators with 109 core indicators, core being those that we recommend that they are essential to implement, at least as baseline. And then countries are free to, based on their national context, to choose and implement other additional indicators as well. And so we have an 8-step process, and I would like to talk about the establishment of multi-stakeholder advisory board, which David mentioned, and Dr. Moller also highlighted its importance. So we do believe in a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, which is also promoted by the Internet Governance Forum. So it is an essential part of this research. So the group consists normally of government representatives, representatives of relevant ministries, civil society organizations, academia, private sector, representatives of marginalized groups. These groups is sort of an oversight body which guides the research and in the end of the research also looks at the outcomes, and what we call validation workshop validates the results of the workshop, confirming that this is indeed the state of the play in the country in their respective concerned areas. So this assessment, this framework indeed is a unique global tool, is a unique tool available to implement the development of the internet at the national level. And it's not a standalone, it also supports in a way the achievement of sustainable development goals, and is also in line with a number of topics now discussed at the Global Digital Compact. So currently the framework, the assessment is ongoing in 40 countries, actually 34, with 6 having published the report. So just to give you a visual idea, because I avoided using presentations, so this is the indicators, the framework, which is available on our website. So if you go to unesco.org, and I'll be happy to share my contact as well afterwards, and look for Internet universality indicators. So I have here, this is how the report in the end looks like. I have the copy of the report from Brazil, and we have Alexandre here and Fabio here, who not only supported the creation of the indicators, but also were one of actually the first ones to implement the indicators in Brazil. So currently, 6 reports published so far, 3 in Africa, 1 in Europe, Germany, 1 in Thailand and Brazil. And currently the process is ongoing in 34 countries, with Kenya actually doing a second follow-up assessment to measure the results achieved after the publication of the report. And so we have 15 in Africa, 12 in 15 in Asia and the Pacific, and 5 in Latin America, 3 in Europe, and 2 in Arab states. And actually, I'm happy to say that we, out of these countries, 7 are small islands and developing states, with 5 in South Pacific islands. So we have had quite serious results. Dr. Moller already presented a little bit the achievements in Germany. Our assessments help to inform policymakers and feed into the digital strategies, laws and regulations, and we are happy to continue our progress. And so now I would like to give the floor to, sorry, because we have a missing speaker. I'd like to give the floor to Alexandre Barbosa, Regional Center for Studies of the Development of the Information Society, CETIC.br. And actually this is a UNESCO Category 2 institute. And I won't be telling more about you because there is so much to say. Please add whatever you would like to add, and please, floor is yours around the topic of the discussion today.
Thank you very much, Tefik, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in this discussion because, as it was already mentioned, NIC.pr, we're in the very beginning of the discussion since the concept of universality. And in my opinion, this is a very important achievement because although indicators may change over time and concepts may change, like in the past, what we considered internet users today is very different, right? So the definitions may change and they should be revised from time to time, but principles are really important. And I think that this framework was a very important achievement that UNESCO made in terms of defining important principles. The ROM-X that was already explained, what means ROAM and X, so I'm not going to repeat, but the principles should not change, they should remain. So I think that we are now in a moment after 5 years that it was approved in 2015, right? I guess that it was approved. 18, yeah, 18. So it's time now to make an assessment on the framework based on the need of revising principles, but not principles, indicators. And I think that, as already has been stressed by both speakers that preceded me, in terms of the number of indicators, it is indeed a huge number of indicators, more than 300, the whole set, and the core indicators, 109. But the fact is that the scope that this framework aims to measure really requires a lot of indicators. And I think that what we have realized among these years, and now with more than 40 countries making this assessment, is that we have a very problematic issue of data gap. Many countries, they don't have the required data to make this assessment. But at the same time, it was, from my point of view, following all these reports and assessment, because CETIC had the chance to revise some countries, like the countries in Latin America, and add some other countries in Africa. Even in Europe, we worked with a German team during the assessment, sharing the Brazilian experience. But having said that, I think that this framework was an opportunity for countries to really understand the need of data production. We need data because when we don't have data, we don't have visibility. And if you don't have visibility, there is no priority in the political agenda. So, and in this particular regard, I think that Brazil is in a position that we have for many, many years, almost 20 years of data production in different areas, right? Not only among population, households, but enterprises, schools, health, culture, government, and many other areas. So I think that the Rome framework gave countries the opportunity to understand that they should produce more data, because we do have a lot of missing data in this regard. And also, another very important achievement, in my opinion, is that UNESCO soon realized that we should not have an index, right? It's not a matter of comparing countries here. We are using qualitative and quantitative type of indicators to take a picture, a general overview of the situation of the internet development in a given country. So this is a very good thing that UNESCO soon realized, that the intention was to have a panoramic view of internet development. A second very important point that I would like to highlight in this process is that not many countries have the experience of having a multi-stakeholder dialogue on internet development. Brazil is, again, a very good example of a successful model on multi-stakeholder, a real multi-stakeholder arrangement to debate internet governance. And since one of the conditions to implementation is to establish what UNESCO has denominated multi-stakeholder advisory board for the development of this assessment, many countries that had no experience in having a multi-stakeholder dialogue, they had to implement that. And this is a very important achievement, and we should keep it this way, right? Well, just to mention that David has said that the disappointment about having many assessments focusing only on core indicators. And I agree with him that the ideal situation is to implement the whole set of indicators to give a broad perspective on the internet development. But having this condition, maybe in the revision, we could rethink of that. And CETIC has been involved with UNESCO and other expert steering committee for ROMEX discussing this revision. And at the end of the day, we realized that it's not possible to make such a drastic reduction in the indicators. So you have to we will have to face this reality and to decide what to do. But I probably agree that we should stick with a larger number of indicators to have a better assessment. And last but not least, I would like to just take this opportunity to mention two things related to ROMEX. We have been discussing the application of this framework to different other type of emerging technologies, such as AI. When ROMEX was approved in 2018, we didn't have the new phenomena of large language models, for instance, and other AI-based applications. So I think that it is completely applicable to emerging technologies, because we are talking about principles, and the principles should not change. Human rights-based, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder, this could not change. And we could use this framework to apply. We have other discussion going on right now, like the Global Digital Compact and other issues, that we could rely on those principles. Again, on the X dimension, we, in the revision, we already realized that we should fill some gaps that the original framework didn't foresee, such as we had foreseen gender, age scope, children's, but we need to include cybersecurity, sustainable development, climate change, other dimensions relevant in the X dimension. And last, I think that in this revision, we could think of how to really encourage member states to make periodical assessment. I'm not sure if you can do it in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, but having periodical measurement should be very important for policymakers, civil society, and technical community to have a better idea of the progress a given country has made in terms of applying this framework. So those are my initial reactions. I think that UNESCO plays a very important role in promoting and disseminating ROMEX structure and framework that goes beyond internet development, like AI, as I have said already. So those are my initial comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. Thank you for your valuable inputs and thoughts. And also thank you very much for pointing out that this is not meant for ranking, which I normally highlight in my presentation. So this is a voluntary assessment. I always highlight voluntary in the sense that the country, the national stakeholder, they decide themselves on doing the assessment, and then UNESCO is there to provide technical guidance and support in doing this, and there is no ranking or comparison whatsoever. And of course, for some countries, the problems are similar. And it's very important to create this environment to share practices and learn from each other experiences in moving forward with their national agendas, which in a way this dynamic coalition serves a platform for sharing the ideas and lessons learned and experiences and best practices. So on this note, I would like to give the floor to Anya Gengo, who is from the IGF Secretariat and who has been with actually all of you have been with the Dynamic Coalition longer than me, and you've seen the development. And I would like to invite Anya to speak about the role of the Dynamic Coalition, the progress, how we could improve it, and any other inputs you and thoughts you have around the topic of our discussion, please.
Thank you very much, Tatevik, and thank you to UNESCO for, of course, organizing this session, but even more for continuously throughout the year through the IGF platform and the Dynamic Coalition is working in a very open, transparent manner with stakeholders from around the world to not just promote the indicators, but really to understand the value of the indicators and precisely what we're discussing today, whether they're relevant, whether they're useful to people around the world. Do we need them? And if yes, how do we use them? Do we have access? And especially if we have enough resources and capacity to meaningfully use them. Maybe I can start indeed from the Dynamic Coalition and the role of that platform, and then I would like to say a few words about the relevance of the indicators for our presence and of course for the future. In terms of the Dynamic Coalition, we at the IGF Secretariat witnessed when this idea was born that a Dynamic Coalition could be organized, just because it has been seen as a way to engage stakeholders from around the world into warm, friendly, meaningful discussions on the way the indicators could be used. I think it was formed after the indicators were adopted in 2018, and that was the whole idea, to kind of follow the pace of the implementation and to understand if there are gaps, where are the gaps. It is incredible success in a very short time framework of the dynamic coalitions in terms of the number of stakeholders it managed to gather, but also in terms of the quality of the inputs that the stakeholders are bringing, not just to these dynamic coalitions, but to the whole IGF as such. And I think for us it was a really lesson learned that these dynamic coalitions, which are very independent, they are also organic, and they have their own autonomy in terms of how they manage the process. It was a lesson learned that when you have a strong institution that stands behind a people-centered, people-led process, it really can work, and it really can, in a very short time, as I said, achieve incredible results. I think long-term speaking, we from the Secretariat certainly would advise to continue doing the way that has been done so far in terms of embracing the community, the stakeholders, doing outreach in different forums, and especially engaging those that unfortunately are still not meaningfully engaged in the overall internet governance global processes. We, through the IGF, have quite a nice overview of the stakeholders, types of people, profiles that unfortunately are already left behind. And I think it's important that we alarm the community to really work in a methodological way to engage those stakeholders. So if you look, I'll be very brief on this. I won't certainly divert the attention toward the IGF and the inclusion processes, but I do think it's important to say that there are, first of all, profiles coming from certain countries that are not present in the global processes, such as the IGF, for example, but also other processes. I mean, at this forum, you have, for example, colleagues coming from ICANN, colleagues coming from UNESCO doing wonderful things, and unfortunately, stakeholders from certain countries are missing. So this is something that the Secretariat is very much focusing on to hopefully remedy. And I'm very glad, for example, to say that there are countries from which we couldn't hear for the first 10 years of the IGF that are now very active in the IGF ecosystem, not just at individual levels, but organizationally speaking. You have the Maldives that are having wonderful national IGF, and their organized multi-stakeholder participation at this year's IGF. And that's a really concrete and tangible difference that's been made through outreach done on different platforms. So this is something that I think the Dynamic Coalition could also do, engage those that are not engaged so far. I think we've recognized in the past couple of years that we've really evolved from multi-stakeholder model toward a multidisciplinary model, which means that we have to look at each stakeholder group participation in a very nuanced way to understand that these discussions, these dialogues, and potentially leading into decisions really concerns us all, given the fact that we're all using our smartphones, our computers, meaning we're all there present in our online world. And hopefully in the years to come, also this dynamic coalition will see more disciplines represented in the core organizational group of the dynamic coalition itself. In terms of the validity, I completely agree, and I think that can't be underlined enough with everything that my colleagues said previously with respect to the values. I think we're very much aligned in the fact that we strive for the highest values the humanity can strive in the online world as we do in our, let's call it, offline world. But if you look at these analog domains, for example, the humanity, for example, and the highest international legal mechanisms guarantee right to life, for example. But then you still have some jurisdictions that recognize death sentence as a sanction. So, while some not. So there are fundamental differences between how are we approaching to implement the values that we agree on. And the digital world is, in that sense, not different than to this analog domain as well. There are jurisdictions where if you say something on social media is, first of all, interpreted as exercising your freedom of expression, while in some jurisdictions, a tweet or social media post can potentially lead to imprisonment or fining. So those are the differences. I think we have to be aware of them, and we need to make sure that the implementation of the values that we believe in is in the right hands. 2 years ago in Poland, we had a session on this same subject. We were assessing how the assessment is going. And I do recall when I was sitting next to my colleague Kossi from Benin IGF, he coordinates the IGF in Benin. we spoke about the implementation being done through a multi-stakeholder lens, that all stakeholders in the country have opportunity to be consulted and to have a say when you are assessing the ecosystem. And I do think that's still very much relevant 2 years after. Being said that, the values are relevant. It's excellent to see that the number of national assessments are growing, but I do think that now, compared to the period during the pandemic and after, we may be in a phase where the assessment needs to be assessed. And that's because the COVID pandemic, that really changed our landscape. And I'm sure I don't need to speak about the facts, but if you look just at the legislation field, it's more than palpable, it's more than visible that that field is dramatically changing. Much of these institutions, initiatives are now growing that are measuring, for example, the number of laws that are regulating, let's say, artificial intelligence, given the fact that it's on the rise. And some of them are indicating that before the pandemic, we spoke just about 1 or 2 national jurisdictions that had a law in place reflecting artificial intelligence. After the pandemic, so last year, this year, we are facing incredible proliferation of the national laws, and there is a concern in the community. You can hear that across narratives at the IGF, at this year's forum, that there is a concern that this may lead to fragmentation and that we need to be very careful in terms of not allowing that we actually regulate something that may jeopardize the global nature of the internet that we are all really firmly standing for and advocating, and that is one internet, accessible, affordable, safe, secure, resilient, sustainable, unfragmented. So those are the changes that I think we have to be aware, and I hope that the assessments that have been done in the early years could be also maybe looked at to ensure just that they are relevant, and to work, of course, on the outreach to ensure that this valuable set of indicators is brought to the attention of those that are probably still not aware that it exists. Thank you, Tatevik.
Thank you very much, Anja, for your excellent points and excellent cooperation. And the points will be definitely taken on board as we move forward. And just picking up on your point about reassessing the assessments, I think now we've for example, we've completed, actually Kenya is completing the what we call follow-up assessment, which is basically reassessing the assessment. And Grace is not here today, but Simon has read the assessment. I don't know if he would like to share anything on that. So I think we are thinking about this follow-up phase to see. Actually, one of the points as well, steps is a monitoring process which aims to see the progress of the country, which could then reassess what has been done and the validity and progress made by the country. So this is an excellent point as well, in addition to others. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, Simon, I would like now to give the floor to Simon, who has who is currently acting as a technical advisor for the IUI Romex project, looking into the reports that we receive, and also of course providing training and support to the multi-stakeholder advisory group board, also to the researchers. So he's actually more recently involved also closely in the assessment of the project in South Pacific Islands, Tuvalu, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Tonga, and Fiji. Please, Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatevik. So, I mean, I think to start with, that IUI is really a unique, holistic system for taking this overall picture of the internet in countries. And really, I haven't much to say because everybody else has said it already, and I completely agree with what's come through. But I'll take 3 or 4 points and a couple of examples. So it is a national assessment, not an international assessment. It's about what happens in the country. And in that sense as well, it doesn't have to produce kind of a single definitive answer. So through the MAB, through the analyses, there can be different viewpoints, and those different viewpoints can be incorporated. The indicators in IUI are in the form of a question. And so countries are effectively encouraged to answer that question. And sometimes the answer to the question may not be a yes or a no, but maybe something in between. And that leads to something, again, that I think people have mentioned, but it's worth bringing out again. I think Anna just mentioned it. This sense that yes, that one of the major aspects of this is rights and legislation. But then what IUI does systematically throughout is say, and is that implemented? How does that work out in practice? So, for example, many of the points about if certain laws are in data protection, for example, are in place, the question then is there something, for example, from case law, from civil society analyses, which suggest if that is followed up on, if that works, and how that works in practice. So again, what you're doing is not a simple answer, but is a full analysis of the question. And I think that leads again into this sense of follow-up. So for each report, then naturally you lead into recommendations. And as now we're getting into 40 or more countries, we have to really say, well, what then is happening as a result of that? And as Tatovic has just suggested, Grace Gitaiga has conducted the first follow-up assessment for Kenya. But I think that as the first one, we still have to establish what is the best way for follow-up on the ground to see whether recommendations are taken forward, but also then how frequently should there be IUI assessments and what should the nature of reporting, because you don't want to recopy 300 indicators and say nothing's changed. So that whole sense of follow-up is extremely important and is one of the big questions here. The second big question, which everybody's tackled, is new themes. And really, the three themes that are clearly emerging are AI, and then environment and sustainability, and cybersecurity. AI is very much new in the IOI environment, but there are some indicators in environment and cybersecurity already in the X category of IUI. And then to take that for environment, the one question, for example, which I'm keen on is e-waste. And that is particularly a problem in the countries I've worked at in Asian Pacific. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, they are sometimes dumping grounds for e-waste from OECD, from Europe and North America, and often that e-waste is then processed in not very good working conditions, let's say. And so this whole issue brings up all sorts of questions about environmental concerns. In the Pacific, we're now working, some countries, literally the country is as high as the table. So waste cannot be put in the ground. Waste has to be disposed of in some other way. And again, this leads to whole issues about recycling and contamination and what you do and where you put it. To take another example from the Pacific, which is, again, isn't quite and shows to some degree how IUI can adjust, but in some degree as well how we need to make that sensitivity to national circumstances. For the Pacific, connectivity is about satellites. In one country, islands can be thousands of miles apart. There's no way that you can cable between them, and there's no way that you can put masts or anything between them. So satellites is it for those countries. If they're ever to have full connectivity, not just to the world and the internet as a whole, but even within the same country. And I think that also then emphasizes, to come back to a point that David made originally about the sense of core and non-core. So certainly certain things are core and apply to every country, but certain elements, such as I've suggested for Pacific with waste and satellites, are core to the Pacific, but perhaps less core in other countries. And we need to keep that flexibility, and we need to ensure that the IUI allows a national, holistic view for a whole range of different types of country, from small islands right up to huge countries like Brazil, which in itself, I always used to say that if something works in Brazil, it'll work anywhere, because there's so many different environments in Brazil. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you for this contribution and for your work. Now I think we heard from all the speakers. I wanted to ask if anybody online from the participants or participants here in the room have any questions or points to be made. Yes, Fabio, please.
Hello, thank you. Now, I would like to hear from the panelists the point of multi-stakeholderism. That I think one thing that is interesting in the indicators that not just the process is multi-stakeholder, because you have to collect indicators throughout a multi-stakeholder process, but the multi-stakeholderism is a dimension of the indicator. So there's a list of indicators covering this. And do you think this is, if this is something that is also changing nowadays, if there are some new indicators in the field of multi-stakeholderism that 5 years ago we don't had? So how do you assess this part of the discussion? So thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Who would like to take the question? Please.
Thanks, Fabio. I think I'm not going to answer it completely directly, but as I said in the previous session on I think in the multi-stakeholder dimension, and David kind of referred to this sense of ticking boxes. I think it's important to look at for there as to what multi-stakeholder means, and I guess this is kind of what you. It's not just that somebody turned up to a meeting; it's that they're actively engaged. And I'm not sure how we do that, and maybe also this is another question to, as it were, put out there, but really to have this sense of how can we engage. For example, in the reports for e-government, there are a lot of countries that have e-government systems, and you see them put out things to consultation, and people have said that civil society reps have said they sent things in, but then they said, but we don't know whether anything was ever taken into account. So I think that sense of how real participation and what that looks like and how you would capture that is a question here. For new sectors, new stakeholders, I don't think I see anything immediately that's changed. But Alexander?
Yes, just to complement, this is a very good question, because this is the only dimension or set of indicators that represents both principle of multi-stakeholderism, and also the indicators, they capture how a given country is really implementing or supporting or fostering multi-stakeholder dialogue. In terms of new actors, I don't see any new actors in terms of when you consider government, technical community, civil society, and private sector. I think this doesn't change. But maybe there is one thing that doesn't exist in the set of indicators in terms of how can we measure the outcomes of this multi-stakeholder dialogue. Because referring to my country again, Brazil, we have the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee as a multi-stakeholder body that has produced along more than almost 30 years. We are going to complete a third year of this model in 2 years' time, because it was created in 1995. I think that we can list a large number of important outcomes that has driven laws, regulations, like the Brazilian GDPR, the data protection law, like the law of access to information, and not to mention the very important legislation, which is the Internet Bills of Rights, that is called Marco Civil. It was 100% based on the 10 principles that was discussed through many years within this multi-stakeholder structure. So one new indicators that I would think of is the outcome, how to measure the outcome of this multi-stakeholder dialogue. But I think that differently from the three others dimensions or principles of the Rome X, this I don't see many changes.
Hope you can hear me now. No, thank you very much, Fabio. I completely agree with my colleagues. I don't see in theory that we need to change anything on a paper, but at the IGF Secretariat and also within the IGF, we do see gaps. And that's what I was saying at the beginning during the introductory remarks. There are stakeholders that are just not participating within certain stakeholder groups. And I think who well illustrated that was the judge that spoke during the opening ceremony. I don't know if you've heard when he said that he had issues at the registration area because he said, I come from a high court of Tanzania, I'm a judge. And then some colleagues had difficulty to place him under a certain stakeholder group. I mean, it was a very nice way to illustrate that those are types of subgroups, I would say, within our traditional stakeholder groups that are missing to actively participate in our dialogues, in our processes. We've recognized that a couple of years ago also with legislators, with parliamentarians, and that's what prompted this parliamentary track at the IGF that's been going on since 2019. But I do think there's much more to do. For example, look at the health industry. We speak a lot about the privacy there, but you don't really speak with medical professionals at the IGF. You speak with people coming from other backgrounds, which are mostly patients in these domains. So this is something that I think we need to work on to engage them more. We need to raise awareness. That's probably the reason why we don't have them here present. Car industry as well. I mean, a lot of issues with privacy. Obviously, their data protection, and they're not here. In Katowice, we heard a little bit from Volkswagen, but here today we don't really have active participation from the highest management from these domains. So these are just some examples that I think it's important to work on, but we do have them on our paper. I think the authors of the indicators recognize that well. The matter is just raise awareness in practice and have them engaged.
Thank you very much for the question and for the answers, which will. Yes, okay. I'll
yeah, just to complement, very interesting what you said, Anya. And I would say that the X dimension on the ROMEX could accommodate other important dimensions, like the ethical dimension could be one set of indicators within the X, but the other ones, we don't have much to change, I guess.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, thank you, Fabio, for the question and for the answers, which will help us, I believe, in the revision process. I wanted to ask the audience again if there are any reactions to what has been said or if there are any questions, and the audience online. I don't see any questions online, so we're keeping to the time we're doing very good. So I would then, we have our director joining us online. Before giving her the floor for the official closing remarks, I don't know, Maria Elsa, if you had any contribution to what has been said, or would we expect to hear the official closing remarks from you?
Yeah. Thank you, Tatevik. I think I will weave them into, the closing remarks, so as not to, to make it two separate things. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I would just like to give one final floor to the speakers. If you have any reflections on as we move forward with the revision, if you have any final thoughts you would like to share, I would like to remind the audience and especially those who joined a bit later that we've been discussing the dynamic coalition as a platform to cooperate and to share best practices and lessons learned for the implementation and promotion of the UNESCO's Internet Universality ROMEX indicators, which is ongoing in 40 countries, and as we've reached the 5-year mark, we're currently in the process of updating the framework to make sure that we incorporate the topics and input from lessons learned from the implementation of the IUI framework. So I'd give the floor to Anya first, please, Anya.
Thank you very much, Tatevik. I think just to thank you and UNESCO, first of all, for using the IGF as a platform to promote these good values and bring them closer to people from around the world. We certainly at the IGF Secretariat, but I'm pretty sure I can speak also for other structures of the IGF as a project, welcome our cooperation to continue long-term speaking as one UN family and to work as much as that's possible with people from around the world to ensure that these values are really implemented in practice for the internet that we all want. Thank you.
Simon, please.
I don't think, again, I have anything much further to say. Still thinking about new actors. One thing I've seen in a few maps recently is the police involved, which is quite interesting. And I think there is something there about police and justice. There is an important indicator in the about training for judges and lawyers, which I think is quite key in all of this. But I think this is a really good assessment. I think it is producing very big results, and I look forward to a new version in relation to perhaps the Global Digital Compact in the beginning of next year.
Well, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. And in my particular case, being part of UNESCO family, I have to say that it is a real pleasure for me and for my team to work with UNESCO and to help fostering this idea of this dialogue that is so important. And I think that we have to celebrate that in such a short period of time, you have a large countries, large number of countries making the assessment, and the dialogue is live, and I hope that in the coming years we can make new assessments and increase the number of countries that join this framework in a voluntary basis, as you mentioned. And I think that UNESCO plays an important role in building capacity and raising awareness among member states for the importance of having data to make this assessment. This is a very important issue. We do have a huge data gap, mainly in countries from the global south. So UNESCO plays a very important role, and I have to really congratulate for your leadership in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. Thank you to all of you, and thank you, CETIC, indeed, for the excellent cooperation that we've been enjoying and the serious work, especially now when it comes to the revision. I would now I'm happy to give the floor to Maria Elsa Oliveira, who is the Director for Digital Policies and Transformation at UNESCO. Please, Maria Elsa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatevik, and hello, everyone. Konnichiwa. I'm really sorry that I could not join before, but I had other sessions. I've been in sessions since 2 a.m. Paris time. And many of those actually was talking about the Bromax as well, advocating for it and including it in the topics. But for me, this session, which is focused specifically on the revision of the Romax framework, is the most special one. We've been working together as a dynamic coalition, to advance the internet universality for the past 5 years. And over those years, we actually accomplished quite a lot. If you think about it, 25% of the countries of the world have actively adopted the Romax framework, and it has embedded itself in global and regional discourse about the internet. It's at the highest levels. So it is no small measure due to the work of the Internet Universality Dynamic Coalition and the way you have worked as a shared space to exchange expertise, to exchange experiences, to act as a peer-to-peer support mechanism for each other. And this is a very generous attitude, of all of you. And with the richness of our collective experiences, you are the right people to contribute and guide the 50-year revision of the Internet Universality Indicators. It has been envisioned from the very beginning. We always knew the Internet to be a fast-changing environment, so we always considered that these indicators would have to be revised at some point. But nevertheless, it comes at a very timely moment in which we see digital governance changing. It under a major overhaul with the new, for example, the upcoming Global Digital Compact, the WSIS Plus 20 review, and so others. We also see generative AI changing, the landscape, the technological landscape of the internet itself. And what we have found out that the internet can also be harmful. This is something that we didn't realize, but before as much. But the harms that can be done when it serves as a conduit for disinformation, for hate speech, and other harmful content, particularly at scale, that it operates. And the environment has changed so much too, with indicators needing to change. In this session, we have looked at this scenario and asked ourselves, what are the things that we must change about the Internet Universality framework? And, I'm sure that you've covered important elements, but I heard some of those in the end, and I would like to mention, that these include, for example, a tighter specification of which are the core indicators. And this is one of the things that I consider particularly relevant. We need to really tighten up the core indicators to give an easier process, including for the measurement as well as for the follow-up. The potential inclusion of new dimensions, both in terms of content, such as what Simon was referring to, environment and in waste, cybersecurity, but others that have come up through different mechanisms of consultation, such as child data protection, mental health, and of course, we also have AI, the toxicity levels of the internet itself, of the social media environment, and some of the elements that we need to consider, but also in terms of the assessment process itself. For example, accounting for research obstacles that many of the national teams have encountered, including the lack of data for many indicators, particularly disaggregated data that then doesn't allow us to see the X dimension so clearly, but including as well as when and how to conduct follow-ups to monitor progress in implementing the recommendations, which I find an essential mechanism. And I think that it's really important that we document this process as well, because we are, about to have a new global digital compact, and we will have principles and commitments in that at that level as well. So it's the process of monitoring adherence to principles. It's one of the most important things that's actually going to be happening, and the example that the Romax framework offers is extraordinary. So I'd like to offer that as my key contribution today, is reminding us that we need to document this process, this trajectory, to show also the global digital compact process what could be, how they could actually be taking care of implementing it. So with that, I'd like to really extend heartfelt appreciation to all the panelists. They're actually good friends who have joined us today to share these insights and say that your participation is always enriching and enriches our understanding of the path that we must take forward to achieve this shared objective of updating the framework. I'd like to extend my special gratitude to our partners at CETIC.br. Alexandre and Fabio have been really supportive and collaborative in this process, taking up quite a lot of the work, but also, Simon, who is, supporting, leading this, and to our esteemed steering committee members for their support in advancing this review. And just like your constructive suggestions and advice have enabled UNESCO to facilitate the implementation of the ROMAX national assessments in the last year, we are now able to successfully adapt this framework with your help. And for that reason, I really encourage all of you to remain actively engaged in the revision process, to continue sharing your inputs with us. And Tatevik has certainly given you a mechanism to reach out if you have contributions to make. We have always counted on our dynamic coalition, but this year we really count on you more than ever. You are the ones who we have on the ground understanding of national needs, of the difficulties the Rome research typically faces, of the themes about which you wish you could know more about, and so on. So your guidance is absolutely indispensable. So let me invite also all IGF stakeholders to join the Internet Universality Indicators Dynamic Coalition and to help us to continue advancing this work of advocating for a human-centered Internet. So thank you all very, very much for your support, and I hope to see you in person again soon.
Thank you very much, Maria Elsa. Thank you for these rich remarks and points that we will also take on during our steering committee meeting, closed-door meeting tomorrow. And from my end as well, I would like to really extend a heartfelt thank you to each panelist and each member of the steering of the Dynamic Coalition who has been supporting us throughout the years, who are not here today. But who remain actively engaged through different initiatives around Romex. So thank you so very much. I would also like to thank my colleagues, the Romex team, especially Karen Landa and Camila Gonzalez, who are online with us now. And I would like to also thank the participants who've been here. We are happy to hear from you after the session. We will be around. And I would like to continue the tradition that my colleagues have established of taking a family photo. And I'd like to ask the online participants as well to put on their cameras and colleagues as well. Thank you. Camila, can you please speak?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we start in 1 minute, please. Thank you. Okay, let's go. My name is Sébastien Bacholet. I am in charge of taking care of this meeting, but I will not be the main speaker. Of course, you are joining the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values on the topic of evolving regulation and its impact on core Internet values. The core Internet value, which comprise the technical architectural values by which the Internet is built and evolves, and derives universal value that emerge from the way the Internet works. The Internet is a global medium open to all, regardless of geography or nationality. It's interoperable because it's a network of networks. It doesn't rely on a single application. It relies on open protocols such as TCP/IP and BGP. It's free of any centralized control except for the needed coordination of unique identifiers. It's end-to-end, so traffic from one end of the network to the other end of the network goes uninterrupted. It's user-centric, and users have control over what they send and received, and it's robust and reliable. The Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Value held sessions at every previous IGF, and every year there seems to be another challenge. One of the most basic core Internet value, its uniqueness. In 2023, the world economic having not recovered from the challenge of previous years. What was free on the Internet might no longer make sense financially for company offering the service and might end up behind a paywall. What was free movement of information in the past might not be seen by government as a good thing today. What was free connectivity might not be financially sustainable any longer. What was free might be blocked tomorrow for many reasons. On the one hand, there are calls for commercial operators such as telecom providers asking for a fair share of Internet profits, which is gaining grounds with some lawmakers. In addition to this commercial pressure, where the free mode of operation might no longer be the preferred mode of operation, recent years have seen a lot more regulation affecting the Internet. Whether it is the UK's Online Safety Bill, the Australian Online Safety Act, the European Digital Services Act, and Digital Market Act, or the US Kids Online Safety Acts, regulation is being drafted and rolled out by many governments. Very often for good reason and good objective, but it's something we will see during this discussion. So not only is there a strong movement worldwide to implement some major structural change to the way the Internet and Internet services work, there is also a commercial interest from some to change the Internet business model altogether. A few years ago, the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Value promoted permissionless innovation. This day, for many governments, this translates to the World Wild West. Is this a fair assessment of the Internet that we have been defending? Are the core values that gave Internet its freedom at risk? Regulation is now firmly back on the agenda. This session of the Dynamic Coalition Core Internet Values will again bring world-class experts to discuss the Internet we want, each bringing their unique experience to the table. I will briefly talk about our speaker. We are here on my right, Lee Rainey. I will leave them to present themselves. It will be shorter. Jane Coffin is with us. Nick Wenner and Iria Pusosa are online, and Vincerf is with us. I would like to thank them very much and give the floor, if you agree, to Lee to start the discussion. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sebastian. It's wonderful to be here. I'm honored to be here. And really, my philosophy has been whenever you're in the same room with Vince Cerf, you have to start by saying thank you. I come to you from 24 years of doing research with the Pew Research Center about the social and political and economic impacts of the internet. I thought I was going to retire from Pew Research this past spring, and I flunked retirement. So I got a wonderful gig to continue on with a portion of the work at Elon University, which is in North Carolina, in the United States. We've done a lot of work with them related to that, and I get the title professor in front of my main name now. So my mother is smiling at me in heaven, and my children laugh at me a little bit less now. I wanted to start by saying sort of the overlying topic here is fragmentation. And so the first thing maybe to note in the sense of fragmentation is that there are 2.6 billion people who don't have the internet and don't use it. And so there is an enormous fragmentation at the heart of the social, political, cultural experience of the internet. So just noting that is an important scene setter for this conversation. Over the course of my work at Pew, though, it was easy to spot 4 different revolutions that were occurring on our watch, and watch then the reckoning that came from those revolutions. There was a dynamic that has tightened up. There's usually great enthusiasm at moment 0, and then the enthusiasm sometimes faded as the reality of things came out. So I want to also make sure that you understand I'm going to be talking about 4 social, cultural, and legal changes. These don't really affect how people think about the underlying principles of the internet. They love it. You poll on the ideas of free, open, secure, interoperable, and you get unprecedentedly positive survey ratings about the principles that underlie what the master here built. What happens, though, is that once those principles collide with culture and law and people's own personalities, there are ways in which their enthusiasms begin to fade or their qualms begin to rise. So go through the 4 revolutions relatively quickly. The first one we saw in the late 1990s, beginning in the late 1990s, was the rise of home broadband, which made people enthusiastic users of internet protocols because the internet became a utility in their life. It was not a plaything anymore. When you dialed up those modems, that was kind of a fun sound to hear. But when it became always on and on higher speed, people began to embrace it in the rhythms of their life. It changed the volume of information that was coming into their life, and you could see the incipient ways that they became enthusiastic about being content creators themselves. So it was democratizing, it was doing end runs around gatekeepers. There were ways in which new kinds of communities could be built that were built around affinity and affiliation rather than localities and the physical proximity that people had to each other. And people just loved the idea that they could tell their stories without being shut down or without having to cajole a gatekeeper to allow them to tell their stories. And yet, right in those early days, there were early signs that people, while they liked that for themselves, they didn't like that necessarily for others who had different ideas. The medical community at first was one of the initial communities to sound alarms about mis and disinformation. They were worried from a gatekeeper sense that people were doing end runs around their providers and getting second opinions and diagnosing themselves and things. But there was also concern that more and more misinformation and just bad information was getting out into the world. The dangerous actors early on began to figure out how to exploit these new tools for themselves, concern about the content that was appropriate, particularly for children to be exposed to. I came out of the world of journalism too, so it was easy to see the warning signs of what the internet was going to be doing to mainstream journalism in the culture. So that was part of the backlash. Love at first, democratizing, but also sort of concerns about some of the early ways in which it was playing through the culture. Second revolution was the mobile connectivity revolution, which changed the velocity of information into people's lives. All of a sudden, their phones became another body part and another lobe in their brain. And they loved that. They loved the always on, always available connectivity that they have with others. They liked being able to be reached by others. They liked the fact that the nature of their social networks was changing even before social media really sort of came to prominence. They just could see more people in their lives and interact with more people, and they enjoyed that. But they, again, sort of early enough in that whole arrival of that second revolution on mobile connectivity, they began to worry about the distractions that it was bringing into people's lives, the way it was disrupting their attention flows, the way that they were always available to others. They liked it in some sense. They certainly liked it when they could do outreach to others, but they didn't like necessarily being always available to others. And it imposed new obligations on their lives. So again, there's this sort of push me, pull you, yin and yang dimension to the rise of this second revolution. Third revolution is social media, particularly when combined with the mobile connectivity revolution. It just put everything on accelerants. The relationships in their social networks, the size and scope of their social networks, their exposure to new information and people and ideas, the fact that they could share the adventures of their lives and even the little things in their lives very quickly with a push of a button, and they could like and affirm things that others were doing. That was incredibly exciting to people and changed the way that they reacted to media. They lived their lives in a variety of ways. But then, relatively soon, too, began the first backlash wave about what's this doing, particularly to younger children and especially to girls, when their messaging that was coming into the world was not necessarily affirming or was showing them parts of life that they struggled to think that they would ever have access to and things like that. The business model of the companies themselves began to raise questions about, well, how much do they really know about me, and how much am I being targeted and manipulated or steered or things like that. Obviously, there were concerns about harassment and hate speech and threats and all kinds of things like that, and information warriors themselves taking actions in this. The fourth and final revolution that I've been privileged to watch and is unfolding in front of our very eyes and is the central topic of this IGF is the artificial intelligence revolution. And clearly people have very discriminating ideas about it. There are ways in which they think AI is doing wonders in their life, and they anticipate even more wonders in the future. Their productivity and things like that, but they're also worried about their jobs. And they're worried about bias and discrimination. They're worried about their own autonomy and a way to act. And they're worried about ethical applications. I heard a number here. I hope someone will fact check me on this if I'm wrong. There are at least 1,300 documented protocols of ethical AI that are now being circulated, and God knows how many more sort of in more private channels. But it's a sense that there's a palpable fear that these tools might turn bad, or they might be pulled in bad directions. So those are the four revolutions in the backlash. So each of them sort of have affected people's lives. But I also wanted to talk for a minute about other ways that I call them fragmented souls are affected by these new environments. And again, play through the social, cultural, and legal fragmentations that we're seeing. Everything that we've studied about those four revolutions shows that different groups have different experiences of the revolutions. And the obvious ones that Pew measured every time something new happened was there are differences by class, differences by gender, differences by age, differences by race and ethnicity, and sometimes pretty significant differences by religious affiliation or non-religious affiliation. There are also differences by sort of psychographics, the way people are affected their relationship to these new tools. First of all, especially when it comes to AI, their awareness is an enormous determinant of how they think about it. The less people know, the more scared they are. And you can see how public education and other just sort of familiarization processes might ease things over time, but that's a big determinant now. But there are differences among those who are optimists and pessimists, those who trust and don't trust as their starting point with other individuals, extroverts and introverts, and a whole lot of other psychographics. Finally, just to make things confusing from a fragmentation sense, and anybody that's trying to deal with this has to deal with the reality that different people act different ways in these environments. At one moment, the context is open and affirming, and I want these things in my life, and I would like them available to me. At another moment, I don't want any access to me. I don't want my data being gathered. I don't want to be offered this transactional kind of thing. So there are ways in which you can't even predict at the individual level at times whether people are going to like it or not like it, which makes lawmaking hard, which makes rollouts of new products and applications hard, and things like that. And the final one is the sort of big one, which is there's an optimism gap that's at the center of people's thinking about the fragmentation we face. They think, each individual thinks, I'm doing okay in this environment. They like all of these revolutions for what they bring to their lives. But they also think everybody else is messed up by them. I'm okay, you're not. So they think they're doing fine, but the society is not doing well, and they have a split mind thinking about how to reconcile that in policy, in culture, in norms, and in technology. Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Lee. I will give the floor to Jane now, please.
Hello. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jane Coffin. I've been rambling around the internet community and connectivity communities for about 25 years. I've been in government, industry, nonprofits, and startups. My last startup was one that I didn't start it up, but I was one of the key people working on the startup to help fund small networks, believe it or not, in the United States, because there are a lot of networks that are not being deployed in the rural, remote, urban, unconnected, and underserved areas. And it was specifically to take a look at how to fund those networks with creative, innovative funding, AKA bringing what people call blended finance and impact investment back to the United States, where it probably should stay for a while, because there's a lack of connectivity and things have to change and the regulations need to be loosened up a little bit in order for that to happen. During the 25 years that I've been running around, I've done a lot of work in what people call the Global South, but the Global South often doesn't call itself that. The common denominator is working in those places that are less connected and potentially had fewer regulations and policies. So helping to bring some policy and regulatory sense in some areas, and or building regulators actually, to help bring in more open connectivity, which was always my goal. I was at the Internet Society for 10 years and spent a lot of time working on internet exchange points and community networks, which I'm going to focus on as some of the core internet valued entity things that we need, related to something called invariance. And the Internet Society put out a paper called the Internet Invariance, and I want to read the Wikipedia, if I can find it again, definition for you of invariant, which is a constant. It's something that's not changing. And so if some of the key internet invariants are openness, interoperability, globally connected, and something that I think Vint coined as permissionless innovation, I'll call it innovation without permission. Those are critical things for building your internet community and building networks in anywhere. But what we're seeing is some erosion of those key things about the openness, the interoperability, the globally connected part, which is if any endpoint of a network can connect to another endpoint from that global interconnection, this is super important. Internet exchange points are a sign of some of these invariants because they bring networks together in a very neutral fashion to exchange traffic without a lot of rules. The rules are, of course, based in the protocols that come out of the Internet Engineering Task Force and some other organizations like the IEEE, if you're doing wireless sort of Wi-Fi connectivity at the IX. But those internet exchange points that we helped develop over time gave people a neutral grounding place to exchange traffic. They were often not regulated, and it's been quite something to work over the last 15 to 10 years to make sure that they weren't regulated and to keep them open. We've seen some erosion of that in different countries, and I'm not going to name the countries or where some of this is coming from, even in international organizations where they wanted to standardize the stack of equipment in IXPs, which could have created more challenges and hardened the architecture to a degree that there was less innovation when you're building the internet exchange points. The other connectivity medium that we were working with so closely, and I've been working with in the last couple of years as well on a different level on financing them, are the community networks. You can call them municipal networks, open networks, structurally separated networks, where there's more networks riding over a network that somebody else runs, the baseline network. But with community networks, you have permissionless innovation to just bring in what you'd like from the community out. And if we see more regulation that prohibits community networks, I've been in international meetings where people said I was trying to stand up a terrorist network. And I thought, wow, okay, that's a whole new spin on what I'm trying to do. But, and it wasn't me, and I should say the expression we used to use was for the community, with the community, by the community. These are organic networks that are built out in places that have little last mile connectivity to no last mile connectivity, or no competitive last mile and middle mile connectivity. So I would posit that when we keep seeing spectrum locked in, when we keep hearing people say, no, you can't have a different type of network that isn't an incumbent network or designed a certain way, they're locking out innovation, but they're also locking out competition, and they're locking people out of connectivity at a cheaper price. So if we're talking about some of the core internet values of openness, interoperability, globally connected, and innovation without permission, internet exchange points, community networks, and working with brilliant technical people in a very innovative way, which is not in a university setting at times. I've worked with a lot of people in the network operator groups, which I think a lot of people don't know what those are, the NOGs. The network operator groups around the world are some of the best places where you see technical expertise transferred to other people at what I call the local level, where if you're talking about sustainability and building more internet infrastructure, it's not just people jetting in to say, you do this way. It's more of a, how do you work with local people to train local people for local connectivity? So I'm going to stop there and just also say that I think Lee had mentioned it, but there are some things that we're seeing with the DSA and with fair share, which, by the way, I saw so much erosion of this fair share issue 20 years ago. People were calling the internet bypass because it was bypassing the traditional telco networks. So for years and years in certain fora, people were locking out the internet. They didn't want IP-based networks in their countries because it was going around the toll booth of the old telco networks. Now, I'm not anti-telco. Full disclosure, I did work for a telco years ago, but there's room for everyone in this equation. And I'm going to turn it over back to you, Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Jane. Very well articulated. I think it will be useful for the follow-up of this meeting. Now we have two persons online. I would like to be sure that Ni, who will be the next speaker, and Iria, who are available online. And Ni, please take the floor.
Yes, I'm available.
Go ahead. Thank you, Ni.
Yeah. Thanks very much for inviting me to share some views on the topic. I tend to think internet means fragments, so perhaps the fragmentation is elsewhere. I'll be speaking to how Africa's regional internet registry was affected by local legislation in Mauritius and what impact this could have on regional internet registries. There's sufficient background information at the afrinic.net website on legal cases, but take a look also at the assisted review. I intend to present that though the legislative context is a factor, there were real other challenges, including RR transfer policies, policy development, process attacks, cyberbullying, legal denial of service attacks on the org, and also on individuals who dare speak. Misinformation was peddled, even there was cyber squat of the RR, and so on. Community poisoning, and naturally that generated some internal governance challenges surrounding the resources. However, the core the Afrinic core function of administering resources to operators and end users according to community developed policies has so far held up very well. The good news is that the multi-stakeholder approach we practice in our PDP has been resilient, and several draft proposals to hijack resources did not reach consensus. Attempts to game the participation in the PDP were also thwarted, and a co-chair was recalled for the first time. A brief history will put this in context. A proposal to establish was made in 97. Meetings in 98 in Cotonou and AFNOC 2000 endorsed the proposal, and Afrinic itself was established around 2004, going to 5. It received endorsements and support of several governments and intergovernmental organizations, many African countries, African Union ICT ministers, OIF Francophonie, E-Africa Commission, UNECA, UNICE Task Force, and many others supported. So the need to have it established was unquestioned. The original idea was to establish as an incorporated association, not for gain in South Africa, but eventually consensus was to develop a decentralized organization with headquarters in Mauritius and other operations in South Africa, Egypt, and Ghana. Afrinic was blessed with generous financial resources from the government of South Africa and was actually incubated in CSR in Pretoria. And we proceeded to build the headquarters according to the consensus with additional support from the government of Mauritius. And in Mauritius, we ended up establishing as a private company with membership bylaws. For a decade, the shared objective was clear and was to build the foundations of internet in Africa. We lost this shared objective as we went along, and personal interest or self-interest began. And this began with when Afrinic received the last /8 of IPv4 in 2011 as per global soft landing policy. The pressures on the common objective started at this time, and transfer policies adopted by other regions questioned service versus property. These policies considered the V4 resources as property to LIRs, but not to the end user, on whose behalf LIR justify the resources. Given that people have voluntarily adopted to use the identifiers, we have responsibility to manage them as public goods, not property. There were discussions on changing scope of IR functions. Some say IR are mere bookkeeper versus a registration service agreement to be complied. The need basis policy was questioned. Out of region use of IPs became an issue. Meanwhile, of course, board got involved in our case in resource allocation, which was a no-no. There was misappropriation of legacy V4 by founding staff, which has been addressed and most resources recalled. The consensus we had weakened, and the board got divided, resulting in community disagreements. We've had 3 CEOs, 2004, 15, and 19, and none since 2022. In 2021, Afrinic initiated a resource members assisted review according to the RSA. The membership application has compliance requirements where members shall do specific things as well as consequences if member is not compliant. In the review, some members accepted, some had fudged documents. One member who had received more than /9 in 4 allocations in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 refused to comply, saying Afrinic is a bookkeeper, has no rights. But the member signed the RSA. The member in question also has no ASN and no V6. Afrinic followed the RSA and applied the consequences by recalling resources. The member did not seek arbitration, denied Afrinic rights to assess his compliance, and started litigations. A commercial dispute, therefore, had erupted between the member and Afrinic. 28 cases, with member initiating 26 and Afrinic only 2. 18 of cases were completed with 12 set aside, 4 withdrawn by a member, and 2 null and void or by agreement. There were 11 injunctions, 3 stay of executions, 4 claims, and 1 contempt. The claims were to amend our register to make the person like a director, whereas he's not been elected, demanding $1.8 billion, demanding Afrinic unused V4 resources, garnishing the company's assets, claiming defamation, and so on. The cases seem frivolous and designed to overwhelm attention, financial resources, and stress governance. These members bullied community members with defamation suits in their countries if they dared mention a name on mailing lists. However, the substantive case on violations of the RSA by member has not yet been heard. One of other consequent cases damaged board quorum and could not appoint lawyers for court cases to defend Afrinic nor hire CEO. A recent court order has appointed an official receiver to hold elections to restore governance at Afrinic. In summary, someone saw a loophole and decided to harass company, attack the weak part of the IRS system. This started with review of compliance. Then we saw abuse of legislation in cumulative attacks in a capital market economy. Member created a number of confusion, offering alternate RRR based on brokerage and lots of social media misinformation. On the other hand, Afrinic is well positioned in the substance. Even injunction on transfer policy has completed, as not granted. The multi-stakeholder in the PDP was strong enough to resist abuse of open participation. We have had support from all RRs, ICANN, ISOC, governments, members, and community at large. We just had AIS 2023 organized by AFNOG and Afrinic and hosted by Zadna in Johannesburg, South Africa. We are organizing community for what to do in the future, and we're privileged to receive video message from Vincef and Ambassador Amandeep Gill, UN Secretary General Envoy on Technology. During the opening ceremony, the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Communication and Digital Technology, Philip Mapulani, did not mince words when he called the heist a neo-colonial conquest. The V4, V6, and ASN resources are for internet development in Africa, and would be difficult to change the purpose. Africa did not complete the decentralized organization it planned. It could also not get diplomatic protections it had sought. Ironically, Africa went to Mauritius for business stability for a technology company, but now going through litigation that comes from capital market. We should not take internet for granted and protect it for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ni. Very interesting, useful, and I am sure that a lot of people in this room and around the world support you and the people who try to solve the case of Afrinic, because we all need Afrinic. And now I will give the floor to, I guess it's Iria. Can you show on the screen and take the floor, please? You need to open your mic because you are muted for the moment, as I can see. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Sebastian. I kind of go back to what Lee was saying at the beginning. We had a kind of wave of panics of backlash, as he said, and now we are facing one of those. So we are in a moment in we are listening, we are hearing a lot of voices saying we need to regulate fast because some serious harm upon us on the internet. I'm kind of concerned about these reactions and this demand for quick response, because most of the time these regulations done under pressure are kind of ill-designed and they may break the internet, and this is what we are concerned at the moment. I believe that we need to do more research on the issues before us, define precisely what the problems are and how the problems we are trying to solve, and not something so big is impossible to understand, and assess the trade-offs between different policies and the way in which there are suitable technical implementations for those policies. And when we try to add to regulate too fast, maybe we lost that. In the research I conducted recently in the FR lab, we were focusing on not in the internet as a whole, but in messaging apps. Where we were trying to add in response to demands of regulating this ad, particularly trying to introduce content moderation in encrypted messaging apps. That was kind of the call we were listening here in the United States, people concerned about disinformation and foreign influence operations, people concerned about glorification of terrorists, violent extremists, species-made atrocities, and child sexual abuse material. Oh, most of the claims had the idea of this is happening because these messages that are encrypted. And so police this content and solve those harms. And this was is pretty much the uh, say a generalization, a simplification of the public conversation, but it's what we're hearing. So in our research, we find that well, it's not the case. So most of the content we see is in messaged as overwhelmingly positive, and there also it's useful, helpful for individuals, communities, and society. But this thinking about harms is what dominates the public conversation and will take us get to the pressure we are seeing over the UK Online Safety Bill and the US KICS Online Safety Act, in which most of the pressure is we need to find a way to moderate content in encrypted apps because everything running there is negative for the society, is harmful for the society. What the work we were doing here at the different lab was trying to show how the content there was a variation of content with different purpose, and most of them was positive, but also how different ways to deal with this harmful content that certainly exists. We doesn't need to break encryption. We doesn't need to establish impose content moderations where we undermining encryption. So that is the focus of that recent research we were doing here. In part, our conclusion is but one of the issues who sometimes get out of the conversation is but one of the issues who sometimes get out of the conversation is how these policies for the flow of data, use of internet-based applications, uh, don't consider this is a transnational flow of data. This is extraterritorial scope of affected platform operations. So maybe well-intended regulation in one country will be affected profoundly negatively in other countries in which rule of law is not is not as a norm. So the work we are trying to do is try to find ways for addressing the problems existing in the platform without um, breaking the fundamentals of the use. In this case, breaking the encryption. We were focusing on messaging ads, but as we know, see, we go faster. Encryption is not needed in messaging ads sooner or rather than later. Some people are going to say encryption is not needed in the internet, and we need to get rid of that because there are other harmful contents running in the internet. So this is pretty much what we are looking at this moment. This is I see is a peril for the internet as a whole. when we let this conversation escalate, trying to undermine, in this case, encryption. In other case, could be another value, another core principle of the integrity of the internet as a space for communications. Due to this shared concern we had in this this pressure for quicker regulation, no well-defined regulation, no well-intended regulation, is part of what we are being trying to get into the conversation at the moment. Try to find solutions to online harm, ensure the respect of human rights, the rule of law, within the principles of necessity and proportionality. We have attacking the aspects where we consider core for the functioning of internet-based communications and internet integrity.
Thank you very much, Yeria. And now, last but not least, Vincerf, please.
First of all, thank you for. Okay, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to join you in this session. I think all the preamble just tells you that many of the times when we try to fashion rules to make the system function in a way that's safe and secure, we often end up with unexpected side effects, and some of them you've just heard from NII, for example. I think what's happened over the course of the last decade or so is that the openness of the internet, which was relatively safe, was a consequence of the people who were using it. In the very early part, the people who used it were the people who were building it. And for the most part, they didn't have any interest in destroying it or abusing it. They just wanted to make it work. But as time has gone on and as it has become commercially available, then more and more of the world's population have access to this, and their motivations are not exactly the same as what the original engineering teams had in mind. They're interested in using the internet for their own purposes, and there's nothing necessarily inherently wrong with that. I mean, business wants to use the internet in order to improve business, to grow their businesses. But there are people who are on the internet who would like to exploit their ability to amplify their voices, to amplify their messages, to deliver malware, to deliver phishing attacks, or denial of service attacks, whatever else is motivating them. And governments have, over the past decade or so, recognized that these hazards are beginning to arise out of whatever motivations. And so they try to enact laws that will protect people using the internet. And that's also an understandable motivation. Now, I must admit to you that there are some countries that are more interested in protecting the regime than they are in protecting the citizens. But interestingly enough, and the difficulty is that the same mechanisms that might be used to protect the citizens are also useful for inhibiting legitimate freedom of speech or other kinds of activities that many of us would consider reasonable. And so that we now have a conundrum, which is that in our interest in protecting the safety and security and privacy in the internet, we may interfere with our ability to hold parties accountable for the bad behaviors that they exhibit on the network. And that is threading the needle in some sense. Perhaps those of us who live in democracies will have to recognize that the authoritarian governments will in fact use the tools that we would argue are needed to imbue citizens with rights, to inhibit those rights. And I'm not sure that we have the freedom to inhibit that or to prevent that from happening. What that means is that the internet will not be the same everywhere that we look. You see this happening where internets get shut down from time to time because the regime believes that it either is necessary to protect the regime, or they may even believe that it's necessary to protect citizens from harmful misinformation and disinformation. This leads to a zeal in the legislative corridors to pass laws intended to protect people's interests. Let me just set aside the laws that are passed to protect the interest of the regimes. Let's just focus on the more democratic environments. What can happen, however, is that in the intent of those laws may be laudable, no pun intended, but they may also have side effects. So one possible example is that if the law requires 24-hour response to the removal of harmful content, first of all, it may turn out to be literally impossible. To cite one statistic that you're all familiar with, the YouTube application at Google receives somewhere between 400 and 500 hours of video per minute uploaded into the system. I have no idea how many hours of video are exported per minute, by users who are trying to download content. It's not possible for that content to be vetted manually. We don't have enough people to do that, and so we rely on technical means, machine learning mechanisms, which we all know are imperfect. And so not only will they not work 100% of the time, but they won't catch 100% of the problems. And they may catch things that aren't problems but look like problems because the algorithms don't know the difference. Asking a company the size of Google to do something is one thing, but asking a small and medium-sized enterprise to carry out the same kind of filtering may inhibit that small enterprise from ever existing, let alone growing. So we have these undesirable side effects of well-intended laws that may prevent us from building the internet that we all would like to have. We also, someone mentioned earlier, I guess it was Jane, that there were laws that were passed in the US anyway, the telcos that didn't want competition from community networks were able to get laws passed in the states to inhibit the building of community networks on the grounds that if a municipality wanted to build a network, it was the government interfering with freedom, competing with private enterprise, that ignored the fact that a typical arrangement would be that the community would actually have a contract with a private entity to go build the municipal network and operate it, but that was sort of ignored in the zeal to argue the other case. So I'm actually quite worried that these are not simple problems to solve, and that at the Internet Governance Forum, where we've spent years literally contemplating some of these problems, that we have a kind of responsibility to try to help the legislators and the regulators come to reasonable conclusions about protecting human interests, while at the same time recognizing that there are responsibilities associated with the use of the internet. In a previous session, it occurred to me to remind people about the social contract and Rousseau's observation that along with safety and security, which people are looking for in their social environment, that they have obligations not to abuse their freedoms. And so my freedom to punch somebody in the nose kind of stops about 1 centimeter away from Sebastian's nose. And if my freedom existed up to that point, but as soon as I complete the action, now I have now violated his rights. So we have still some work to do, and I think especially in the IGF context, we have an obligation to help the legislators and the regulators to find a way forward that preserves as much of the utility and value of the internet as possible, while at the same time protecting people from harm. And one particular thing which we valued over time, I think, is anonymous use of the internet. You shouldn't have to be known to just do a Google search, for example. However, if you are going to use the internet for harmful purposes, eventually, I think we would generally agree we would want those parties to be identified. Well, this gets to the notion of accountability. Many of the laws that are being passed are attempts by the legislators to articulate how to hold parties accountable for their behavior, whether that's a private sector entity or an individual or a whole country. In order to hold parties accountable, you have to be able to identify them. So now we have a tension between privacy and the ability to reveal a party in the event that we believe that party is misbehaving. There is currently, as many of you know, an attempt to draft a cybercrime treaty, and there is a considerable amount of debate deciding on what's a cybercrime. In some cases, you could argue that every crime that already exists can also use a computer to execute the crime, therefore all crimes must be cybercrimes. That's not a good syllogism, and some of us are arguing that we should be more cautious about the treaty being focused specifically on things that you could not do without the use of a computer in the network. That's still in debate, so we haven't concluded that yet. So my bottom line on all of this is that in our attempt to make the internet a safe and secure environment, we are going to have to accept that some of the principles that we enjoyed in the early days of the internet may no longer be fully attainable. And in particular, I would argue that accountability forces us into making parties identifiable at need. And I will offer just one very weak analogy, which some of you have heard before, I suspect. When you get a license plate on the car, it's usually just a random collection of letters and numbers, and it looks like gobbledygook to us. But there are parties who have the authority to look that license plate up and identify the owner of the car, which, by the way, may not be the driver of the car, and that's also an important observation. But this piercing of the veil of anonymity or pseudonymity may turn out to be essential to introducing accountability into the system. Some of you have also heard my argument that agency is another element of all this. We need to provide agency to individuals, corporations, and even countries to protect their interests, which might mean, for example, the use of end-to-end cryptography in order to maintain confidentiality. And arguments are often made that end-to-end cryptography is harmful because it means it's harder for law enforcement to detect that there is misbehavior on the network. And I sort of draw the line there and argue that end-to-end cryptography for the protection of confidentiality is extremely important. The idea that you have a back door into the cryptographic system almost certainly guarantees eventually that information will be released, and then no one will have any confidentiality at all. Last point, people who are focused on the anonymous use of the internet may sometimes forget that strong authentication of your identity might turn out to be helpful to you, and that you should be adopting mechanisms that make it hard for other people to pretend to be you. Because if it's too easy for them to do that, they may in fact take actions on your behalf that you didn't authorize. And so strong authentication might, I hope, become a norm in the system where it's needed in order to make sure that you protect yourself against other people taking actions that you didn't authorize. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there, but I hope this feeds a little bit of the thinking for the debate which should follow.
Thank you very much, Vint. Sebastian Bachot speaking. Just, I would like to pick up one of your point. It's when you remind us that IGF could be useful, and the exchange we have here and in the other room are not just to talk, but also it's to talk, but to exchange between various stakeholders, and that's an important point here also today. Now I would like to open the floor for question. You have a mic in the middle of the room. Just queue there and talk, give comments or question. And if there is the same online, please do it.
Yes, Sebastian Alejandro Pisanti here, moderator online. There's Deborah Allen Rogers' hand up as well.
Okay, Deborah, go ahead, please. Thank you.
So, Deborah, you can ask your question.
If you can open your mic and eventually your camera too will be great, like that we can see you. For the moment, your microphone is closed, as I can see.
How many engineers does it take to turn on a microphone?
Maybe only one, but the system may be so unresponsive.
Okay, maybe okay. Maybe Alessandro, you may be willing to start, and we will try to solve the problem with Deborah, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a very brief comment right now. As the work of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values is concerned with the way different things, and this year it's regulations mostly, may impinge on these core values, assuming, of course, that they are mostly the technical principles with which the internet was built. And what we see from some of the regulation proposals is that may actually do away or damage seriously things like the universality of reach of the internet. They may be achieved by reducing interoperability. I'm very concerned, for example, does not mean not do it, but find a way to do it with what Vint has said, for example, for stronger authentication or for stronger identification. We may find ourselves needing to add devices to the system, or some governments or banks or such entities may decide that you need to have an extra device, maybe also on their network, to do this authentication, that open standards like PKI will not work. So that's the kind of concern that we have to look into. To extract a list of these things for now, and see how they can be made to work or research over the next months. These are key points that we're looking at. But I'll leave the floor to other participants. Deborah says it's not allowing her to open, and I'm already trying to unmute.
Hello, hello.
There you are.
I'm here, but I would like to be on camera, but you all see my face in the picture. So I just want to say hello to everyone and thank you very much. I will lower my hand also. And what I wanted to say was a couple of things. I'm from New York City. I live in The Hague. My name is Deborah Allen Rogers, as you see, and I have a digital fluency lab here called Find Out Why. So I wanted to direct my question. Oh, here we go. It looks like I can start my video. Okay, hello everyone. Okay, so hello from The Hague. I wanted to direct my question at Jane and also at Vint, anyone else who might want to join in, but in particular, the two of you. One is the father of the internet, and secondly, as a woman who just gave us a lot of really good intel about NOGs, for example. Do either of you or do anyone on the panel spend time working directly with Finland and Estonia on e-governance? I do some work with them, and they've developed these models and they've been putting them in place for a good 20 years for e-governance, and have answers to many of the questions I see that we struggle with here in Europe and that we struggle with in the United States. And the last point I'll make is because they stay sort of under the radar screen, oftentimes their designs are sort of overlooked, I've noticed in all the work that I do with various European internet forums, et cetera. So I was in DC this summer and we talked a lot about it at the Trans-Atlantic Partnership meetings, but I did want to raise it in this venue as well about e-governance in Estonia and in Finland, and X-Road in particular. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Deborah. Question in the room? We can start with few questions and then, but it's up to you. If you want, we can start, Deborah. If you want to take the floor and give some answer, and then I will ask Vint also and the other participants.
Well, the question does relate to the same thing.
Then go ahead.
Do you hear me? Via the microphone, okay. So Martin Botteman, and indeed the big thing I'm struggling with is that this internet needs to be more and more secure, more and more reliable. We should be able to rely on it, and we are working on that. And now one of the elements is indeed identification. And would you consider, for instance, anonymity as a core internet value, or is that something different? How can we get to a kind of standard where you combine security with anonymity via a kind of trusted service or something? Is that something where we can go? And I think it very much complements to Alejandro's concern and what the lady just said, identity as used in these governments.
Thank you. Vin, go ahead.
I actually would like to respond to that specifically. For a long time, I had the view that anonymity was a right that we should have and that you should be able to use the internet without identifying yourself. What we discovered, at least what I believe we discovered, is that anonymity creates opportunity for really severe and bad behavior. If people think that there are no consequences for their harmful behaviors on the net, then they will continue to execute those bad behaviors. And so absolute anonymity is, in my view, not necessarily, should not be a core value. And I'm surprised at my change in position, but having seen too much bad behavior that's shielded by anonymity, I now believe that accountability is more important. That doesn't mean that you have to identify yourself to use all of the internet's features. That's not what I'm arguing. But I am saying that we should tolerate mechanisms that allow for discovery. And while I say that, I absolutely understand the viewing this through the lens of a democratic society versus an authoritarian one, you get very different answers. From the standpoint of an authoritarian government, the ability to identify parties is harmful to that party's interests. And yet, if we don't allow for that kind of discovery, then all of our interests are harmed by the bad behaviors that are not accountable and therefore difficult to inhibit. You could say, well, can't we inhibit the bad behaviors just by using technology? Can't we use machine learning to filter all the bad stuff out? And the answer is, as far as we can tell, that doesn't work. Either it doesn't work because it fails to filter, or it filters the wrong thing, and therefore people's rights are harmed because of that. And so this is going to be a relatively imperfect outcome, but I am persuaded at the moment that protecting people's interests and protecting people from harm is really important. We can say, though, that there are certain actions that where we recognize that anonymity is important, because if you're identifiable, then there could be really harmful side effects. Whistleblowing being a good example of that. But I would argue with you that even in the whistleblowing case, the most traditional means of handling that are that a trusted party receives the blown whistle and may in fact need to know who is blowing the whistle, but is obligated to keep that party's identity anonymous. And that's one of the ways in which you thread the needle between anonymity and identifiability and accountability. So I'd be very interested, of course, if people have arguments against this proposition that pure anonymity should not be an absolute core value anymore.
Thank you, Vin. Before
Can I pick up on that, Sebastian, for a second?
Go ahead, but
to help our
yeah, okay, go ahead.
Very briefly, and to further the point that was made by Deborah as well, how big an architectural change would this be? We have assumed for many years that the only identifier that the internet gives you is actually, that's proper from the internet, is the IP address, and everything else comes from the edge. So how big of an architectural change would that be? And then, of course, how scalable would that be? The case of Estonia, I think, is very brilliant, but has a limitation of scale in the way you can establish trust within a small society or going further out? Sorry, so it's just to extend this question. Thank you.
Could I respond on the Estonian side? Because the one thing which impresses me about Estonia is that 100% of the population is registered for strong authentication, 100%. And they can do that in part because it's 1.5 million people. When you get to 300 million or 600 million or 1.4 billion, it gets harder. India has introduced the Aadhaar system, which is attempting to strongly authenticate parties for their benefit. But everyone sitting in the room and those online can also recognize the potential risk factors of being able to identify people by biological metrics and things like that. And you could see how that can be abused as well. So this is a peculiar tension that I think is not 100% resolvable. But as I say, I believe that accountability may turn out to be far more important than absolute anonymity.
Thank you, Jane. And then I will go to Ghana IGF Remote Hub and then back to Deborah. Jane, please.
I'll be very brief. Deborah, we've worked with a variety of governments around the world to work with a variety of governments around the world. So, but if there are some really great practices that we can glean from you, that would be exciting. I wanted to pick up really quickly on a point that Vint made about the IGF having an obligation. And I think, Vint, that point, one of the points I want to extrapolate from that is to help find a way forward with governments to have inclusive multi-stakeholder inclusion in policy making and regulation. We start to exclude civil society, the technical community, academia. It's very much not going to lead to a better regulatory and policy regime and environment. And if we don't, the law of unintended consequences may prevail here, where we may force centralization a bit more. Some governments may force centralization in their lawmaking if they aren't including some of the smaller networks, the other instances like internet exchange points and others in the conversation, and lock out multi-stakeholder inclusion. So I just wanted to put that out there before we ended.
So Jane, since this is also supposed to be entertainment for you, so now we'll have this little debate back and forth. You're not saying, I hope, or are you trying to argue that the point I'm making, that absolute anonymity may no longer be a core value in the interests of the people who use the internet? Your argument about governments and multi-stakeholder policy making, I don't understand is an argument against my proposition. It is an argument for the utility of multi-stakeholder perspective in the formulation of policy. And I hope that what I've been saying is not unintentionally misinterpreted as against multi-stakeholderism. I'm a complete fan of that, believe that it should be a part of every government's normal practices. So I see these as two very distinct things. That's also a correct interpretation of what you were saying. Okay.
I think you're helping us point out that the obligation of the IGF is, and it's the uniqueness of the multi-stakeholder model in the IGF, to work with governments to make sure that whether it's a discussion on anonymity or interoperability and more networks being interconnected openly, is that that's more robust policymaking regulation comes through that multi-stakeholder discussion.
So, in fact, there's a simultaneous obligation, I think, of members of the IGF who care about these things to engage with governments. We need to help the governments appreciate why the IGF is so important to them as they try to formulate policy. Lee.
The striking thing for so many years about tech policy stuff was that it was pre-partisan, both here and Europe in particular. The dynamic we're talking about now, though, has hints and allegations of being swept into partisan polarization. I don't think there's the kind of consensus now that there might have been 5 or 6 years ago in the mainstream, in the parties, about whether anonymity shouldn't be a core value, and you see signs of it in the populist mainstream party dynamics of Europe as well. So this is all, again, to the theme of the day. This is all organic and moving and fluid, and it's hard to settle things in that environment.
Okay, let's go back to the participants and Ghana, please. I hope that we can hear you. I know that we can see you, at least in my computer. But go ahead, please, Ghana, and then Deborah. And then I will go to the room and then to the next speakers online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Komiete Joseph, speaking from Pentecost University, Ghana. Whilst we look at the core values of the internet, I want to ask this question that with the VPN, that's virtual private networks, people use these networks to bypass restrictions on the internet to fraud and infringe on sensitive data of others. I want to ask, what can be done to protect individual content on the internet? Once we look at, what can the government do, or what can we do to help protect the content of individuals on the internet? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghana. Yeah, go ahead, Vint.
So I think that I've reached the conclusion that cryptography is our friend in all of this. For example, there are many places that will insist that information about their citizens must be kept in the geophysical boundary of the country, in the belief, or at least they make the argument that somehow that makes it safer. In some cases, the motivation behind that is to demand access to the information from the parties who hold the information within the geopolitical boundary of that government. We hear the term data sovereignty, for example, to argue that data about citizens shouldn't leave the country. I will make the argument that when you insist on that, you actually lose reliability. At Google, for example, we replicate data across our data centers, and we also encrypt it, so that no matter where it goes, when it's at rest, it's encrypted. When it's transmitted, it's encrypted. We even have a situation or a provision for the possibility that the users hold the keys to the data. And so we don't, no matter where we put it, it is under the control of the users. So my argument here would be that transporter data flows and encryption allow you to place data anywhere in the internet and protect it as long as you manage your keys properly. Now that is a huge challenge because key management is a non-trivial exercise. And in fact, it's one of the reasons that I did not push public key crypto into the internet for a while, because while it was being developed, the people who were doing the development were graduate students. They're not the first category of people that I would rely on for high quality key management. I mean, and it's not that they're stupid or something, it's just that they get distracted by silly things like PhD dissertations and final exams. So today we have an obligation to help people manage keys and cryptography and to protect their interests and to help them strongly authenticate themselves. So I'm of the view that that's the correct way to handle data protection, and not to argue that its physical location is the ideal protection mechanism, but rather cryptography.
Thank you, Vint. Deborah, please. Maybe I need to do something. Wait a second. Yeah, now I guess.
Try again. There we go. Here I am. Okay. Thank you so much for that. That's a quotable quote. Excellent. Cryptography is our friend for sure. And to add to the question that was just asked about how do we protect human rights or personal privacy, cryptography is our friend, and thinking about all the different ways in which it can be scaled. This is what I wanted to say about the point you made about 1.7 million users or something like that in Estonia, and the cultural I think the cultural context of that, and the idea that now that we're on this online, offline, no-line world, scale is such a reference. It's such a, it's changing this concept of what we can do with scale at the push of a button. And so I speak also to the CEO of X-Road, who's based in Finland, and he talks about a different cultural reference in Finland, one that's a lot more conservative than the one that was in Estonia 20 years building their brand new internet systems and e-governance for their banking and their voting and et cetera. So I just want to make this point. I was a clothing designer in the 80s and 90s when the entire world existing through a pandemic called AIDS, moving into global manufacturing, all going to China. This is not, and I'm in New York at 9/11, of course, this is not the first time I've been through these sorts of drastic transitions. As you know, Vint, I mean, I hear George Carlin's voice somewhere in the background of your voice as well, talking about, and for anyone listening, please look up George Carlin. You'll see why. So thank you about the cryptography, as our friend comment, and please can, if you all want to speak about, or at least think about this, rethinking about this idea of scale and smaller societies that are doing things, because test samples are small, and it's scaling a functional test sample is what works. And so we have to think about these societies. I'm living in a very highly governed, functional society here in the Netherlands now for 3 years. It's different than living in other cultures that are not highly functional at this moment. I say that in reference to something that you mentioned, Lee. So I don't want to actually go on record as mentioning which society, but non-functional and functional looks very different. And I think the functionality is the point, not the size of the scale model. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deborah. We have 12 minutes to go. We have one question in the room and one speaker in online, and Alessandro Pisanti will read some comments online too. Therefore, let's go to the room speaker, please.
Hi, Roger. Is this working? Yep. Roger Dingledine, Tor Project. So this word anonymity is one that I think about a lot. I actually find the word anonymity to be confusing when people are thinking about it. I usually use the word communications metadata security, or a securing communications metadata.
That doesn't trip very well off the tongue, does it?
Fair enough, but the reason why I mention this is thinking about one of the ways that we've managed to thread the needle to manage both of these is looking at it from different layers. So if you tell people Tor is an anonymity tool, then they say, oh, well, I guess I can't use Facebook. But it makes perfect sense to log into Facebook over Tor. You're getting to choose what of your communications metadata you want to reveal. So by default, when you're reaching them, you don't automatically blurt out your identity. You then get to choose what you tell them. And Facebook doesn't care where you are, they care who you are. And what they mean by that is Facebook level, Facebook application layer of who you are. So you log into Facebook, and from there at the platform level, there's a completely separate question about anonymity versus accountability. Do you need your real name, and so on. But the separating those means that at the network layer, you don't automatically identify yourself, yet, as you say, it might be beneficial in a societal way, or a platform way, or a community way to choose to identify yourself at a different layer. So that layering mechanism is one. I don't want to say that it solves everything, but I think it helps us get closer to the answer. Of course, we don't want anonymity for everybody all the time, no matter what, but we want to give people the choice of who they tell about them.
I think that's a really good point, and I appreciate the layering argument, which makes good sense to me. You'll notice that other elements of the internet design, especially the domain name system, has introduced mechanisms like DOH and DOT and so on in order to protect information at certain layers in the architecture while revealing it at others. And your point about choice is very well taken.
Thank you, Vinda. Thank you for your question. Shiva, please, and then Alessandro, I will give you the floor. I need to... Okay, go ahead, Shiva.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Jane was talking about the internet exchange points and the neutrality, the intended neutrality. As far as I know, some of the internet exchange points have a commercial business model, and how far are they away from the intended neutrality? And also, if an internet exchange point can theoretically be non-neutral, can they also become tools in the hands of governments, good and bad governments, to indirectly regulate the internet or to control the internet in a certain way? And the positive question on internet exchange pointers is there any design to think of an internet exchange point for interplanetary networks, probably with a peculiar grids to give a one-way connectivity to the global internet? Thank you.
So Shiva, I'm going to start with your last point about internet exchange points and interplanetary, and I can feel Vint too right next to me, because I think, are you still the chair of the interplanetary working group or the?
No, I'm not. I'm not the chairman. I'm a member of the board, but I participate with them. Yes.
So you should check out a session on Thursday that Joanna Kulisa will be running with respect to, I think that's data governance. But in any event, there's a paper that Joanna Kulisa and Berna Gur have written, and it was funded by the Internet Society Foundation. I'm not, this isn't an advertisement for this foundation, even though I worked at ISOC before. But the paper they put together, and another paper put together by the Internet Society by Dan York, who also will be on the panel on Thursday, talks about the potential for exchange points in space with LEOs, low Earth orbiting satellites. Sorry, I should be clearer. It could be a very interesting thing, and then the question is, who can participate? Who's running the network as far as the LEO constellation itself? Is there neutrality if it's only one entity, company that can control all the traffic exchange, or is it only their traffic? It's very complicated right now with cross-border connectivity to potential. If you have a transmission going down into one country that beams up to another satellite that's going to beam down into another country, the whole concept of negotiating cross-border connectivity issues is complicated wildly. But I'll stop there for a minute, Shiva, and then turn to Vint on the interplanetary.
Yeah. Well, let me, just setting aside the spatial notion for a moment, internet exchange points on the ground are really powerful tools because they allow for connectivity, efficient kinds of connectivity among networks. But here's a scary thought. Suppose that you're in a regime where the government runs the exchange points and it is required that all traffic between networks go through government-operated exchange points, which might lead to surveillance of a kind that you didn't want. That takes us back to cryptography being your friend. And once again, you can imagine regimes that don't want encrypted traffic to be running through the exchange points. With regard to putting exchange points or data centers in space, one of the observations I would make is that those typically require maintenance. And so we may have some difficulty getting people up there to do maintenance. I'm sure everybody in this room does understand and appreciate that the internet doesn't run itself.
Right.
There are millions of people who, as a daily job, help keep the internet functioning. Otherwise, it would break pretty quickly. And I wish that were not the case. I wish that our designs had been even more robust, but to be quite frank, they require a lot of attention.
Yeah, and Shiva, to quickly just answer your question, I was referring to the IXs that are the neutral bottom-up, not managed by governments, but to Vint's point, there are exchanges where traffic is monitored. That's just required by the countries. And so that's something that does happen, and I'm with Vint on the encryption, the crypto side on that. Not cryptocurrency, but encryption. I don't really care about cryptocurrencies right now. I probably should in the future, but as far as the commercial IXs, that's a different instantiation of exchange point, and they serve a certain purpose, but they're not the bottom-up neutral exchanges that I meant to be more clear about.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Alessandro. He will give us last feedback on online, and then I will give 1 minute to each of the 5 speakers to conclude, because we will be late in any case. Go ahead, Alessandro, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'm not going to speak for myself right now. I'm going to read two comments. One comes from Iria on the chat. She says, choosing to identify is different from being forced to reveal your personal identification data in order to access the internet or an app, and I side totally with that statement. And the other one comes from the Abuja IGF remote hub in Abuja, Nigeria, I think. Ni mentioned that Afrinic is registered as a private entity in Mauritius. Hasn't this status contributed to the barrage of court cases the regional RIR now faces? While a good number of technical organizations are registered as non-profits, shouldn't regional and global technical organizations that govern the internet be accorded Internet Governmental Organization status? Those are the 2 points from online.
Thank you very much. We need to run to another meeting, therefore, may I suggest that if Ni is still online, I want to take 1 minute the microphone.
Sure. The answer to the question of the nature of a registration private company with bylaws, I think the answer is no, because it has really no bearing. A commercial dispute can occur even between non-profit and members. So I don't see that as the direct thing. This is a case of a member who is violating, rules and is refusing to be disciplined and is beginning to abuse the legal system by generating a barrage of court cases, at the same time trying to break into people's account by offering them money and so on. So it's just a bad case that needs to be dealt with as such, because it tried to invade the policy process, it failed. It tried to force a co-chair, and the co-chair got recalled. If you look at all these things, one organization, why generate 20-something cases in a year? If you really are doing proper business, why would you have so many IPv4 addresses and no network number, no ASN, no V6? So it's obvious what the game is. It's about the interest of hijacking numbers out somewhere else to use. And that one, I don't think Africa or the world will want to see that. Yeah.
Thank you, Ni. We have less than 1 minute per person. Iria, please, 2 words of conclusion. Sorry for that.
Yeah, basically, I think our consensus should be we need technical expertise in every discussion about policy. So we need to have people who know how to solve the problems, implement the solutions, and we also need the input from civil society, understanding the human rights threat of before moving up to regulation. So otherwise, we may end with bigger problems or a different set of problems than the ones we are trying to solve.
Thank you. Lee, please.
Just to set the right tone for the ending of this, when we've asked in global surveys, given all the problems that you're now talking about, we're asking questions about in our surveys, how hard would it be and how willing would you be to give up the internet? And there's almost universal, under no circumstances would I give it up. So we've done a pretty good job by the consumer behavior and consumer sentiment.
Thank you. Jane?
Don't discount your voice in helping keep the internet open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. Make sure the multi-stakeholder model and the IGF continue.
Thank you very much. And I want to give the last word to Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. If I am here, it's because he's not here. It would have been much better than me to run this meeting, but Olivier, go ahead.
The host has unmuted me. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you to everyone who has participated as a panelist and also as a participant in this discussion. The Dynamic Coalition has discussions throughout the year. The work is ongoing. If you're interested in joining the Dynamic Coalition, you can go onto the Internet Governance Forum website, go into intersessional work where the Dynamic Coalitions are all listed. Click on the one on core Internet values, and you can join the mailing list. There's no membership fee or anything like that, but we do take our work very seriously. It's extremely important. We will make a report out of this, of today's session, and of course it will be taken into account in the IGF messages for Kyoto. So thanks very much, and thanks, of course, to all those people that have helped with organizing this session.
Thank you very much, Olivier, Alessandro, and all the speakers. And the meeting is closed now. Bye-bye.
Bye, and thanks, everybody.
thing's over. I couldn't come up with a good way to say this on the mic, but I was really curious, like with Q's work as well, and Jane, what she was mentioning as well, in terms of like your generational model, your fourth generation model, and Jane, you were talking about the work that you were doing out in rural areas, but one of the things that we talk about in terms of the value of the internet being interoperability, and another challenge that has come up over the past like few years, at least in the US, I'm Canadian, but we get everything
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I know this is today's last session. That's why actually not over 100 people coming, but actually I hope you can enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session of the town hall session. The title, the impact of the rise of generative AI on developing countries, developing economies, opportunities and threats. I'm the organizer and today's on-site moderator. My name is Tomoyuki Naito, Vice President and Professor at the Graduate School of Information Technology, Kobe Institute of Computing. Very nice to meet you, everyone. Then let me just quickly introduce all of the panels from myself. On my just left-hand side, Ms. Safakarit Sariari. She's the Senior Business Intelligence Engineer and the Software Engineer, Central Bank of Sudan, the Republic of Sudan. Safa, welcome. And next to Ms. Safa, Mr. Robert Fonokusi. He is the founding partner and CEO of Orasoft Limited, the Republic of Rwanda. Mr. Fo, thank you for coming. And actually, today we expected to have the Ms. Kay McGowan, the Senior Director of Policy, the Digital Impact Alliance, but due to her immediate kind of the engagement, she couldn't make it. So today we have the privilege to have Dr. Sarayu Narajam. She's the founder of the Apti Institute India. Doctor, thanks for coming. And last but not least, on my left-hand side first, Mr. Atsushi Yamanaka, Senior Advisor for Digital Transformation, Japan International Cooperation Agency, Japan. Mr. Yamanaka, thank you for joining us. I'm also looking at the Zoom online. We have quite a number of participants online. Over 20 people are joining. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining today. So, as scheduled and as title, would like to begin the title, The Impact of the Rise of Generative AI on Developing Economies, Opportunity and Threats. Let me just begin with the very brief introduction, a very brief explanation of the background of this session. Maybe many of you, attendance here and attendance online, as well as the panelists, you have already heard many discussions in the past 2 days, including today's discussion throughout the IGF 2023 in Kyoto. Actually, the Internet for all, or Internet, actually we want Internet for everyone, Internet for good. This is the kind of the common keyword for today's, this year's IGF. On top of that, even yesterday's official opening ceremony, Prime Minister Kishida of Japanese government, he mentioned about the importance of generative AI and the importance of the guideline, importance of the actually knowledge sharing, information sharing, and the collective effort to make AI for good for everyone. Standing on that kind of background, actually many AI-related sessions have been done, and this discussion or that kind of the session is still ongoing until the end of IGF 2023 in Kyoto. Then, this session is specifically focusing on generative AI's impact, specifically for the how it will be impact on the global south. Actually, I don't want to divide north or south, but actually this is very, very important because there are two aspects, opportunity and threats. Threat side, many sessions have been discussing about the potential threats on privacy, human rights, or information security. Of course, all those things are very scary. The generative AI correct the information from everywhere, then synthesize all the data into one, as if we don't know how it is, synthesized. But many experts, international experts, as you already heard throughout the session, many international experts already aware about those kind of threats, and they have already shared their knowledge, their, the worries to everyone, including us, so that the process is already ongoing. Then I personally have felt that that aspect, threats aspect, is not necessarily we have to, fear, we have to worry so much, because many experts or many people have already aware about the worries, so that we can protect somehow by using the collective wisdom, collective knowledge, collective effort. On the other hand, opportunities. Opportunities-wise, I personally don't see many discussions are happening in this IGF. But we also know that many opportunities we have seen. So I will invite the knowledge panelists, and I would like to invite all of your opinion, both from on-site and online. Then I'd like to allocate first 20 minutes or the 25 minutes for the to hear the opinion from the panelists here, and another half of this session, the last 20 minutes or 25 minutes, I really would like to have you guys the opinion or all the comments about opportunities, and of course threat sides. You can share your opinion. That would be really, really welcome. So my first question to all the panelists, question number one, is actually go to the very fundamental one. Actually, in order for all of you to know about the experts' background, knowledge, and wisdom, I want invite all panelists to answer to us. The question number one: what has been your background in terms of the related works in ICT sector in the light of using power of technology to make the better world? So let me just invite one by one, starting from the Ms. Safa Khalid.
Thank you, Sensei. I am truly honored to be here today. Thank you all of us to attend this session. I am Safa Khalid from Sudan. I start my journey in ICT since 2010 while I'm working in Central Bank of Sudan. My specialization is business intelligence and software engineering. While I'm working in Central Bank, we pass through data analysis for multiple systems that we can see now. Generative AI can help us to reduce a lot of time of working, and it helps us to make many prediction model for crisis sometimes happen in any country. And also, when you're using generative AI, it is a benefit for all central banks which impact economy of the country, like maintaining financial stability of country or promoting economic development of the country in Sudan or in another country. Also now, when you're thinking about fintech technology, generative AI can help us in customer experience, and it can build us many customer experience system which can address an emergency situation for customer instead of waiting for next day to go to the bank and found solution for your actions. And also enhance any part of analysis tool and prediction for any module. This really happened. For example, in the last year before the war started in Sudan, when we have auction, you can use generative AI to build simulation for the policy instead of just embracing and using the policy directly in the economy. This simulation, if you implement it, it can help us to find the weaknesses of the policy instead of using directly to your economy. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Okay, Mr. Robert Ford, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Robert Ford. I'm currently leading
a software testing qualifications team in Rwanda under the Rwanda Software Testing Qualifications Board. One of the members of the International Software Testing Qualifications Board. But before that, I was supporting the government of Rwanda under the United Nations in designing the implementation plan for the Child Online Protection Policy, which Rwanda designed a couple of years ago. And it's now a framework that is helping the country in setting proper guidelines for safety for child online engagement. But before that, I participated a lot in the regional framework for the One Network area for the East African region. For some of you who may not know the ESC framework, the East African community is composed of 6 countries: Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and Burundi. And at some point under a framework, they wanted to create one network area having inbound, outbound traffic, data traffic, as one network traffic, so that they can circumvent the costs of data roaming for people in the region. So in a couple of years, we were able to set the one network area, the first actually a proof of concept ever tested around the world. And in that, I was specifically more on the component of cross-border mobile financial services, helping citizens in the countries in that region to transfer and transact financially between nations using what is popularly known as mobile money. I have participated at AfriNIC, the Internet Numbers Registry for Africa. But after that, I'm now currently engaged with JICA, with the Japan government, in implementing a project in Uganda. It's an ICT industry promotion project. It's a 4-year project with 4 major outputs that are supposed to help the country build capacity, stronger capacity in the ICT industry.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Ford. Okay, Dr. Salayu Natarajan, could you go ahead, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you for enabling me to be a part of this conversation. It's a very important one, both in understanding the disadvantages and advantages and some of the risks of generative AI. Thanks also to the audience. I know it's 6 p.m. here and it must be a range of different times across the world, so thank you for joining online as well. My name is Salayu Natarajan. I am the co-founder of Apti Institute, which is an institution that works on questions at the intersection of technology and society. We have 3 big areas of work. We focus on algorithmic and platform-mediated work. We look quite extensively at digitization and digital infrastructure and the ways in which governments and states can reach their citizens, particularly on questions of sustainability financing, governance, replication of digital systems across the world, and also extensively on questions of data and data governance. And AI, and particularly generative AI as a theme, is one that cuts across all of these areas, and we've been exploring it quite significantly. Hopefully more over the course of this conversation. Back to you, Dr. Naito.
Thanks very much, Dr. Salayu. And Mr. Atsushi Yamanaka, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, it's very hard to actually beat the very concise actually introductions than my predecessor now. And thank you so much actually for joining these sessions. You guys actually are very brave because you actually could not actually resist the urge of actually having a GIZ reception downstairs. So thank you so much actually for your effort of coming to these sessions. So my name is Atsushi Yamanaka. I'm actually senior advisor on digital transformations at JICA. JICA, we actually trying to promote the X4 to improve well-being of all right now, incorporating a lot of actually digital technology elements into different actually projects and then support initiatives. But prior to that, being actually doing this field for quite a long time actually. This is my 28th year. In fact, it's like I feel so old about that, of pursuing ICT for development. initially, like I was in UNDP, and then I actually was involved quite intimately in the research process. So it's really personal for me to be here, and it's really happy to see IGF actually came to Kyoto, and also discussing about how this process is going to actually help, finally, hopefully, change the world for better place using digital technologies. And AI certainly is one area where it's going to have a lot of potentials and also a lot of threats as well. So this conversation is very timely, and I'm really happy to be part of this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So for the sake of time, let me just quickly go to the core of today's session. This is the core question to all the panelists. My second question to all the panelists. Do you think that the rise of generative AI represented by ChatGPT is a good thing to the economic and social development aspect of developing economies? Please answer by yes or no, and with your very succinct reasons, please. Maybe let me just start with Yamanaka-san.
Thank you, Naito-sensei. Can I say maybe? Or depend? I understand that you want a very precise answer with yes or no, but I don't think I'm qualified to say yes or no. So would it be okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Yes. Well, in a way, yes, because we actually had a colleague. Actually, we sent him to Japan. He studied AI. He actually did a PhD here in Japan, and he was actually doing a research on generative AI models for African language. Now he was actually in RIKEN, one of the top research institute in Japan. But now unfortunately for Japan, he actually moved to Princeton to continue his work. But having that kind of local language model actually incorporated into the generative AI could really open up the opportunities for those people who are actually unconnected or not digitally involved in it, because of high sort of barriers in terms of digital literacies. And so digital inclusion has been a major challenge. And then this has been, the issue for the last 20 years. And the last 2.6 billion people is going to be the most and hardest people to reach. So for that, I think AI, and specifically having the local language generative AI models could have opportunity to open up the opportunity for them. So that's yes. The no part, yes, of course there's a threat. We talked a lot about in terms of like misinformation, malinformation, disinformation. There is even industry in, I think it's Northern Macedonia, where this village actually churn out all these malinformations. It's a business. So people who want to actually have this malinformations, they actually hire these people in this particular village and became an industry. And it's getting very, very difficult for us to distinguish if any information is actually real or not. So that, I think, is going to be a huge threat in terms of information accuracies and the trust that we actually have in the internet or to the digital technology as a whole. So that's actually yes and no. And I'm sure that my fellow participants also have the similar yes or no moment.
Right. Dr. Sarayu, please.
Yes. Thank you. And I will take, again, a response which is yes, if we attend to questions of governance and regulation. I do think, yes and no, yes, if we take a, I feel like to think about generative AI without thinking about the consequences and the harms, which occur at all different levels, or injustices of generative AI occur at several levels. One, there is the level of labor. Generative AI does not exist without the labor of several workers in very many parts of the developing world. So to talk about it abstracted from the way in which generative AI is itself created, which is the labor of data annotators and labelers, that might be a bit limiting, and so that needs to be a part of the conversation. Second is, I think, the way in which data itself is structured, which is that it often excludes, the presence of data pertaining to gender, race, etc., may limit the capabilities of generative AI, so the applicability and use in context in the developing world may be limited. I think the third, of course, is what you mentioned, Mr. Yamanaka, which is around the consequences such as disinformation and misinformation, which generative AI makes very easy. So with this framework of the kinds of injustice that generative AI may bring about, we can start to think about both what are the use cases and how may we govern them to ensure that all of us, have meaningful digital lives and digital futures. I'll pause here and look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's a very good point and a very important point. Mr. Yamanaka emphasized about the local language issues, and Dr. Sarah, you mentioned about start with the use case, then we can deepen the more discussion. That's very important and actually significant case. Then, Mr. Robert Ford, your opinion is always very important. Thank you.
Loud as I possibly can. I think I have a good voice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, VP. Just a day before I flew here, my niece asked me and said, so when I showed her the topic I was going to discuss, I was going to be a panelist at this conference, she asked me a very intriguing question that I kept asking myself over and over when I was flying. She asked me, said, Uncle, don't you think the digital technology that we are consuming today has come earlier than it should have come? That is the world capable and the people capable to consume and use the technologies that we have today profitably for their own benefit? And I kept juggling my brain back and forth to see if that was right or wrong. So now talking about generative AI, it's better to tackle this topic when we have deeply digested and understood what this animal is. When I took my class many years ago on computer science, we always thought, when is it going to be a time when technology will take away from us the responsibility to write lines of code so that something else does it? And AI now is with us today. So to answer your question, is it good or bad? Are we looking at dangers, or are we looking at a comfortable world in the time ahead? like Sensei, yes and no. One, I'll just speak specifically on one example. The nature of predictability of the power of AI is going to help us, especially the global south, in being able to determine the kind of content that goes online before we can even know the danger that content is going to produce to us. And I speak this from the line of authority that, that comes from the Child Online Protection, for example. Today, when we look at how we struggle and fight to keep our children safe online, before we put mitigation measures, the content is online, and children are consuming this content. Generative AI now equips us with the capability to mitigate that we can be able to use those tools to mitigate that. That's a positive part. But the negative part, some of the tools, like ChatGPT, gives you so good response that many times we don't even need to question it. That each time you ask, the response is so accurate to your understanding that you don't even want to question that. But behind that text, there is a lot that can be questionable, which now puts us at a crossroads of what is good for us, what's not good for us. Because the way generative AI works is that it's just using machine learning to train some software and data to be able to give you what it gives you. That's how it works. So if what we get seems to us too good to be nice, then we don't question. And then we stand at the edge or at a rift to fall off into oblivion by technology. Just the two of them. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Ford. Okay, Safa, please go ahead. Your opinion.
Okay, let me answer by yes. Because I am ICT for all this long, I will directly say yes. It can help you. When you're thinking as for economic and you're thinking for developing country, how long will it take to analyze just dataset? It takes a lot to get insight from dataset. But by using generative AI, we can go to insight directly and get impact directly to economy instead of wasting a lot of time in routine work of just analyze this data. When you're thinking about that, thinking about how can we save in the cost, how many employees you needed to just analyze this data. By generative AI, we can find your insight directly, and it's helpful. Also, when we're thinking about economy, you need to think about financial inclusion and fintech. To deserve real financial inclusion by this way of traditional way, you can deserve it for all the citizens of any country. But if you have like generative AI, we can have opportunity to all participants to find the service you need. Like using virtualization access, like using chatbot, any type of AI tools. And when we're thinking about ChatGPT, and which can allow you to analyze the data and thinking about how many time you need to just make risk assessment for any bank, for any customer you have it in the bank to give him just loan. By using generative AI, we can make fraud detection and you can make risk assessment and build model which can predict for you what's the habit of this customer based on the historical information. For all these reasons, I can say for your question, yes, directly. Yes, we have drawbacks, but it can cover it by any guidelines. Thank you, Sese.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ms. Safa. Actually, as to the audience, actually, as you fully understand that we have a variety of the nature of the countries as well as the nature of the jobs. Every partners have different, the occupations. Then it is quite interesting and quite significant, and it's quite important. Looking at the power of AI or looking at the threats of AI from different angles, it is quite important discussion, I personally believe. Then, as a result, 4 panelists here mentioned somehow yes side. No one say obviously no. So if I understand like that, 4 panelists all here said yes somehow. Let me just ask one more question. While G7 countries, G7 member countries, including Japan, are currently preparing the basic guideline of appropriate AI use in societies, do you think that the developing and emerging economies should also prepare original guidelines for the AI use? How do you think about that? Let me just ask this question to all the panelists. Let me invite Mr. Robert Ford first.
Okay, I went to the computer science class, but not to the audio class. So thank you. Each time we have a discussion that draws a line between developing and developed economies, I struggle. I struggle to maintain that classification. And I'll quickly give an example that the one part of the world is struggling to to understand or to draw lessons or to draw benchmarks from some of the success stories from another class of people we are talking about. So when we talk about the developed world, and I'll give just a simple example, the developing world, what they call developing economies. For very many years, for as long as I can remember, the world's financial systems in the developed West were based on data that runs on plastic cards, right? That each one of us is carrying a wallet with so many plastic cards. For Africa, in the not more than a decade ago, we leapfrogged from that, and they are able to transact using mobile money, and they are circumventing the whole trouble of the environmental impact of keeping plastics in people's wallets. If we were to collectively remove plastics from people's wallets and we pile them together, we probably could fill up a country. And this is a very bad effect to the environment that we live in. But the other part of the world is failing or is dragging its feet in quickly benchmarking on that and say, why don't we have a plastic-free world, at least from our simple cards? And then we can be able to transact with mobile money. So just giving examples. So when the G7 is discussing about legal and regulatory framework, about generative AI, they probably need to go down there and see what is it that there is down there that they can pick from. I know countries in Africa that have moved far away in designing and crafting regulatory frameworks for AI and for these other technologies, and they are very fast in moving towards that. So at some point, I don't think it requires to be a member of the G7 to determine the kind of policies that are going to guide and mainstream thought process towards how we consume technology for a safer world tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Ford. Can I invite Dr. Sarnia? Can I invite Dr. Sarayu?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that. I largely agree. I think that not just because of the several advances made in several parts of the world in terms of thinking AI, I do not think this is a conversation that is entirely unique, or the problems are entirely unique to parts of the developing world. I think one of the strange things about technology is that it's a great equalizer, both in positive senses and some of the more harmful ones. And I think for us to think about these as unique problems from a frame of exceptionalism may be limiting, and so building out frameworks of governance, frameworks of regulation from an inclusive standpoint, which includes several global participants, is very necessary. My yes, if, to go back to that, was deeply qualified, but I will speak to one specific theme that I mentioned in terms of the injustices of generative AI, which is the question of labor. And I think there are two sides to the question of labor in the context of generative AI. The first is that labor and human labor is very critical to building generative AI. So if somebody doesn't label the data that is used to build a large language model does not exist. And this is true of image models as well. And much of this labor is in very many parts of what is called as the developing world. Now, those who build AI in that sense, that are responsible for the labeling, annotation, marking, categorization of data, are never really a part of the conversation. So that's one significant injustice. So while there might be frameworks for governing, regulating generative AI use, the way in which generative AI is made itself has a significant geopolitical component. The second dimension of generative AI is a much more downstream effect, which is the question of job loss. And to the point Mustafa made, job loss is a complicated question that has different meanings in different countries. In mine, which is India, we have a population of 1.4 billion, where challenges around thinking about employment, job losses are very significant. India is also an IT services company, so a large part of the economy relies on IT service provision. And again, the question of job losses through the use of services like ChatGPT and generative AI, more broadly speaking, is a very significant one. All of this is to say that conversations about generative AI, without starting from the how are we going to govern some of the harms, just as much as how are we going to deploy it, might be limiting. So we have to think very carefully about use cases, very carefully about first order, second order, third order consequences of the use of generative AI. That is not to say that there is no use case at all. There are several applications for it, but governance is a part of deployment, is where I'm coming from. I'll pause here and.
All right, thanks very much, Doctor. Actually, thanks very much for you touch upon the aspect of job itself. Actually, just to share the information to all the other participants here on site and online. Recently, ILO, the International Labour Organization, just released almost 1 month plus ago, sometime late August. They just used their ILO model to analyze the impact of the generative AI adaptation to the 59 countries as a model. Then, according to their result, the impact of job loss aspect is much heavier to the advanced economy than much less in the developing economies. That means a lot of meanings are containing in that analysis, but I just strongly recommend if you are interested in the job analysis or the job impact of the generative AI, ILO have released the very good report, working report in August. But anyhow, if I come back to the question, let me just invite Yamanaka-san for your opinion.
Thank you so much. Actually, there's a lot of actually to think about. Yes, I agree with the doctors and I agree with Robert about, yes, this is actually, we don't necessarily want actually another fragmentations, right? We had a discussion yesterday about data flow or data governance, and we had a sessions, and this question also came up. Do we actually need to create another model or another regulations specifically for emerging economies? Answer probably no. Why should it be? Instead, I think the so-called emerging nations should be part of the global discussions on the framework or like case makings, instead of actually trying to fragment. It's already a fragmented world. Internet has been fragmented. There is also like agenda is fragmented. Why do we actually need to further fragment this field? So AI regulations, whether we can succeed or not, regulations, I'm not sure if we can do this, because there's so many different opinions. But I think it is really important to have this multi-stakeholder approach in terms of actually, having the opportunities for the emerging countries to actually have their voices and inputs into the formulations of a regime or mechanisms to regulate or to use AI for a better world. I think is one of the things we need to do. Going back to, I think it was labor side, I think that's going to be a very, very important component. That's something that I should have said in terms of potential negative aspect of generative AI. Already, like Robert was mentioning about software engineers, or even like illustrators, or even like storytellers, because I think there was a huge actually strike actually during the guild of Screenwriters Guild in the United States, because they were saying, okay, generative AI can do their jobs. Now, I think we're going to have the Luddite movement. Do you know what's the Luddite movement? That actually happened in the beginning of 19th century when the industrializations actually came into UK. all the workers, they start actually, destroying the machines. I think we're going to see that if we do not actually come up with a model which is conducive. And another thing is if we do not now give them the opportunity for them to change their business models, right, or their skills, reskilling them. If we don't do that, I think we're going to see another Luddite movement for the AI.
All right, thanks very much. Reskilling, another word which the government of Japan is really emphasizing domestically. Okay, Safa, your opinion about my question.
According to guideline, when we're thinking about guideline for developing country, we need to think about what we already said about data challenge. Really, we face very critical issue in data in developing country. We can't find system with fully clear data. We need to work besides this data to find main data sets with clear data, then we put it to generative AI. Maybe like this issue we didn't found in G7 country. For that, you need to put it as a challenges for these guidelines. Also, we need to think about the socioeconomics between this country and G7 when you compare. It is not about the fragmentation of the guidelines, but guidelines you need to put in mind also the infrastructure constraint, because the infrastructure in this country need to put in mind how can you resolve the issue of infrastructure. You can't put just generative AI solution for someone who can't use it. And also we need to use, to thinking about the capacity building. A lot of people in developing country didn't know about anything about generative AI. He can use it. And maybe it's a big company, but he didn't know about it. And there is the capacity of building, we need to put it in mind also. But the big issue is the data privacy and labor, as you said. Do you think wasting time to make routine jobs, which you already can do it in a minute, instead of thinking about the productivity and quality of the work? If you have staff and can focus more on the quality of the work, it is better to use generative AI in the routine work, and then we can focus in the productivity of the company or any industry working by generative AI. For example, if you're thinking about central bank, you think about if a crisis happens anywhere, you need to calculate what's the impact of this crisis to your own economy. With generative AI, you can use this solution to be prediction, to make any prediction for what the impact will be, for example, for Sudan or any country, but we can use the historical data to just decide what's the next action, because it can be emergency action. You need to take it instead to go in the drawbacks directly. Thank you, Sensei.
Yeah, thanks very much, Safa. Very important aspect. Actually, you beautifully mentioned about the opportunity side. Then now I'd like to open the floor for the question, and our panelists can answer as much as we can. Actually, I already have received. Yes, please, gentlemen, come to the microphone. I already have the question online, but let me just prioritize on-site question first. Please, kindly say your name and
yes.
Please question.
So my name is Julius Endert from Deutsche Welle Academy, Germany, Deutschland. So I have so many questions, I don't know which to ask first, because I recently heard a professor from Ghana. He was given a talk about AI as a new form of colonialism. So I wonder why you not mentioning this topic. But my question is, so we are discussing, like, as we live in a neutral political system, like we have a kind of democratic system all over the world. So, but this is not the fact. I think we need to take into account the political system we are living in. So we have democratic states in Europe also, and non-democratic states worldwide, especially also Sudan, South Sudan, and your region. So, and my question is, what do you think will these technology, especially generative AI, will lead us to more freedom and democracy, or will it be the opposite? Because if the authoritarian rulers could also rule this technology, maybe it could be worse, or maybe it is the other way around. It will lead to more free societies. So this is my maybe too big question, but
Yeah, thanks very much. Big question, but very important question. Any panelists want to answer to this question?
Thank you. I think that's a very interesting question. The convergence of politics and political play and fair play with technology, and to probably answer your question, I'm not a politician. I've never been. I don't wish to be, but but I think it depends on how you define those values of democracy and authoritarianism and whatever you want to call them. In my country, if, say, a president stays in power 4, 5, 6 terms and is doing the right thing, to me that's okay. So is Germany, for example. Germany does not have term limits, right? Germany can have a head of the political system for 5, 6, 7 terms, right? But how the rest of the countries that are in the German League will look at my country is different from how my country is going to look at Germany. So in Uganda or in Rwanda or in Kenya, if the British system says you can stay in power for as long as your party is keeping you in power, that's okay. It's not authoritarianism. But if it happens in Zambia, that's a different story. So I think it depends on how we look at these politics, and there should be a way in which we validate political leadership. At what point do we define this as being authoritarian or not working in the interest of the masses? And I'm not saying it's not there. I agree with you. We have countries that are not working in the interest of the citizens. That's okay. So the way we could use this, and like I said in the beginning, the power of predictability that generative AI gives us is so immense that with it we could build great potential that can change the way we run politics today and in the future. But for authoritarianism and dictatorship and God knows what, I have never belonged there, but in my view, it depends on how we look at it and how we define it. I would call Germany one of the most dictatorial countries because they will keep someone in power for as long as God knows what. So is Britain. Oh yeah, I understand. I know countries in Africa also who have very, very free elections. And, yeah, of course, absolutely. So, okay,
all right, thanks so much.
We will not go to that. So, thank you.
Anyone?
Can I? Now the question, I think discussion is getting more spicy, right? Like it's been like with IGF. Someone was calling this IGF is so vanilla. There's nothing controversial. No one's making anything controversial. So thank you so much for actually asking those kind of questions. It's interesting questions. For me, I also came from this polity where actually we have so-called free elections and so on. We don't necessarily trust the government, right? It was interesting because I actually asked the questions about China. Because Chinese actually have the systems of scoring, right? Dr. Son, yes? Now, I was, for me, it's a bit difficult to accept that kind of system where I will be watched and scored every single movement I do. However, I was told for the average Chinese who never actually had opportunities, because they did not bribe people, they don't have money to bribe, or they don't have the connections. For them, they said, well, now, if I actually are very good citizens, if I actually, do something good for the society, my score goes up, and I actually get different opportunity which I never actually got. So I thought it was very interesting, way of looking at the things from the different sides of the coins. So, I don't have the ready answers to it. But at the same time, I feel like if, we can keep the privacies at least, if we can have like basic human rights. Okay, last 10 minutes, so we we have to be quickly. I think, how the polity would actually, manage, the not control, but manage the society. I think should be depending on the society itself. We are here, because so-called developed countries, G7 countries, we are not here to judge them. That I feel very strongly, worked in developing countries for so long. I don't know. I may get hammered by this, but
Yes, thanks very much. Yeah, thanks very much for the very good interaction, which going beyond my expectation. But anyhow, yeah, thanks very much for the very good question and answers. Then I have recognized several actually people raise hand online on Zoom. Then before that, let me just check chat box, and I got the one question from the Mr. Mohammad Hanif Garanai. He is questioning about, could we apply generative AI in developing countries, in particular education systems? Then, thanks to the audience online, some of the actually online participants kindly answered already. So thanks very much for the online interaction spontaneously. So let me just actually ask Miss Deborah Allen Rogers, who are raising your hand. Miss Rogers, you have a microphone which can hear.
Hello, I'm here. Yes, I can hear
okay,
you.
yeah, please go ahead, your
super,
question.
thank you. Yeah, and if okay, now they'll let my video come, so I'll join all of you in person. Hello, I'm Deborah Allen Rogers. I'm in The Hague. I'm originally from New York City. I have a nonprofit here called Find Out Why. It's a digital fluency lab that promotes digital fluency. And my question, well, first of all, thank all of you on the panel. This is very interesting. And I did appreciate that question, and even the sort of spicy comments that followed about Germany being dictatorial, which I don't think is obviously true in the context of this. But I did want to ask the question about if we could rename. I know this is going to sound naive, but just look at my age and know my background in design and so on. I'm going to ask this question. Developing countries, we could start, we're in a transition now, and we could change it to, I don't know if the banks would agree, but healthy, highly functional societies. Because the highly functional digital societies, for example, let's say in Estonia, in Finland, in Norway, I'm living in the Netherlands, highly functional digital societies are great places to come learn for young people on travel expeditions. In Japan, back in post-war, there was that, I was looking for the name of the program, but sent students and young people around the world to develop best practices, to observe and to learn, and then bring it back to Japan and design the society how they wanted it to be after the war. So aren't we at another juncture like that right now, that India has a lot to teach, the continent has a lot to teach, MENA has a lot to teach, and those societies have young people, 70% are under the age of 30 going forward. So we have to redefine, we ourselves working in this right now, have to redefine some of these terms so that we don't fall back on developing world, et cetera, et cetera. It's a new day, and we don't have to spend so much time talking about, I'm kind of breaking my own rule by talking about it so much right now, but I'm saying that we should redefine it when we give our speeches and when we talk. And also, part of the work I do is to help young people travel the world to see best practices, bring it back home, and then decide how you want to design your own society. But we do have highly functional digital societies, Estonia, Taiwan, the ones I said in Scandinavia and the Nordic countries, that are right there for us to look at and watch. Thanks very much for taking my question.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ms. Rogers. Great comment. And one more person or organization, Ghana IGF Remote Hub, you are raising hand. Please go ahead. If you can hear my voice, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Kweku Dennis from Pentecost University, Ghana. My question is, for the use of generative AI to create sorry, does generative AI do good or affect human creativity? And if yes, how? And what contribution is it making to the human resource? And the second question is, with the fast growth of generative AI, help or hurt countries with fewer resources and technology? Could it boost their development, or might it make the technology gap between countries even bigger? Thank you.
Very sharp question. Any panelists who want to answer?
Hello.
Doctor?
My name is Joseph. Please.
Excuse me. Can I just go one by one due to the time? Can I just invite Dr. Sarayu to answer to the first question?
I'll try answering very briefly to the first question on creativity. I think the second one around development gaps has been tackled a little bit, but with respect to human creativity, it's hard to talk about the effects on human creativity without going back to some of the concerns around, particularly in the context of art, around the ways in which generative AI is itself built on the back of creative work by artists, by sort of producers or generators of music, makers of music, and to think about creativity as abstracted from some of how generative AI is made, may be limiting, but it could help in the sense that it could aid the creation of works of art, works of certain types of writing, literature, based on which further human creativity and ingenuity is applied. But it could also have some deleterious effects in the absence of efforts to for the it should not supplant, in my mind, the efforts of the education system of human society at large to imbibe critical thinking, questioning, creativity, and skills such as those in young minds. So we should not see this, to my mind, as a zero-sum game. And particularly the question of creativity must look at how it was born. So thank you. I'll pause.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Sarayu. Yamanaka-san, you want to answer to the second question?
Can you summarize the questions on the second one? Basically trying to actually, if the AI technology is going to be useful for the society, or it's a gap between us. That's a good question. I think earlier Dr. Sarai was mentioning about technology being, especially the new technologies actually reducing the gap, because we could actually, there is no sort of hindrance or the introduction sort of barrier is much lower in the digital technologies than many other technologies. So I think it does not necessarily be that developing countries going to lag behind. And rather, I think it's going to be more interesting. A lot of actually innovation is actually coming from so-called emerging economies right now. And we may actually see much more interesting algorithms, or much more interesting AI models emerging from these emerging economies, rather than these things is coming from the so-called Western countries. So in that respect, I don't necessarily think the developing country is going to be lagging behind, but rather I think with new digital technologies, I think there's more contributions. I don't necessarily like the word reverse innovations, because that's very pretentious, reverse. But I think the innovations coming from the emerging economies, developing countries, I think that is going to be the trend that we see in the future.
Right, thanks very much. Actually, we have only 1 minute left up to the end of the session. So apology for the other participants online for giving me the other question. Let me just summarize today's session very briefly. As Mr. Yamanaka's last comment mentioned, actually, we don't have to look at only the threat side. Actually, the opportunity which every country can utilize the new technology as a sort of the innovation to leverage more the economic development as well as the social development is the key to discuss more continuously, and is the key to emphasize not only G7 countries do the leading the guidelines, and so other, more than 190 countries can do proactively to utilize it, to do it for your own business, your own country's future. So that could be the main message of the today's session. And I'm sorry about my poor time management. I couldn't pick up all the other questions from the online, but let me just conclude this session since time is already up. So please join me to give the round of applause to all the panelists here. Thank you very much. And thank you all the participants on site and online. Thank you so much.